Good morning, everyone. So my name's Kaya Jackson. I am the Business Development Specialist at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. I am San Carlos Apache and a Assiniboine Sioux from Fort Peck, Montana. So thank you so much for joining us today. Just a few, what was that? Oh, sorry. A few housekeeping items. Restrooms are going to be off to the left outside the doors. We'll have lunch. Everyone's welcome to lunch. If you have any questions, feel free to ask myself, Yvette, or Nicole and Charmaine in the front. Thank you to our partners and our speakers, and thank you to Skybar Media for always making sure we're connected via our live stream. So if you know folks who want to join in or want to view later, they can view our live stream. But we'll get going. And we're going to start out with Chairman Austin Lowe's, and then we'll, sorry, and then Yvette Fielder. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians, I want to welcome you all to Sault Ste. Marie and to the Kewadin Casino for today's Native Edge Institute. It's an honor to host all of you. I also want to extend a sincere thank you to the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development for selecting Kewadin Casino as the host site for this event. We're proud to welcome you to our community, and we are grateful for the work that your organization has done for decades to strengthen Native economies throughout the country. For those of you visiting outside this area, welcome to the homelands of the Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians. The Sioux Tribe, as we call ourselves, are one of the largest federally recognized tribes east of the Mississippi River, with more than 55,000 members in a service area that spans 7 counties across Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Our history here stretches back thousands of years, long before there were state boundaries, international borders, highways, railroads. This region was a center of trade, commerce, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. In many ways, entrepreneurship is not something new to Native people. It's something that we have always done. Our ancestors traveled the waterways of the Great Lakes in birch bark canoes, establishing trade routes that connected communities across vast distances. They exchanged goods, ideas, and knowledge. They built relationships and partnerships that benefited entire nations. Economic development was not separate from community well-being. It was an essential part of it. And that history is important because it reminds us that Native entrepreneurship is not a modern concept, but rather it is a continuation of who we have always been as Indigenous people. Today, Native communities continue that tradition in new ways. We see it in tribal governments investing in housing, healthcare, and infrastructure. We see it in Native-owned small businesses opening their doors and creating jobs. We see it in artists, tradespeople, consultants, construction companies, tech companies, and federal contractors. We see it in tribes that are creating opportunities, not just for their citizens, but for entire regions. The work being discussed at this institute is critically important because strong economies create strong communities. When a Native entrepreneur succeeds, they often create opportunities for family members and neighbors. When a tribal business grows, it creates jobs and generates revenue that can be reinvested into essential services. And when a tribe strengthens its economy, it gains greater self-determination and a greater ability to meet the needs of its citizens. Throughout the day, you'll hear practical strategies for using social media to grow a business and connect with customers. You hear about how accessing capital, which remains one of the greatest challenges facing entrepreneurs, continues to be an issue. You'll hear about federal contracting opportunities and how businesses can position themselves to compete and succeed in this space. You'll explore how data can be used to support community priorities, how food sovereignty can create both economic and cultural benefits, and how businesses can expand into new markets. These discussions are not just business discussions, they are community building discussions. One session in particular in your agenda that resonates with me is the conversation around Indigenous food systems. Across Indian country, tribes are reclaiming traditional foods, strengthening local agriculture, and creating economic opportunities that align with our cultural values. Food sovereignty is about much more than just food. It's also about healthcare, culture, economic resilience, and our responsibility to future generations. As chairman of the Sioux Tribe, I've also seen firsthand how economic development can transform communities. Economic growth allows tribes to expand healthcare services, support elders, invest in housing, strengthen education programs, and provide opportunities that previous generations could really only dream of. But none of that happens by accident. It happens because people are willing to take risks, build partnerships, share knowledge, and invest in the future. Again, I want to thank the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development for bringing this institute to Sault Ste. Marie. Thank you for your presenters, your sponsors, your organizers, and the attendees who made today's event possible. But most importantly, thank you for your commitment to strengthening Native economies and creating opportunities for Indigenous people and communities across our country. We are honored to host you today. Miigwech, welcome to Sault Ste. Marie, and I wish you all a productive, successful, and inspiring institute. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director. Derek Watchman, our board of directors, could not be here today, so I'll provide some short remarks. I'm a program director with the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and I oversee the technical assistance program for the Tribal Economic Accelerator Program, which is our procurement program, newest to the National Center. The National Center started in 1969 with some very inspiring business leaders in the community in Los Angeles when relocation era took place back in the, went on from the 30s all the way through the 50s, and in the 60s, they found themselves in the busy city of Los Angeles. So these business owners came together and decided that they wanted to share their knowledge of small business development with other Native American entrepreneurs. So they started the first National Center, which was called UIDA. From there, it grew into the National Center, what it is today. They moved from Los Angeles in the mid-'80s, and we now reside in the building that they purchased back in the '80s in Mesa, Arizona. So our team came from Mesa, Arizona, from the home office. We have several offices across the United States. We've done a number of different support services in the National Center throughout the many years in existence. And our core, of course, is business and economic development for tribes and Native American entrepreneurs. So we've had different programs throughout the time that we've started. One of our longest running programs is our Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which is newly renamed to the Apex Accelerator Program. Partly funded by the DoD and the DLA, they focus on federal contracting and much of what John Shiraka is going to go through today. And so it's really difficult working with the federal government. And so there's a lot of different certification programs that you can get involved with, as well as the applications to do so, and then go from there because they are the largest procurer of goods and services. Throughout the time of the National Center, we've grown to many things, and we're probably most notably known for the Reservation Economic Summit. How many of you have been to Res? Awesome. There's a couple hands that were raised. And in the back, thank you, Eric. We were in Bend, Oregon recently, and we kept saying Sault. And then Eric goes, I just want to let you know it's Sault Ste. Marie. Right. Jake, I'm sorry. And so I was like, oh my gosh, that is so funny. So we were boarding our planes, and my name is Yvette, and the gentleman started speaking French to me. So it's just another reminder of how we all interact with different cultures, and we do so at the National Center. So if you've ever been to Res, it's a large event that we have in Las Vegas every year, usually in March. This past March, we had 5,200 folks join us. We have different breakout sessions. We have about 120 breakout sessions, as well as all the keynote speakers. We have a large trade show. We have an art market, various receptions throughout the time there. We have our 40 Under 40 event as well. And so we honor 40 entrepreneurs that are under the age of 40 and the great things that they're doing in their community. So those registrations and nominations do come open, and so keep an eye out on our website, which is www.ncaied.org. And what else do we have at Res? did I name everything? Kind of all the, we just have so much going on. Anyway, last year there was 4,800. This year there was 5,200. So we keep growing, and so we hope that you'll all be able to participate in the Reservation Economic Summit. I'm originally from the 3 affiliated tribes in North Dakota. I'm 2 of those tribes, Hidatsa and Mandan. And on my paternal side, I'm Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. I want to learn more about you, and because we have time and Riley's going to have to move the camera around, I do want to get a quick meet with all of you, and I want to find out just your quick name, your first name is fine, and what you do or your business that you're involved in, if I can do that really quick. So I'm going to come down to you. Let's start right here.
Ani, my name is Tammy Oakley Shinanaquet. I'm a tribal counselor with Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians.
Buju Ani, Buju Kwe Indigenous Waganexino Dao and Dao Pataska in Dojaba Jijak Dodom. My name is Cheryl Kishigo, and I am here with the Northern Shores Community Development, Inc.
Hello, Tara Parrish with the Bay Mills Indian Community, Grants Administrator.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cheryl Bernier, and I'm with the Bay Mills Indian Community, and I work with Tara in Grants Administration.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name's Nick. I'm Nicholas Pelletier. I'm the Program Director at Northern Shores Community Development, here attending the event with my Executive Director.
Minugajep. My name is Shauna Shinanaquit. I am the Executive Director for Northern Shores Community Development. We are a native CDFI, and we serve all 12 federally recognized tribes. So we are your Northern Financial Institution.
Hi, I'm Jason Hunt. I'm with Signetics, and we are a healthcare staffing company providing locum doctors and nurses to federal agencies. And also our mentor JV, we provide allied health to Indian Health Services. Thanks.
My name's Regina Hunter. I'm with Remedy Global LLC, and I wholesale paper products.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul with Heritage Services. I do mass fatality response.
Good morning. Wayne Montour. I'm a member of the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe, and I have 2 companies that I represent here today. One is Green Arrow Staffing. We're a staffing and recruiting company, and then also Arrowhead Medical Supply. So we're a medical distributor located down in the Rochester, Michigan area.
Good morning. I'm Cindy. I'm part of the Kewadin Indian Community, and I am the business director.
Good morning. My name is Tanya McNeil-Weary. I'm with IBS Global Consulting, and I'll be speaking later this afternoon on how to take your business global and how to access new markets.
Hi, I'm Jamie, and I do do-it-yourself skincare stuff online and also gardening.
Good morning. I'm Robert Saruk. I'm a member of the Sioux Tribe, and I am the Director of Business Development with Sioux Tribe Thrive. We help Sioux Tribe members starting their business and ongoing support throughout the process. And I'll be discussing a grant I help implement as well. I'll be doing a presentation on that later this morning.
I'm Jake Hopper. I'm a business development specialist with the Intertribal Agriculture Council, and I'll be speaking here in about 10 minutes, so I'll tell you more about me then.
Well, good morning. I hadn't expected to speak, but I am Jake's grandmother, and I'm excited to listen to him speak at 10 o'clock.
Awesome. Thank you.
And these are also my grandparents.
Other grandparents. Thank you so much for joining us. Awesome. He's retired, which we all want to be retired. So just a quick introduction. Thank you for humoring me doing that, because when it's a smaller audience, this is your time, and I want it to be very interactive so that you feel very comfortable getting to know each other. Later in the day, at the end of the day, Nicole and I will be speaking, and elevator speeches is one of the topics. And so because we do have an online audience, and these are played over and over on YouTube, people will watch it later, and so they can always fast forward and go to a speaker if they want to talk with a different speaker. or see what the speaker had to say, especially John Shiraka's session. That's always watched over and over. And so I just want to say thank you for being here. This is your session. Please feel free to raise your hand. We have the drinks and whatnot outside through the doors. And if you have any questions, just let us know. And so thank you all for being here. And we welcome you, and we welcome our online audience as well. So thank you. And I saw Kaya had stepped away, so we'll probably just get started. It's a little bit early. It's okay. I'm going to go ahead and let's see. So we have the social media that works, and we have Mr. Jacob Hopper. So thank you, Jacob, for being here. Sorry, I glanced at it and I saw Eric's name that popped up. Thank you.
Oh, we got a mic down over there. Is there a clicker, Kaya? Yeah. Everybody can see that? Cool. Good to go, Riley? All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Big thank you to the National Center for hosting and to Sioux Tribe. It's an honor to be here to speak to you guys about the great work that I'm really lucky to be a part of. This is the second event in a row that Kaya has stuck me with the opening talk. I can't decide if that's because I'm a good energetic start to everything. Yeah, I can raise it a little bit. We'll freehand it. That's going to work better. So like I said, this is the second event in a row Kaya stuck me with the opening one. I don't know if that's because she wants mine out of the way or if I'm an energetic start to the day. I'm going to go with the better option there. But no, in all seriousness, it's always an honor to speak at these events, but especially this week. I was born and raised about 40 minutes from here, so this is a very, very cool full circle moment for me. I really appreciate everybody being here, and I hope everybody learned something today. Please flag me down if I get going too quickly. I do have a habit of talking just a little bit too fast. Or if you have a question that you don't want to forget, I have to get stuff out as soon as it's in my head, so I get it. Just raise your hand. I won't be mad at you. Oh, here we go. So before we get into everything, I just want to give a brief little background on who's yapping at you today. My name is Jake Hopper. I work with the Intertribal Agriculture Council. Over at IAC, I'm a business development specialist for the Eastern region in the American Indian Foods Program. And in this role, we work with food and agribusinesses all across Indian country on market access and export readiness. On a daily basis, that's everything from one-on-one marketing plans with producers to speaking at awesome events like this, to the really fun one, which is attending international trade shows and trade missions. That's definitely the highlight of the job. But like I said before this role, I grew up right here. I am a Sioux Tribe member. I was born and raised out in Dollar Settlement, if you guys know where that is. Spent my first 18 years here. I was really lucky. And then I was even more lucky. I got a year here right after college. I was home for a year. Right now, I'm living down in Lansing, but I'm moving to Marquette here right at the end of the summer. And I'm just really excited to be back in the UP. This place is definitely home. I will be back here eventually. And although I work for an agriculture company, usually I'm speaking at agriculture-specific events, and I always like saying I do not have a cows and plows background. Did not grow up on a farm. My background is actually in public health and nutrition, and then Native American studies from the University of Michigan. Go Blue! Had a pretty good basketball season this past year, if anybody else is a fan. But this background, and then I had a really, really good mentor in college she connected me with an internship up in Alaska that was really my introduction to tribal food sovereignty and tribal food systems as a way to combat against diabetes prevalence and nutrition. So this is what led me into food systems. I ended up getting a job with IAC once I finished up college, and I've been here for about 2 years now and really, really love what I do. All right. So I always like just doing a brief little overview of what I'm going to be talking about today. Just kind of keeps it a little more framed and connected and helps everybody follow along a little bit better. So first, we're going to start off with just a brief overview of the awesome company I work for, which again is the Intertribal Agriculture Council. And then I'm going to talk about the specific program I work with, which is the American Indian Foods Program. Then we're going to go over the basics of digital marketing, just a little 101, and how the different parts can work together. And then I'm going to go into a deep dive into the two things we're really highlighting today, which is creating engagement with social media and then turning that engagement into revenue with email marketing. To round out, I've saved some time for questions. Well, hopefully I've timed it well, where we have time for questions and discussion at the end, or it can happen throughout. I'm not too picky about it. Okay, so quick little overview of my company. As I mentioned, I work for the Intertribal Agriculture Council. We are a national nonprofit organization whose goal is to serve all 575 federally recognized tribes across Indian country and Alaskan Native villages in food, business, and agriculture. We've been around since 1987. We were formed from the farm crisis of the 80s that I've been told about. I did not experience it. But I've been told about it, and that left many tribal producers with no options and no support. In short, we really pride ourselves on being USDA resource experts for our stakeholders. Really, any and all food or agriculture related questions or support our stakeholders need, we are there for them. And our mission, our whole vision can really be summed up by our mission statement, which is to pursue and promote the conservation, development, and use of our agricultural resources for the betterment of our people. But how do we do this? Over the years, we've really grown a lot. Started out as just a small team that really just did technical assistance. Now we're a multi-program resource for our stakeholders, including a dedicated technical assistance network, which are going to be our USDA resource experts, a regenerative economies program for business planning and access to capital, a natural resources program that works really closely with NRCS on things like rotational grazing, soil health, things like that. We have a youth and professional development arm that works to get youth involved in agriculture and manages our internship program. So if you know anybody that is involved or is interested in getting involved with farming and they are looking for an internship, please connect them with me. I'd love to get them set up with one. We also have a policy team, which are the lucky ones that spend all their time in DC. It could not be me, but they are the ones that do it. They're advocating for us in the Farm Bill, which that's been in the news here lately. And then finally, we have the American Indian Foods Program, which is the group that I work with. So over at AIF, we are a program that's designed for American Indian and Alaskan Native owned businesses, and we offer individualized support for these businesses with the goal being market access and export readiness in a global marketplace. And we sum it up, our work, into 3 main points that kind of turns into 6 main points because there's ands in all of them, but it's fine. So the first one is going to be market access and export readiness. This includes things like retail and distributor connections, support with or knowledge of USDA programming. It's going to be like value-added producer grants, farm-to-school incentives, things like that. International labeling and shipping considerations. And then we work really closely with the Foreign Agriculture Service. So they're going to have in-country liaisons in any country that you're interested in exporting to. We can be your connection there. Next up is going to be marketing and promotional opportunities. This includes our own trademark directory, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We have regional and national events, retail trade missions, which, for example, we did one in Canada a couple years ago that resulted in the first export sales for 6 tribally owned businesses. And then the big one, which are USDA-endorsed international and domestic trade shows or buyers meetings. We just got back from the National Restaurant Association show in Chicago. Later in the year, I'll be going to CL Paris, which is a big trade show over there. Very, very excited for that one. And that's really the big highlight of our program, is being able to sponsor companies and their representatives to be able to go to these events. The last point there is going to be market development resources and support. This is going to be one-on-one marketing plans, SWOT analysis, guides for Facebook page or Google business profile setup, farmers market setup checklist. Those are more one-on-one individual tasks. One program I do want to highlight just before I hop into the core of what we're talking about today is that Made and Produced by American Indians trademark that we manage. It is the most vital part of our programming over at AIF, and what this trademark really certifies is authenticity for tribal made goods. They estimate it's about $1 billion industry, and anywhere from 20 to 25% of those goods cannot be verified as coming from a tribal source. So we're here to combat that. The application is free, which is awesome. It takes 5 to 10 minutes, which is awesome. It's going to take you longer to get your documents in order than it is to submit it. And to qualify, the business just has to be owned by 51% or more interest by a tribal member or a tribe. Yeah. So we trademark only food and agriculture. Oh yeah, so she asked what type of items we trademark. Anything from coffee beans to beer to like wellness stuff. Really anything that comes from. We have a whole list that lists everything off, but it's a wide range. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So yeah, if you or anybody that you know may be interested in the trademark, my contact info will be at the end of the presentation. I would love to get chatting with you about that. The last thing I want to highlight just that we offer is our Native Market Success workshops. If you scan that QR code there, you can go to our YouTube channel and you'll be able to see them. Or if you would like to go through the actual e-curriculum, you can reach out to me and it's just an invite thing and I'll invite you to it and you can run through it. They were developed with support and input from tribal producers all across the country. And the most recent ones are going to be our part 2 of the series here, which is selling through USDA foods, selling to schools and institutions, 2-part marketing workshop. So there's a whole list of them on there. You guys can see them. And I did mention these earlier too, but we do have checklists and guides on anything from Google business profile setups to Facebook Meta commerce page setups, really anything. And if we don't have it, I'd be happy to work with you to make one. Okay. So now that we have a better understanding of who's yapping at you and what my company does, let's get started with a brief overview of what digital marketing is and why it's necessary in today's marketing landscape. So first up, we're just going to go over the basics. In today's world, establishing a digital presence is essential for business growth and visibility. If you aren't marketing online in today's landscape, the unfortunate facts are you're just leaving money on the table. This doesn't have to be anything complex. We all know how valuable your time is. Something like a simple website or Facebook commerce page, anything that gets your unique message and branding across is really going to be able to enable online sales and increase your reach overnight, especially if you have the luxury of cross-promoting on your personal page, on your friends and family personal page, just to get out there as much as you can. The other one I want to highlight there is the Google business profile. When I'm hungry after this event, I know we're going to eat an awesome lunch here, but when I'm hungry after this event, what am I going to do? I'm not just going to drive down Portage and find a spot. I'm going to Google best sandwich near me or biggest burger and shake in Chippewa County. If my car breaks down, I'd be Googling hopefully I'd be Googling the most trusted mechanic near me. You want to ensure that your business or your service pops up in these searches. And we're going to talk later about how you can do that. Another point I want to bring up at this stage is that AI is becoming more and more mainstream. 5 years ago when they just go Google it, now you're asking ChatGPT, you're asking Gemini, something like that. There can be a lot of confusion with that. So the thing I like saying about that is artificial intelligence is really, when you're searching for something like that, is just pulling from Google searches or from Reddit posts or from things that are already there. So the important thing is having that Google business profile, having reviews on there, having a Facebook page set up, because you're still going to show up in a Google search or in a Gemini search. So aside from those basics, what is a really easy way to get into digital marketing as a business owner? The easy answer is email marketing. Even in 2026, email marketing remains the powerhouse of customer acquisition and retention. A recent study on market trends found that 60% of the consumers that were surveyed prefer brand contact via email and have made a purchase from it in the last calendar year. Furthermore, the same study found that email drives a 4.24 conversion rate, which does not seem very high at all. But when you compare it to social media, you see that it's about 7 times higher than social media alone. So simply put, if you aren't utilizing email marketing, you are not doing everything you can with your limited time to promote your business in an effective and efficient way. Next up, I just have some trends and stats on social media. Although email marketing does outpace it, like I just said, it outpaces it pretty comfortably as well. It still is a vital part of your marketing mix. Everyone is on their phones in today's day and age. That's what this little chart is here. It's a little blurry. This is a very embarrassing chart, but this is screen time by age. So up top there is 18 to 24, and then 25 to 34. It's like 8 hours a day, which I know us Youpers, we don't do that. And the farmers I work with, we're not on our phones like that, but your consumers are. That's people are on their phones, that's where they find you. Social media just continues to grow in its impact and reach. It accounts for 30% of all ad dollars last year, and it's continuing to grow this year. Why? Because the capabilities are way more personal than with email and marketing and other static ads. Video campaigns have also shown a significantly higher yield in conversion rates than static ads, while partnerships with similar businesses, or I hate this term, but influencers, show even stronger return on investment. Finally, a new thing with Instagram and TikTok is they now include shoppable links, which is where you just tap the link and it'll put it in your cart for you. It could not be easier. And these have shown an increase when compared to the same non-shoppable posts of 74% when it comes to conversion. That doesn't mean 74% of the people seeing it buy something. It means 74% more than before. So I know I just kind of talked about these as separate things, email marketing and social media marketing, but now I'm going to talk about the dangers of siloing them. So now that we have just a little bit of a background understanding of what social media and email marketing are, we really need to talk about how these pieces fit together. When most small business owners sit down to tackle their marketing, they tend to look at it as a separate list of chores, the same way you would at your house. Like Monday's going to be my day for the floors, Tuesday's going to be my day for, apparently I need to up my cleaning. I couldn't think of another thing, but you know what I mean. When most small business owners sit down, they do exactly that. Monday is post on social media day. Wednesday is try to think of something to email my customers. Friday is website day. You get what I mean. And it does make sense. I did just break them down that way myself into separate items, and we do all treat them as separate silos. We think social media is here in one bucket, email marketing is in another. They really have nothing to do with each other, but they do, and that is the fastest way to burn yourself out, and it's really the fastest way to waste your own time. If you treat social media and email as separate projects, you're missing the entire game. They're not competitors, they're not even separate tools, they're two halves of the same engine. If you only do social media, you're building this massive crowd of people who see you today, but they're going to forget you tomorrow. If you only do email marketing, you have this giant megaphone and you're saying these amazing things, I'm sure, but who are you saying them to? No one new is really finding you. To build a growth engine that actually generates revenue, you have to really connect the two. And the easiest way to visualize how they connect is a concept you may or may not have heard of, but we're going to talk about it here on the next slide, and that's the marketing funnel. So the marketing funnel, this as a phrase can kind of sound like corporate jargon, at least to me, but it's really a simple way to describe how human beings go from never hearing about a business to choosing to spend money on your business. So you want to think of it like a funnel. It's really wide at the top, narrows down to the small opening at the bottom, and that shape represents your customers. Well, hopefully it represents their journey. So you want to, we'll use a real world analogy here. Imagine you own a brick and mortar local grocery store or a specialty food market on a busy main street in town. The very top of that funnel is the sidewalk outside of your store. Hundreds of people walk past your building every single day. They're busy, they're talking to their friends, they're looking at their phones. They know a building exists, they know there's something there next to them, but they aren't thinking about buying anything from you yet. This represents your potential. In the digital world, social media is going to be like your sidewalk. When you post a video on Instagram or a photo on Facebook, you're essentially putting a really beautiful handmade sign out on the sidewalk, waving your hand saying, look over here, I have something to sell you, we have something, we exist, we are really cool. And at the top of the funnel, it's all about awareness. It's about getting people to stop walking, look at your sign, and realize not only you're an option, but you're the option. Moving on to the middle of the funnel here, I want you to imagine that one of those people on the sidewalk stop. They really like that sign. Whoever painted it did a really, really good job. They pull open that front door, they step inside your store, they're looking at all the shelves, they're smelling the fresh food, they're checking out the prices, all of that. They haven't bought anything yet, but they're moving from the sidewalk into your space. They're interested, that's the important part. And this is where we get into the middle of the funnel. That's where we have consideration. Digital marketing is where most business owners drop the ball. They get people to look at their social media sign, but they don't have a front door to really invite them into. It's just window shopping. Essentially, they're leaving that customer out on the freezing sidewalk. That brings us to the bottom of the funnel there, conversion, or your cash register. Finally, the customer takes an item off the shelf, walks up to the counter, pulls out their card, and completes the purchase. We're at the bottom of the funnel. In your digital engine, email marketing is the inside of your store and is your cash register. Social media builds that awareness and brings them into the building. Email marketing takes them by the hand, says sweet things to them, walks them through the aisles, teaches them about your products, and gently guides them to that checkout counter. Again, you want to attract on social, convert on email. When you understand this flow, your daily marketing job completely changes. You stop stressing about going viral on social media because you realize you don't need 1 million followers or 1 million likes. You just need the right people on your sidewalk. People that are willing to open the door. Your entire strategy boils down to this 2-step formula. 1, attract on social media. Use your social platforms to grab attention, showcase your expertise, and highlight your customers' pain points, which we're going to talk a little bit more about later. Number 2 is going to be convert on email. Give them a clear reason to walk through the door, join your email list, and let your automated emails, which we're going to talk about automation here in a bit as well, you're going to let them do the closing work for you. If you really don't connect these two pieces, your marketing engine is just broken. If you have a massive social media presence but no email list, you have a packed sidewalk of people looking through your window, but the front door is locked. If you have a beautiful email newsletter but no social media strategy, you have this gorgeous store with a full staff, stocked shelves, but you've built it in the middle of the woods. There is no sidewalk, there is no traffic. Our goal today is going to be about building that sidewalk and unlocking the front door. This brings us to part 2, which is about creating engagement. Now that we have that digital marketing 101 framework, the top of the funnel is social media for awareness, the bottom of the funnel is revenue. Now that we have that blueprint, we want to roll up our sleeves and look at the exact gears we need to build it. So we're going to start at the very top of the funnel again with the sidewalk and answer this question. How do we actually write social media content that forces people to stop scrolling and pay attention? Let's get into it. So, likes don't keep the lights on. I want to start by bursting a bubble that a lot of marketing agencies like to sell you. Likes, follows, and views are vanity metrics. They look really, really good on your screen, but those followers, they don't mean anything if those followers are not buying your products, renting your services, or joining your movement. They are just numbers. You cannot take 10,000 likes and take it to the bank to pay your electric bill. Again, our goal on social media isn't to become famous. Our goal is to build an asset. We want to use these platforms to attract the exact right people, start a genuine conversation, and drive them to a place where we own the relationship. And that's what we're going to talk about here next, where we own the relationship, and that's our email list. But to get them to make that move, we really have to get our consumers to care. And to get them to care, we have to stop pitching to them 24/7 and really start solving their problems. So we're going to look at 3 highly actionable tactics that you can start using on your own to do exactly that. The first of those we call the problem first framework. The biggest mistake I see a lot of small business owners make on their social media is what I call the look at my stuff strategy. It's just endless photos of products or flyers for services with a caption that basically says, buy this because we have it available. Think of your own scrolling habits here for a second. Do you open Instagram or Facebook or TikTok hoping to find an ad or a billboard? No, it's because you're bored and you're looking for something to do. You want to be entertained, you're looking for an answer to something like that. If you want content that really sparks engagement, you have to keep that in mind, and your content has to be problem first. Every business in this room exists because it solves a specific friction point for your customers. Social media needs to put that friction point front and center. So I want you to sit down and list, if you want to, I want you to sit down and list the top 3 pain points that your customers experience before they buy from you. I can give you 30 seconds to think of a couple. For example, if you sell high quality, authentic heritage clothing, your customer's pain point isn't that they don't own a shirt. Their pain point is that they're buying cheap shirts that are synthetic material. They shrink in the wash, they rip, they fall apart, they aren't good quality, and that's that pain point. So the content you create should address that. You create a short 30-second video that shows the difference and explains to your customers what to look for. It shows them the difference between cheap synthetic stitching and real natural fiber, a rugged, real good stitch that's gonna last a long time. You teach them how to spot quality. Suddenly you aren't just selling them a shirt, you're solving their frustration and saving them money in the long run. When you speak directly to a pain point, people don't just scroll past. They stop, they comment, they tag their friends, and they think, I'm heard. Somebody else feels this. And that's your way in. This brings us to tactic number 2, which is what we call the 20-minute community clock. This one is all about organic growth and community building. Everyone wants to know the secret to beating the algorithm. Is it hashtags? Is it audio trends? Is it, who knows, making the correct post? Who knows? The real secret is pretty simple. Oh, I'm sorry. If I'm not talking loud enough, somebody please flag me down. Grandma, you have to do that. I'll give you that job. The real secret to the algorithm is simple. It rewards social behavior because it is a social network. If you post a piece of content and then immediately lock your phone and go and do something else, the platform sees that. The algorithm is going to track that and see it as a dead end. So I'm going to give you a tool called the community clock to give it a try on your own. It requires just 20 minutes a day, maybe 25, split into 2 10-minute blocks. First 10 minutes actually happens right before you make any posts. You don't just log in and dump your content. You want to open up the app, go to the profiles of 5 or 10 local businesses, partners, ideal customers, something like that, and just leave a genuine, thoughtful comment on their stuff. Don't say, come check out my page. Just be a human. Be what we are. This signals to the platform that your account is active and engaging, and it signals to your community that you are somebody that they want to interact with. The next 10 minutes is going to happen right after you hit publish. Sit down on the app. If somebody leaves a comment on your new post right away, answer them immediately. Start a conversation in those comments. When the platform's algorithm sees an immediate flurry of back and forth dialogue on a post, it flags that content as high value and starts pushing it organically to people who don't even follow you yet. Growth doesn't happen by shouting into the void. It happens by talking with people, not at them. Now this is going to bring us to the third tactic here, which is the hand raiser or call to action, and it really serves as a bridge into the next part of our presentation. So that's why I saved it for the third one. Most businesses end their posts with I don't mean to offend anybody, but kind of a weak call to action. This is link in bio or visit our website. The problem is we are lazy, and it's forcing a user to leave the app, click on a link, and browse a cold website. It requires a lot of effort on their part. Most just aren't going to do it if it's not done for them. So instead, you want to use a hand raiser. This is where you offer something of value that solves one of the pain points that we discussed, and you ask them to raise their hand in your comments to get it. So let's say you run a specialized consulting or processing business, and you've put together a simple one-page PDF guide called The 5 Things to Do or to Ask Before Hiring a Contractor. You post a short video talking about just one of those points, and then at the end of the video, you don't say, go to my website to download the rest. You look at the camera and say, I've put the other 4 on a free one-page checklist. If you want a copy, comment this on my post and I'll DM it over to you. I'll direct message it over to you. What happens when you do this? You're going to get comments that say, send me the checklist. But the algorithm is going to see these comments and push the video to a wider audience. And then you're going to slide into the direct messages of that person and send them the link, and you're going to get their email in return. And you can use that for your email list. So you've just successfully turned a casual, anonymous social media scroller into a warm business lead. And you didn't have to trick them. You didn't have to spend any time really or money on advertising. It was just a very easy, organic interaction. So this brings us to part 3, which is capitalizing on engagement. You can think of social media really as rented land. You don't own Instagram, you don't own Facebook, and you don't own TikTok. If their algorithm changes tomorrow, or if your account gets locked, you lose access to your audience. So by using problem-first content to get their attention, the community clock to build those relationships, and then finally hand raisers to get them talking, you're packing up your bags and moving these followers off of rented land and onto owned land, which is your email list. So now that we've got them raising their hands and asking for more, how do we actually convert that email list into consistent revenue? That brings us into the next part of our engine, which is email marketing. So the value of an email subscriber. Now again, now that we've got them raising their hands on social media, we're going to talk about moving them onto the email list where the actual revenue generation happens. I want you to think about social media like a crowded, noisy trade show floor, which is something I don't have to imagine. A big part of my job is going to crowded, noisy trade show floors. I don't recommend it unless you really have to do it. But you want to picture that. There are hundreds or thousands of booths, bright lights, there's music playing, people shouting for attention. There's just so much going on. It's really easy to get overwhelmed. When someone stops by your booth and they stop and drop a comment or drop a like, because remember our social media is our trade show here, that's really great, but they can easily turn around, walk 5 steps, go to the next booth and do the same thing and completely forget about you, just because somebody else caught their eye. An email inbox is different. An email inbox is like inviting that customer away from the noisy trade show floor and into a quiet conference room for a one-on-one buyer's meeting or coffee. You really have their undivided attention in those situations. So statistically speaking, according to the Direct Marketing Association, email marketing yields an average return on investment of about $36 to $40 for every single dollar spent on email marketing. Why is that? Because people buy from businesses they trust, and trust is built through consistent direct communication. Social media gets that introduction, email closes the sale. This brings us to the ethical bribe, which is how you get the email. So how do we really get them from that noisy social media floor into your quiet email room? Nobody just gives away their email address for free. Or if your website says sign up for our newsletter, nobody is signing up. We all have enough spam in our lives. You really have to do it for them. So this brings us to the next thing we're going to discuss, which is called a lead magnet. And you can think of it as bait with fishing. We're going to use an agribusiness example here. And let's say you run a native-owned commercial fishing operation or a premium seafood market selling wild-caught, sustainably harvested Great Lakes whitefish and walleye. Your social media followers love seeing photos of the boats, the pristine water, the fresh catch, but how do you get them how do you get their email? You create, or one way you could do it is to create a simple 2-page digital resource. We could call it the Clean Eating Fish Guide, and it can be mistakes that people make that ruin their fish. And this costs you nothing to create, just a little bit of time creating a PDF. You can now use AI to help you out with it as well. But just a simple PDF with a couple of your family's best recipes, cooking temperatures, a guide on how to freeze fish without getting freezer burn. It directly solves your customer's pain point, which is I want to buy fresh fish, but I'm terrified of overcooking it and wasting my money. On social media, you put out a video showing a beautiful whitefish fillet searing on a pan, and your call to action is that hand raiser we just talked about, which is comment the word recipe, and I'll send you a free 5-step cooking guide. When they click the link and you send it to them, they type their email address to download the PDF, and this is another highly effective way of getting that email. Another option is an exclusive offer. Something like join our catch alert list to get 10% off your first order and get first dibs on our limited weekly catch before it sells out. Now that they are on your list, what do we do next? This is the welcome sequence. This is going to serve as your 24/7 salesperson. So once you get that email, once the customer gives you the email, you can't just let them sit there until you have a sale 3 months from now. You need to talk to them while they're warm and while you are fresh on their mind. And this is where we use automation. You don't have to write these emails manually every single time someone signs up. That's the beauty of it, is you write them once, you plug it into your email software. Some good ones I recommend are MailChimp, Constant Contact, or Klaviyo. I might not be pronouncing that one right. But the system then delivers them automatically on a schedule that you pick. For small business owners, I recommend a simple but highly effective 3-email welcome sequence that's spread out over 5 days. And this sequence, again, is going to act as your 24/7 salesperson. Email 1, the second they sign up, email 1 hits their inbox. The content is going to be you deliver the fish cooking guide and the 10% discount code that you promised. The story here that you're telling is you introduce the human face behind the business. You say, hi, I'm Jake. I have a family-owned fishing operation here. We've been on these waters for generations. Thank you for supporting a local food system. Your goal with that first message is just deliver on your promise with your guide and make a really good first impression. This brings us to the second email. So 2 days later, the automation is automatically going to send out email number 2. You don't pitch them the product yet, you're just educating in this one. The content in this is you share the values of your business, explain why your wild-caught whitefish is nutritionally superior to the store-bought farm-raised fish. Show a photo of your crew and your family that's there working on the boat or on the processing facility. And the goal here is to build both authority and trust. You are proving to them that your product is worth every penny because of the care and because of the story behind it. This is where you really focus on your brand and your story. This brings us to the third email, which on day 5, you'll send out email number 3, or the automated system will send out email number 3. Now that the customer knows who you are and they trust your quality, you ask for the sale. The content in this is we just brought in a fresh catch this morning. We have a limited number of our premium catch available for local pickup or shipping straight to your door. Use your welcome code that we just sent for 10% off and secure it this weekend. The goal, this is a clear call to action. It gives them a direct button that they can press. It takes them right to your online store, and it's going to lead to more sales. So this kind of rounds it all out into the complete revenue engine. Let's take a second and really think about what happened here. The customer started out as a random person scrolling through social media or walking down your sidewalk. They're sitting on their couch scrolling through social media. Then they see their video and they raised their hand because you spoke to one of their pain points. They traded their email for your cooking guide, and your automated email sequence educated them on your quality and invited them to become a customer. You didn't have to manually pitch to them. The system did it for you while you're out running your business, managing your inventory, or hopefully, maybe out relaxing. I think that's the goal for everybody, right? That's what we want to do with our time. So this is how social media and email marketing can really work together to build a reliable pipeline that converts casual scrollers into loyal paying customers. Okay, so we are getting up near the end here. I apologize that I've gone a little quicker than I think the time was slotted for, but I'm sure that'll be fine. As we finish up here, we've covered just a lot of ground today. It can get a little confusing. But we went over the basics of just getting started with a Google Business Profile, all the way into the weeds of algorithm strategy and automated email copywriting. So I like to just kind of go over the key points that we discussed as a way to round it out. So I know it can feel like a lot, especially when you're already running a busy operation. So we will just simplify it. And again, if there's not another thing you guys write down from my presentation, I would like this slide to be what you remember and what you write down. They're the important ones. So bullet 1 there on the left is cut out the marketing silos. Just stop doing it that way. Please promise me that when you get back to your office, you will stop looking at your website, your Facebook page, and your email as separate, exhausting chores on your to-do list. They are not competitors. They are two halves of the exact same revenue-generating engine. Remember, if you only focused on social media, you're standing on a packed sidewalk shouting at people who will forget you tomorrow. If you're only focusing on email, you've built this beautiful store in the middle of the woods and nobody can find you. You have to connect the two to unlock that front door. Bullet number 2 there, or box number 2. I got to use this. I haven't used this the whole time. Social media is your sidewalk, not your cash register. Stop treating social media like it's a 24/7 digital board. Nobody opens up their phone hoping to see an uninspired flyer telling them to buy your stuff just because it's available. Shift your mindset into a problem-first framework. Speak directly to the frustrations your customers are facing, whether it's being terrified of overcooking a premium piece of fish or being sick of buying cheap clothes that fall apart. Use that 20-minute community clock to talk with your community instead of at them, and use hand raisers as a call for action to get them interacting. Bullet 3 here is we want to move from rented land to owned land. Get your business off of rented land. I cannot stress this enough. You do not own Instagram. You do not own Facebook. You do not own TikTok. You don't own your profile there. The algorithm can change. It can be shut down. There's a bunch of talk about the potential of TikTok being shut down in the last couple of years. It wasn't, but those things can happen. And if it does, and you're only reliant on that, you lost your entire customer base overnight. So you want to use an ethical bribe. Offer them immense immediate value through a lead magnet, something like a simple 2-page cooking guide or a catch alert list. and to trade that casual social media interaction for the most valuable asset in digital marketing, which is what? Their email. Well, you failed the quiz. Bullet number 4 is let automation be your 24/7 salesperson. Your email inbox is that quiet conference room where you have the customer's undivided attention, you have their one-on-one attention. This is where relationships are built and where sales are closed. And it yields that incredible, remember, $36 to $40 return for every dollar you spend on email marketing. Don't let those new emails sit there freezing on the sidewalk. You want to plug them into that simple 3-email welcome sequence that, again, is automated, and deliver on what you promised. Educate them on the story and quality of your operation, and then confidently invite them to buy. Let that system do the heavy lifting or the nurturing of those leads while you're out doing what you actually do best, which, again, running the business and things like that, but hopefully it's enjoying your life as well. Because we have a short time here, right? So again, build the sidewalk, unlock the front door, let that engine run. Thank you guys so much for your time. Here's my contact info. If you guys were interested by anything I said today but didn't really get into the weeds of it, like especially the natural resources stuff and the technical assistance support, please reach out to me. I can hand out business cards as well. We have a really awesome technical assistance staff for the Great Lakes region. Their names are Abby and Joey. I'd be happy to introduce you to them. Well, Abby is on maternity leave with twins right now, but once she gets back from that, I'll introduce you to her. But yeah, we have a really awesome team. We are here to serve Indian country, and thank you guys so much for your time.
Do we have any questions? Oh, 1 second. Wait. If you could say it into the mic just for a recording.
Okay, no problem. Are there any strategies for the subject line creation to help in getting those open rates to increase? Because we're inundated with emails, and a lot of my emails especially, I will delete just by looking at the subject line. Yeah. So are there some strategies for creating a subject line that's going to get that email opened?
There isn't like a overarching strategy I could give you. It's kind of a case-by-case basis when I'm working with people. But even something that just says urgent, I've found, you can stretch it a little bit. All caps, urgent, you need to see this, or sale ending or something. But you want to walk that line, because we've all seen the million spam emails everybody gets that says 20% off from whatever. Like, people kind of get annoyed by that. So there's a fine line to walk between being personable and still getting yourself out there. But I don't feel like I answered your question, honestly, but it's a case-by-case basis.
Any other questions? I have one. How do you know which social media platform would be good for your business?
It's really going to depend on whoever the person doing that for the business is. What I recommend is what they are most comfortable with. But now with Facebook owning Instagram, I always recommend Facebook and Instagram, because you can do linked posts where you just have to click it once and it will post on both. But those are the two that I recommend the most.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Do you have any examples of anybody that you work with that does a good job with this?
Does a good job with
combining everything.
Yeah. The first one that comes to mind there is Alaska Wild Seafood is a seafood company I work with up in Alaska. That they have an awesome website set up, but they are able to run a lot of their sales through their Facebook page, and they lean pretty heavily on their Facebook page.
Will we be able to get a copy of your slides? It's very helpful.
I'll send them to you right now.
Great information. Thank you.
For sure. Can I just get your email, and then I'll come talk to you after this? Yeah.
I can
Perfect.
connect you too. Kind of taking it back to the question I just asked, but can you kind of go through like each of the platforms that you mentioned to see which business could connect with them most?
Yeah. So Instagram is going to be, I'm sorry, I don't have pictures to go through this. So Instagram is all going to be pictures. The point of Instagram and really what you highlight there is it's a really good spot for 30-second videos and for pictures, but the way that the text is set up is it's not a good spot to put a lot of information in the caption. Whereas on Facebook, which again is owned by the same company so you can cross promote, Facebook's a really good spot to list things out because when you're looking at a Facebook post, you have all the text is right there to see. Instagram, I would recommend really only for videos and pictures and not big, long things of text. Facebook, I went over that one. TikTok is just videos. You shouldn't have anything in your captions really on TikTok. Everything is going to be explained in those videos. And the beauty of all three is you can create a TikTok, put it there, and then also put an Instagram reel up and put something up on Facebook, and it can all be the same video. What are some other? Those are really the three main that I see people interact with. And then I really highly recommend the Google Business Profile. That's a really easy thing to set up. You can choose the keywords that you pop up with, like when people search X, Y, and Z, you can choose to pop up with those. And we can work with you to make sure that you have all the right keywords and have the business profile set up. Any other questions on that?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Would you say for like my company, which is a consulting business, so for B2B companies, would you say LinkedIn would be the best platform for B2B?
Yes.
Okay.
100% LinkedIn, yes, for that. But I apologize that I didn't have that in here. Most of my presentations and most of the companies I work with are in food and agribusiness, so I didn't even think of LinkedIn. But yes, LinkedIn. If you have like consulting or some services as a business, I think LinkedIn is an awesome resource.
Online question. Sorry. Little bit off course a little bit. What do you see as the biggest opportunities for tribal agriculture over the next 5 to 10 years?
What John will be talking about later today, government contracting. They are the biggest the biggest buyer for any of those contracts. But then also I work in the export readiness world, and if I could just get some tribes to grow some soybeans, we would have a lot of export opportunities over to the EU. So if any of you guys can pull some strings to do that, do it. There is a need for it. But I think specialty products, things like jerkies, pemmican, things that are pretty shelf stable and are in line with the unique story, I think are the forefront.
And then another one, how can tribal governments better support Native-owned agricultural businesses? What can the tribes do to help?
Understand that when you're starting out especially with a new agricultural or enterprise, that there may not be revenue at first. And I think a lot of the groups I've worked with, they've had a hard time talking to their boards about that there's not going to be revenue at first. And just that I've seen a lot of tribes have a hard time committing to that.
Okay. We'll probably do one last question. We're going to do a quick coffee break. I know you talked about AI a little bit in your presentation. Can you kind of give more tips about utilizing AI for social media?
Unfortunately, I am definitely not the expert on AI. I will say we are in the works of working, one of our producers that I work with, if you guys have heard of Cat Spring Yaupon, which is Yaupon tea. It's the only tea that is native to North America. They're based out in Texas. She is a whiz. So I'm working with her to create a webinar series about utilizing AI in your business. She has like 8 different engines that she uses, and she's trained them all. One will basically write her grants for her. One does her social media posts for her. And what she did was upload all the voice and tone that she wanted. She was able to upload them into that. And now she's able to just be like, all right, I need a post about this to post on this day. And that's all she has to do. Everything else is already up, but she'd put in all that time beforehand of uploading every blog, everything she's ever written. So that's an option too. To me, the real beauty about AI is that if you have a lot of the business owners I meet with just have trouble organizing everything. They have a million different thoughts, but don't know where to go with them and how to organize it. And just putting all your stream of consciousness thinking into an AI engine can be really a good way to kind of map it out and really flesh out a plan. But at the end of the day, AI is only going to be as good as the person using it. I don't think it's the end all be all. I don't think it's going to take over anything, and I think it's only as good as the people using it.
Any final questions? No.
Thank you guys so much.
Are you going to talk? Okay.
Sorry.
I'm really short compared to trying to pull us down. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. I think we're good to go now, right, Riley? With our live stream. Again, it's recorded, so we can send out the link after we complete the day. We're going to move on to our next speakers, which are going to talk about capital for your business. And so we're joined with Shauna. I'm just going to keep it at that. And Robert. So thank you both for joining us, and I'll let you guys take it.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's see how this microphone goes. I'm not sure how I feel about holding it. Okay. Ani Buju, Nimpi Kwe Indigenakash, Ajijak Indodum, Wakanaksin Odawa Indao, Wikwi Dungsin Indonjaba. My name is Shauna Shinanakwit. I am from the Crane Clan, and I am from Harbor Springs, Michigan, and I am a proud member of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians. And my 9 to 5, I am the Executive Director of Northern Shores Community Development. We are a native CDFI. So I would first like to say miigwech, thank you to the National Center of American Indian Enterprise Development and to our neighbors, the Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians. So miigwech for bringing us here. It is an honor to share information of our organization, the work that we do, and the impact that we are making throughout communities that we serve. As a certified Native CDFI, our mission is to create economic opportunities, expand access to capital, and support financial success of individuals, families, entrepreneurs, and tribal communities across Michigan. Today, I will provide an overview of who we are, the programs and services that we offer, and how we are helping strengthening communities through economic development, financial empowerment, and our ongoing commitment to serving 12 federally recognized tribes. Okay. Oh, is this the wrong one? Hit it again. Ooh, there we go. Perfect. As a native girl, I can be nimble. All right. Who we are. Northern Shores Community Development, once again, we do serve, and I keep repeating this, is all 12 federally recognized tribes. Some CDFIs do not do that, but we do. We feel very fortunate to be able to serve everyone on their reservations as far as tribal communities, econ, and then individuals, families, businesses for their financial resources and opportunities. Our work is grounded on the belief that economic development is the most effective when it reflects and respects the cultural values, the traditions, and the strengths of the communities it serves. So every tribe is different and every community is different. We've noticed that the southern tribes need different support than the northern tribes. They also have different specialties in business and economic development. So they're all really specialists in their area, but they are different tribal nations with different strengths. All right. As a Native CDFI, we provide capital, financial education, technical assistance, and entrepreneur support tailored to the unique needs of tribal communities and underserved populations. Throughout these efforts, we help foster economic self-sufficiency while honoring the cultural heritage and traditional knowledge that continue to guide our communities today. So as Native people, we often have different morals and ethics that drive our communities, and that creates a culture within our businesses and how we interact with outside agencies and other tribes. By investing in our people, businesses, and communities, we help create pathways to sustainable growth, financial stability, and long-term prosperity. On to our mission. Our mission is to increase access to capital, strengthen entrepreneurship, and build financial capability and support sustainability in the community and development. Everything we do is focused on creating opportunities, improve financial well-being while contributing to stronger local economies. We believe that when individuals and businesses have the access and tools, the resources they need, that communities become more resilient, prosperous, and prepare for future generations. In our culture here, we do believe in our teachings to always look to the future and our 7 grandfather teachings and our 7 generations. So we try to tailor our programs to that idea and those teachings as Native people. And up here, as you can see, I did put a lot of pictures of our different businesses that we currently have that do those. Up there is they are making maple sugar and syrup. That is a big one. And then we have a new family, Dos Locos. They are a food truck, and they serve right in Petoskey, and they are a multi-family generational business. So it's exciting. Okay, let's jump to programs and services. So Northern Shores, we can pull a rabbit out of the hat any day of the week. We are a CDFI. We have a variety of programs and services designed to support individuals, businesses at different stages for their financial and entrepreneurial journeys. We often get many businesses that have been in business for years, and maybe they need a capital injection to grow their business, or maybe technical support. Maybe we bring in folks, or they sit down with us individually, and we work with them on QuickBooks or Excel and show them how to do inventory, programs, because they really are in their fields the professionals, and they know all of their businesses the best. They just need to build up their business to expand and be more profitable. So our services do include lending. That is the mind of our CDFI, that we, the board and the leadership, that our interest rates are lower than your traditional banking. We are unregulated. However, our board of directors does make policies and standards for money. So for instance, our business loans start at 7%. If you go to a bank, you would have to show 3 years of book. With us, you don't have to show any. We will help you build your business to get you there. We also have credit building and debt consolidation lending, consumer loans, personal loans. And those also are lower interest rate. They start at 10%. And those will build your credit score. The smaller ones, 2,500 or less, we do those ones, so then that way people, and we don't run your credit score. We just look at your information, we work with you so you can build a credit score, so you can pursue other lending, or if you want to go to a bank and get lending from there to build your build capital, or, I don't know, a house, a car. So we do a lot of those. And financial education, that will come in many different ways. That might just be me or Nicholas working with someone. We do run classes, and we do work with outside entities to bring in speakers to support our community. While we believe funding is important, we do understand that long-term success requires more than just capital alone. That is why we pair out with lending programs with education, coaching, supporting services, helping our clients build confidence, strengths, and skills, and achieve their goals. Okay. Okay, here's one of our classes and a presenter. That is, just so you know, the guy in the back, that is my mother. She is an accountant, so she came in, and one of our participants, a farm owner with her daughter, O'Damon and Kiana, and Nick, I'm not quite sure, the picture kept cutting off his head in the presentation, but that's this guy right here. And he works with our clients with business development support. So that's one of our primary focuses when you come in. We want to look to see, do you have a business plan? And if they do have a business plan, how do we make it tailor better to your business to be able to grow or expand? And we've actually had a lot of expansions this year. We work closely with clients to develop the plans, improve financial management practices, strengthen marketing strategies, and prepare for financing opportunities. Through personalized coaching, technical assistance, and capacity building support, our businesses become loan ready and positioned for long-term success. Our goal is not only to help businesses, but to help them grow, create jobs, and continue to local economies. All right. Here's one of my favorite slides, and I've just put some of the businesses up there. 66% of Northern Shore's lending is actually agriculture and aquaculture. And a lot of financial institutions do not lend, or it's difficult to find one that lend to those types of businesses. However, in Michigan, especially in northern Michigan, one of our strengths is that. When I was first looking at the portfolio of our books, I said, okay, what are we doing here and what are we good at and how can we help our citizens? So we took across the UP and northern Michigan and a couple southern tribes and realized that farming has always been here, aquaculture has always been here, and how do we build on that? So we worked closely and we helped a lot of our businesses develop business plans and management practices and strengthening marketing strategies and financing opportunities. So we went out there and looked for different funders that found these things were important and investors. And one of them was the Native American Agriculture Fund. And they gave us a grant and lending money and technical support, marketing, different grants for insurance, risk management, so we could completely help the entire project and the loan. So one of my best examples that we have that we are very proud of is a northern Michigan tribe in the UP here came to us, and they are experts in their field. They are fishermen. And so they are actually practicing our treaty rights in our area. And so their family's been doing this, well, forever. And so anyhow, they came to us and they said, okay, Shauna, we need a boat, but we have no credit. And we don't really run books. And I said, okay, that's okay. Let me see what you've got. So they came in and gave me a bucket of receipts. And I took a look at all their receipts and all their good work that they had stock sales. And I was like, okay, let's do this. We put it down, we created books for them, a little business plan, and said, let's get going. We gave them $50,000, and in that year they were able to make $250,000. This year they expanded into another branch in their business and created more jobs and intergenerational wealth. So now they are all the way down for the lower part of the peninsula, all the way to the top of the UP. And it's really exciting to see that. They also collaborate with other tribal fisheries to move forward. So I was just bragging a little bit. Okay, through personalized coaching, we help businesses become loan ready and positioned. So I think I just talked about that. Our goal is not only to help businesses, and oops, sorry, I switched it over after I was bragging about my farm. Okay, includes Native American agriculture, fisheries, local food systems, related businesses, ventures to contribute economic growth and community. Supporting these industries has advanced food sovereignty, create employment opportunities, strengthen local economies while preserving important cultural practices and connections to land and water. So another one that we did was Gitchigowawi Farms. They do maple sugar and syrup. They are a new family. They are Pokagon and Odawa, and they have a little baby. And they went out and had a dream. They started a farm, and they went out there with their hard work and efforts, started selling their syrup. So one of the things that they didn't realize is when we do this technical support is we take a look at the market, and they were just going to only sell it for like $5 to $7. We said, no, you will sell your syrup for just as much as everyone else is charging or more. And that is your specialty. And they have been doing good. Within a couple hours, their first batch was sold. Okay, next. Oh, here we go. Community impact. So the impact of our work can be seen in the communities that we serve. A lot of businesses that are native, if you look around, we have financing within them or grants, or we have worked with other partners to inject capital into our tribal communities. Through lending, education, technical assistance, partnerships, we help expand financing, support business growth, build local wealth, and strengthen resistance. So every loan approved, every entrepreneur supported, every training session delivered contributes to a stronger communities where individuals, families, and farms and businesses can thrive. And our success is not only measured by numbers, but by the lives improved and opportunities created through our work. So as being a CDFI, one of the things, and a nonprofit, we are not looking to drive, there is revenue, but we are looking to see impact in our community. And our funders want to see impact in our communities and want to see Native businesses grow, or the underserved community as well. They are neighbors, and it's important to take care of one another. And in northern Michigan especially, we are normally small businesses, and we need to support one another. So a lot of times we team up with other community foundations, and we promote different businesses. You'll see Bailey's Farm, that is a GTB company. They started with a goat farm and beekeeping, and they made Chimbuca, and now it is a nationwide company. They started manufacturing, and I believe they just got into Myers, but I know that they're shipping all the way to California. So it's really cool to watch those companies grow. There's some of our fishermen. Those are our tough guys. They keep trying to get me on that boat. It's not going to happen, but I will support them dockside. And there's another one of our honey companies that is continuing to grow, and that is underneath of Bailey's as well. So partnerships, that is critical to our CDFI. We have a lot of different ways of funding projects. We partner with banks, which some of them are in this room. Hello, Huntington. We partner with trust funds, Native American Agriculture Fund. You'll hear about that. Tumultuous Loan Fund, OWISTA. They have been a huge impact in our community. We fund with other banks, Citizens National Bank in the area. So there are a lot of different revenue streams that we have. A lot of them also come from the Department of Treasury. We're still waiting for them to keep moving, but yes, they do. They come from there, and so it's exciting. Other things that we do as far as partnerships is we have contracts for technical assistance with different businesses like 20 Fathoms. You might have heard of IndigiPitch. We helped promote that and organize that event to help promote our tribal entrepreneurs and for them to find investors and funding throughout the community. So that was throughout the whole state of Michigan, and all of our tribal nations were able to participate in that. It was exciting. And that's Andrew up there. He's our vice chair. He's Andrew Adowagijic, and our trustee at the bottom, Gregory Shinanaquit, on the board, and Minokame Massey, she was one of our tribal princesses. So we do go into a lot of different community events. Okay, so our strategic priorities. So as we look to the future, our strategic priorities remain focused on expanding opportunity and strengthening impact. The priorities include increasing access and lending capital, enhancing financial education programs, supporting entrepreneurship, expanding technical services, and attracting additional investments in the communities we serve. So for instance, one of the bigger ones that for our strategic planning is we are starting to expand to work with more economic development, tribal, I guess some of them are programs, some of them are enterprises, and some of them are charters. In addition, we are working directly with tribal councils and leadership for their funding projects. There are a lot of government opportunities that folks and tribes are unaware of that we can bring forward that run the money through this CDFI, and then we are able to deploy those monies and help the tribes get direct pays. And then we go out and we look for funders and make capital stacks for those projects. You'll see a lot of them out west, or I would have to say there's a new one that was over in Wisconsin. They did a health park for $68 million. And those were CDFIs that came together and capital stacked. So we do have the ability to come together and support projects. All right, so contact us. In closing, Northern Shores Community Development is dedicated to creating economic opportunities, strengthening communities through access to capital, financial education, and development business support. So thank you for your time and attention and interest in work. We look forward to continue build strong partnerships and creating meaningful opportunities and support the success of our communities for generation to come. And I would also like to add, my mother is in the room too. So, and she is actually a founder of the CDFI that was formed in 2007. So thank you for coming.
It will be 20 years on February 7th,
Yeah.
2027.
Miigwech for supporting. And to my aunt, Tammy Shinanaquit, Tribal Council, to sit up front and center and to support all of us here in Econ. So, miigwech. I'm guessing we have a wide range of topics, so I can either talk to you later or you can ask questions now. Looks like you're up, buddy. Oh, sure.
What's Michigan up there?
Oh, that's an 1836 trading company. They're Bay Mills. Yeah, Bay Mills boys. Yeah, I have Tatcherson's, yeah.
Okay, it's my brother's then.
Yeah, so, she's like, wait a minute. Well, they just put up a new, yeah, they just expanded their business as well. So I'm really looking forward to trying that trout. Any other questions?
One quick question.
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Will we be able to obtain a copy of the slides?
Yes.
All right. I think that's it right now. And
All right.
thank you.
Miigwech.
Good morning. I'd like to thank NEI for inviting me to speak at the conference today. Much appreciated, and thank you for hosting the event. Glad to be a part of it. So, my name is Robert Saruk. I run the Sioux Tribe Thrive, which is in charge of implementing an SSBCI grant. It helps Sioux Tribe entrepreneurs get access to capital, which they might not otherwise have access to. First of all, before I get to my presentation, I want to talk about some of the issues that I have seen throughout my life. I have been in banking for 15 years. I kind of want to explain how banks lend money in case anyone's not aware. Some of the big things they look for, in particular, they are looking at your credit score, which is something previous presentation kind of went into detail how they can help you out with your credit score. So they're looking at your credit score. They're going to look at your collateral, so essentially what you're putting up to secure against debt. So that's going to largely dictate what your interest rate is, and that's going to dictate what they are and aren't willing to lend to you. And then they're also looking at how much you make versus what your monthly debt is. So they want to make sure essentially that you can pay the bill back. Now, what I have found in my career is there is a lack of access in Indian country to these resources, particularly for whatever reason. I'm not 100% sure what the reasons were. Historically, there were other reasons behind it, but some of these programs that we're rolling out now help to combat that to a degree. So it gets access to people who typically were locked out of the market, because how do you get collateral and credit if you've never had access to it before? So that's why some of these programs are so important, in particular the work the CDFI Northern Shores is doing. From that previous presentation, that's something we'll definitely have to be collaborating on here in the future. So the way Sioux Tribe Capital Fund works is it's a loan guarantee program. So it's funded through the SSBCI grant that we received through the Treasury Department. And essentially it works via collateral support or via loan participation. So it incentivizes the bank to lend to you where you might have shortfalls. This button? Okay. So as you can see, those are the biggest problems we've had, though, is insufficient collateral, limited equity or limited money to put down into your business, because if you don't own any collateral, if you don't own your home, if you don't have other assets that you can put up, it makes the bank less likely to lend to you in that situation. They're going to be more hesitant or apprehensive. Or if they do lend to you, your interest rate is not going to be nearly as attractive. The terms might not be nearly as good. So this program helps offset that by essentially giving you collateral or taking a stake in the loan. That way the bank is on the hook for less of the portion of the loan, making the loan less risky, therefore incentivizing the bank to lend to Sioux Tribe members. So those are the biggest things there. Some of our objectives, obviously, expand access to capital, support business formation and growth. So a lot of people that come into my office, they don't really have a game plan. Part of what we do is we go over their business plan with them. They pitch us on what their business plan is. We put them in resources with someone who can put the business plan together. I then review the business plan, go over it with them to ensure that it has its best chance of getting approved. And if it does not get approved, they come back to me, they get feedback from the lender typically, at which point we will go over the business plan, come up with a game plan to get them to the point where they are financed later on. So the way the collateral support works, essentially we pledge a CD on behalf of the tribal member. This helps some of our tribal members who are potentially looking at smaller loan amounts, makes banks more likely to lend to them. So we'll pledge a CD on behalf of them. The bank is the one who sets the loan terms. We are not a direct lender, so you'd still need to go to your lending institution to get a loan. So the bank would still set the terms of the loan, they set the conditions of the loan. We simply are there to incentivize to lend. Think of it as like a guarantee on the loan. So let's say you're looking to get a loan for $100. The bank says they'll only lend you $50, but they require you to put $20 down, but you don't have the $20 to get access to it. The capital fund basically works as a gap where it will cover the difference there to get the bank to the point where they are willing to lend you money. So the biggest reason behind the program is due to the fact, as I talked about earlier, is just the fact it mitigates the risk for the bank and the lending institution. So that's really the biggest problem I have seen, is people with a lack of access to any sort of capital whatsoever, whereas the program fixes that gap problem. And potentially, if your credit isn't the best either, it can also work in regards to that. Typically, the way a bank lends to you, the lower your credit score is, the more money they're going to want down, the more collateral they're going to want, the more skin they're going to want in the game to offset any sort of risk. The higher your credit score is, the less money they're going to require you have down, the less they're going to require from you. So this program helps sort of bridge that gap. In case your credit isn't the best, in case your collateral isn't the strongest, it essentially pledges collateral on behalf, or it takes a portion of the loan amount risk away from the lending institution. Okay, the biggest thing here, it also provides greater flexibility too when it comes to financing. Banks might be more willing to give you more attractive interest rates, in particular if there is a stake of the loan they are not on the hook for. So it does provide some reassurance to the lender in that situation. So a lot of those things kind of cover what I just talked about, the fact that it basically shares the risk with the lender. So in the case that the loan defaults, we're in a subordinate lien position. So a subordinate lien essentially means that if the loan was essentially to default, we would be the first one on the hook. So the bank, it really mitigates the bank's risk, because the bank at that point knows that, let's say this person defaults on the loan right out of the gate, they're only on the hook for, let's say, 50% of the loan amount, whereas we're on the hook for the majority of it. The Sioux Tribe Capital Fund, through the grant that we received, would cover a portion of it. And just to be clear too, this is not a Sioux Tribe. Sioux Tribe is, we're implementing the grant, we're not directly lending the money, if that makes sense. The Treasury Department is the one who awarded us the grant. We are simply implementing it. It's still within the Treasury guidelines. So if for whatever reason it does not fit within the parameters of the grant, I can't stress enough that it is not Sioux Tribe making that decision. It is the Treasury Department, who has their own guidelines overseeing the way the grant is being executed. So typically the way it works from start to finish, we have entrepreneurs come into my office, or they'll give me a call stating that they have an idea for a business. And at that point, we go over what their business plan is. I put them in contact with whoever I feel will be the best resource to sort of straighten out their business plan. We have different vendors that we work with that we send them to. SBDC is a very large one that we send a lot of our membership to, and I believe Northern Shores is going to be one that we intend to send people to here in the near future. And we also can provide technical assistance money. So there are different vendors. We can provide up to $2,700 for Sioux Tribe members who are looking to utilize the program. Now, it'll cover 70% of the cost up to $2,700. So you still would be on the hook for a portion of it. It covers financial advisory, legal, and business services. So if you're preparing to utilize the capital fund, it does need to be used in conjunction with you applying for a loan with the capital fund. So there are some limitations to it. My contact info will be at the end of the presentation, so if you have any questions in regards to it, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to address any concerns and obviously any specific program needs. Obviously, I can get into the details with that later. So one of the things we do as well, we provide ongoing marketing support for our entrepreneurs. We also are in contact with various local agencies, Headwaters North, and other state-run agencies that make us aware of grants that are available. So we do send out email blasts that let our membership know when grants become available. They do fluctuate from time to time, and obviously grants change. So I always tell people to reach out to us. Just because we don't have one available right now does not mean we won't have one available down the line. And we can also help you with marketing your business, and we also have our own website, and it's basically a database for Sioux Tribe members to go in there, and they can utilize other services, and increases your digital footprint by putting you out there a little bit more. Because one thing I have noticed, we have a lot of great small businesses, but most of them don't have much of a digital footprint. So it does help increase that. And we can help you out with Google search engine words and get you a little bit more face time online. So the long-term goals, obviously, if you own something, it's the fastest way to build wealth in this country. So the sustainability of the program, the whole goal is to get sustainability for Sioux Tribe members, entrepreneurs, to be able to build their own business and expand private sector economic activity is one of the biggest ones. The second you can actually own more stuff, the more you can participate in the economy, the more collateral you have, et cetera, sort of builds. And that's how you typically build generational wealth, is the more assets you can own, it gets passed down generation to generation, so it expands. So one of the biggest things we focus on is the capital alone does not build it. Obviously, you still need to run your business effectively, and being able to market to people and get out there. Being a part, let's see here, economic development. The Sioux Tribe Capital Fund, it provides the capital portion of it. It might provide the loan guarantee, but Thrive itself actually provides ongoing support. So the Capital Fund is a program. It's basically a subset of Sioux Tribe Thrive. So it incentivizes people. It might get you through the door, but Sioux Tribe Thrive can help you with ongoing support throughout the process as well. And there's my contact info on the website, linked to both the Sioux Tribe Capital Fund. It'll sort of break down how the whole program works in a little bit more detail. We have 5 banks signed up as of right now. We're always looking to sign up more lenders for the program. It does lend nationwide. We have had several success stories. We had a very large mental health facility open in Marquette by one of our members. I believe the grand opening of that is next week, but that closed a few months ago. And we also have a meat processing plant that closed in South Dakota. So one of the big pushbacks I got when I took this position was that we simply only service to the 7 service counties that Sioux Tribe members are in. This program does not have that limitation. It lends nationwide. So if you have anyone that is looking to get signed up for the program, I encourage them to reach out to me. I am on the phone with banks daily trying to encourage them to sign up for the program, to see the incentive of it. The best way I can describe it, if you know what an SBA guaranteed loan is, it mimics that. So essentially, but there's a lot less paperwork involved. Your current SBA loan will take 3 to 6 months to close on average. This one is more like 3 to 4 weeks. So it moves much faster. There's a streamlined approval process, which will incentivize banks to get on board with it. The biggest problem I have found is it's sort of a niche program for our membership, and obviously with dealing with banks that are larger, you have to go through a board of directors, and there's several layers of actually getting someone approved. So that has been the biggest hurdle, I would say, for the capital fund thus far. But we do have some lenders who are signed up, and they've done a lot of great work for us thus far. And looking forward to the future, obviously, the more success we have and the more we start to talk about our success stories, we look forward to in the future. And then the second we get more people built up on their credit as well, I do think that's going to help us down the line, because we do have a number of people who are working on their credit. But this has been the first year that the capital fund's been rolled out, have several success stories thus far. As we continue to build on credit, and I believe we have Tara Parrish is here from Bay Mills community. She and I have been working on a project together with Headwaters North where we're going to be rolling out a website that basically gives basic tools for credit building for tribal members. Teaches them the basics, so if they want to go look it up, it gives them the basics of how to build a credit score, what goes into making your credit score, how to maintain healthy credit. So those resources are going to be out there and available, and looking forward to, as those become more available, it should help in the future with getting people more ready for bank financing when they go in there, at least helping out with the credit portion of it. So that's pretty much it. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. Oh, sorry. I missed a question. You're good? Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought someone raised their hand. Thank you so much. Did you guys have anything else? Okay. Hey, thank you guys so much. Next, we have John Sharaka, and John is going to go over government contracting and anything that pertains to that. So if you could welcome John. Yeah, I'll go get it. So there's a new feature on that.
Fancy. Hi guys, good morning. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your time, and I know it's a long day, and I know government contracting isn't always the most exciting thing to talk about, but it is an interesting marketplace currently, and it definitely is an interesting marketplace for small businesses because the government's the largest buyer of goods and services in the world. But before I get started, as the slide comes up, well, first of all, thank you to the National Center. Thank you to the Sioux Tribe for hosting. Thank you guys for being here. We've done these sessions all around the country, Alaska, Hawaii, to help individuals figure out the federal marketplace, to help them understand how to get engaged. Sometimes it can be a maze, but as you learn and gain traction, it can be an incredible source of revenue for your small business. And oftentimes, at least from my perspective, it's a win-win because the federal government gets something that's very innovative, creative from small businesses that are flexible and responsive as opposed to large businesses. And then small businesses get a source of revenue, which historically has been, pretty much a guaranteed source of revenue. Obviously, we've seen some challenges to those guarantees with respect to some of the DOGE actions, et cetera. Not all of which is bad. As taxpayers, we want the federal government to be efficient, but it has impacted the federal marketplace. Real quick, as far as my background, I used to run the federal government small business set-aside programs. under the Obama administration for about 7 years. So the federal government is required to set aside contracts for small businesses by law. And then under that small business set aside, there are various categories for different types of businesses. And I administered the program for about 7 years, have been doing advisory work since. We support tribal entities, individually owned entities, women-owned small businesses, minority-owned small businesses, et cetera. How many folks are currently doing federal contracting with the federal government? Okay. How many folks are certified in any of the set-aside programs? 8A, women-owned, service-disabled, Hub Zone. Okay. How many women-owned? Service-disabled? Thank you for your service, sir. 8A? Hub Zone? No. Okay. I don't think I missed any of them. How many are considering working with the federal government? Okay. And how many have applied and haven't heard anything? Okay. Okay. So I'll give, because there's several folks that have and are currently working with the federal government. And I can always do the session, which is very basic, to understand the programs, or we can elevate it about what's going on in the marketplace today and how we advise our clients on approaching the marketplace. But it sounds we should be somewhere in the middle. Basically, and the one thing that I'd want to share with you guys is this is much more fun if it's interactive, right? So if you have any questions, something comes up, I say something that either you don't understand or piques an interest, please feel free to raise your hand. I know they want to get the mic to you, but the more conversational it is, the better, rather than you guys just sitting there listening to me the whole time. One of the things I did before is I digress, but I taught at Catholic U, and one of the reviewers, the students get to review, said, he's kind of knowledgeable, but his voice is monotone, and he always puts me to sleep. So I took that with a grain of salt, but conversation is better, so please keep engaged. That way we both will stay awake. So, federal government, largest buyer of goods and services in the world. 23% of the federal spend has to go to small business by law. Historically, over the last several years, it's been closer to 25%. That's billions and billions of dollars by law going into small business. So as a small business, even if you're not focused on the federal side, the federal government buys almost every good product, service that you can think of. So as a small business, it's not a bad idea, even if you're not on the federal side, to at least consider it as a way to diversify your marketplace. And historically, once you gain traction in the federal marketplace, building on that because of your past performance, at least from our clients' perspective, has created a lot of traction that you can then expand beyond maybe one buying activity or one federal agency. And so of the 23%, there are set-aside programs for different categories, if you will. And we can talk a little bit about these. The one that a lot of folks always focus on, and historically has been really beneficial because it's not just a set-aside program, it's a business development program, is the 8A program. And so individuals are able to apply to the 8A program. It's a business development 9-year program. And once you are in the program, you have the benefit of limited competition. In other words, there can be requirements just set aside for firms like yours, 8A, or you have the benefit of direct awards. So within certain thresholds, say $4.5 million for services, $7 million for manufacturing, below those thresholds, the default is actually supposed to be sole source. Now, for those that are in the 8A program, because of some of the changes in the federal acquisition regulations so far, and if I use an acronym and you guys are like, what the heck is that? Raise your hand. Because of the federal acquisition regulations rewrite, which quite frankly we've seen multiple iterations of lately, We've seen the federal government agencies adopt them individually. Some have adopted various parts of the FAR, some have adopted all of the revisions. They are being released for final review and comment. And it's created some challenges to that traditional way the 8A program has operated. In other words, where historically under the thresholds of the $4.5 million, the default was sole source, they are at least attempting to introduce competition even within those thresholds. So it takes that, potentially, takes that benefit away from the 8A program. Yes, sir?
Online, they're asking, can you just give a basic definition of the 8A program?
Yeah, thank you. So the question was, can I give a basic definition of the 8A program? Definitely, and then we can go into a little bit more specifics with respect to the 8A program. 8A program is 2 requirements to be in the program: economically disadvantaged and socially disadvantaged. So this is sort of how we get a little bit into the weeds, because economically disadvantaged is pretty, I don't want to say simple, but it's black and white. There are certain thresholds with respect to total assets, net assets, annual income that define if you are economically disadvantaged. You fill out some sheets, you fill out some personal financial statements, it'll determine if you qualify for the program. Socially disadvantaged is where we've seen some court cases and where we've seen some adjustments to the program. And we recently as last Friday, saw some new draft regulations with respect to eligibility for the program. So historically, when I was running the program, there were presumed classes of social disadvantage. So if you fell under one of those presumed classes, Native American, Hispanic American, African American, Asian Pacific Islander, you could check that box and then you can move to economic disadvantage status. Because of a court case named Ultima, where the constitutionality of that program was challenged, it became a social disadvantage narrative. So what does that mean? It means that the agency said, we can't accept presumption anymore. You have to demonstrate that you have been discriminated against, so anybody can. And this existed before anyways. If you didn't fall into one of the presumed, you could do your narrative and demonstrate disadvantaged status. And there was a reason for that, right? Because even a Caucasian female in construction, oftentimes disadvantaged, discriminated. So even when I was running the program, 2010 to 17, we had individuals in the 8A program that weren't in the presumed class because they demonstrated that they had been discriminated against. As a result of Ultima, everybody had to fill out that social disadvantage narrative. So as it stands today, you're economically disadvantaged, there's a calculus to that, and then you have to be socially disadvantaged, and in order to be socially disadvantaged, you have to fill out the narrative and demonstrate this discrimination, but not just discrimination. How did that impact you, right? Did you lose a job? Did you lose access to education? Did you lose an opportunity to get funding? What are the things that impacted you? And then the last step of that, which is sometimes the most challenging, is but for the discrimination, this happened, right? It's not that you didn't get the job, well, maybe you weren't the best qualified. It's but for the discrimination, I didn't get the job. So connecting those dots. So that's the way it's been historically, I say historically, since 2.5 years ago, the summer of whatever that comes out to, 23, how the program had been administered. There hasn't been any application approvals in the 8A program since August of 2025. So it's been almost 9 months, 10 months, 8 months, whatever the math is. But there was a proposed regulation, and this is just last Friday, where the social disadvantage narrative or process is presumably going to come out. Again, this is up for public comment, but it's presumably going to come out. And it's basically going to say, have you been discriminated against? And by the way, there's a new category. It says, if you were ever impacted by DEI policies and negatively impacted by DEI policies, you too can now become 8A. So I am almost certain that that's going to be challenged in the courts, so we don't know exactly what's going to happen to the 8A program. But having said all that, the 8A program nevertheless still gets a significant number of dollars every year. If you're in the program, I'd encourage you to try to figure out, and we can talk about this, how to leverage your participation in the program. If you're thinking about applying to the program, you may want to wait until the decisions with respect to any court challenges are addressed. So that's the basics of it, the basics of the 8A program, economically and socially disadvantaged. Now, in order to be eligible for the program, the socially and economically disadvantaged individual needs to own and control the entity. But that's similar across all those, women-owned, service-disabled. You have to own and control. There's a lot of sort of nuances to what does own and control mean. How many people are looking to potentially get certified either in any of the programs? Okay, so own and controlled is important because ownership is easy. It's 51%. You have to own 51%. Control becomes more difficult. So if you look at your operating agreement and there is provisions in your operating agreement that require unanimous consent from your minority partner, then bless you. Then SBA presumably will say that you don't control. Why? Because you can't make day-to-day decisions. And then now there are special, extraordinary instances where the SBA will agree to unanimous consent provisions, but in general, the individual that the designation is based on needs to own and control. And then there's unique circumstances. Let's say, and I'll give you an example, and I'll see if there's any questions once I give you this example. If a significant level of your revenue comes from one source, SBA might say that you're controlled by that source. Why? Because obviously you're not going to make any decisions that's going to impact your relationship with your significant source of revenue. If you have a minority partner that put up $1 million and you put up nothing, even as the 51% owner, SBA might say, well, there's negative control there because clearly, yes, on paper it looks like you can do this, but you're going to depend on the $1 million and you're not going to do anything if the $1 million investee says no. So you have to be concerned about not just sort of the overt of what's in the paper, your operating agreement, with respect to ownership, 51%, and control, but also the potential for sort of issues around negative control, sources of income, issues around unanimous consent, et cetera. Any questions so far? And by the way, so again, that control issue, the structure issue of 51% is similar across the other set-aside programs. The individual that the designation is based on is required to own and control. Any issues and concerns around that? Because if you have relationships with other firms, if there's a lot of prime sub relationship, joint venture relationship, common management, common ownership, those can lead to affiliation, which when you are applying, you want to be concerned of those as well, because affiliation is an issue where SBA will potentially raise flags as well. We can get into that. But let me stop there real quick. Any questions so far?
I have a question.
Yes.
So what if somebody opened a business a long time ago and forgot about it and they just never really dealt with it and closed it officially?
So as long as, so the SBA will do like a LexisNexis search and search of business ownership. So closing it officially is the important part. If it's just existent out there, number one, you should disclose it. Number two, if it's not doing anything, you just have to explain it. But the best scenario is if you formally shut down that operation and file your tax reports to officially close it. What SBA is really concerned about more so than sort of an old business that isn't doing anything, is a relationship with multiple businesses where you have common ownership, common management, where they can potentially find you affiliated. And affiliation impacts control, but it also impacts size. So for all these programs, the other common denominator is that you have to be small in order to apply to the program or be eligible for the program. Small depends on what your NAICS code is, North American Industry Classification Code is. So if you are a service provider in IT services, the NAICS code small business size standard right now is I think somewhere around 38 million. It might have gone up to 45 million. Some people will say, well, that's ginormous, like 38 or 48 something million dollars. In professional services, it used to be 17, now it's 21. So you have to be small for your primary NAICS code. What will happen is if you have relationships with other firms, you could be found to be affiliated with those firms, and SBA will combine your revenues to determine if you're still small. And people actually get into trouble in this respect. And when I was, and I'm not trying to say this to scare people, but do your homework before you submit your application. When I was running the programs, one of the things that we wanted to do is encourage service-disabled veterans to apply to the 8A program. We said, you know, if you think you can qualify, go ahead and apply. Service-disabled veteran went ahead and applied. As they were going through the evaluation process, the SBA's business opportunity specialists looked at all the documentation and said, well, wait a second, 90% of your revenues are coming from one source. And it looks like you might be affiliated with that source because it's, you know, it's all coming from one source. Went to a size determination specialist, again, different hand at the agency. The size determination specialist said, yep, you're definitely affiliated. So not only are we going to combine your revenues, so now you can't get into the 8A program, but guess what? We're actually going to kick you out of the service disabled program as well because you're affiliated with an other than small business. So before you submit, and I'm not saying that to scare anybody, but before you submit, sort of do the homework around the program requirements, some of the nuances of being eligible for the program, and then I'd look to apply. And then just one wrap up with the 8A program, because it is a 9-year business development program. One of the things that a lot of firms used to do is that, yeah, hey, I think I'm eligible for the program, so I'm going to go ahead and apply. Well, unless you have a track record and you have past performance and you can leverage those 9 years to grow your business, I would sort of discourage you to getting into the program too early, especially in the current environment we're in right now, right? So, you know, there are a lot of contracting officers are being discouraged to use the 8A program, to set requirements aside and to do sole source. As an individual, you get one bite at the apple. You get one 9-year term. And the sole source requirements that I spoke about earlier, you get weaned off those in year 7, 8, and 9. So there's a developmental program and there's sort of a transitionary stage. And so if you're starting to just gain traction in year 5 after being in the program for 5 years, and all of a sudden the government's like, okay, you know what, we're going to wean you off of sole source, then you're not taking full advantage of that direct award opportunity. So a lot of times we tell folks, you know what, if you think you're ready, but you're not, if you think you qualify, but you're not quite ready, hold off until you're ready. What does ready mean? Ready means I have several contracts under my belt. It means I have some relationships I can leverage. It might mean that I have a mentor-protege arrangement where my mentor can help me do business development, bidding, project implementation. And we'll talk about the mentor-protege program this week because the small nascent firms entering the federal marketplace, especially in this environment, finding a mentor or doing joint ventures, I think, is pretty important and key in trying to be competitive in this marketplace. And so strategies around mentor-protege, joint venture, teaming become really important, and we guide a lot of our clients through that. Any other questions around sort of the set-asides and the 8A program so far? No? Do we have any tribally owned entities? Okay. So tribes, just so you guys know, because I know you always hear tribes have huge, advantages over individual 8A firms. Real quick, tribes certainly can have multiple 8A. So as an individual, you get one bite at the apple. Tribes can have 8A number 1, number 2, number 3, et cetera. In addition to having multiple 8A subsidiaries, they also have much higher thresholds with respect to sole source. So a tribe, technically, or an Alaskan Native Corporation or a Native Hawaiian organization, technically can get an unlimited sole source award, 100 million, 120 million. At a particular level, it used to be 100, Department of Defense increased it to 150. At a particular threshold, there's a justification and approval required. So at 100 million or 150 million, the contracting officer has to prepare a justification and get an approval from a higher authority, higher contracting authority. Any questions, concerns? Okay, so the one unique program, and I'll talk about this real quick. The one unique program, so up here, is HubZone, historically underutilized business zones. What is unique about that is it's not necessarily based, or I shouldn't say necessarily, it's not based on the individual. It's based on the location of the principal office and the location of your employees. Another thing that's unique about the program is that historically, and this administration's been a little bit unique, historically, Republican administrations have favored the HubZone program as opposed to the other set-aside programs. So if you're not, do we have any HubZone firms? No. So a historically underutilized business zone firm means your principal office, and it doesn't mean your headquarters. It means your principal office. What does that mean? Where most employees work. And a lot of people play with this. So let's say you have 2 locations. One has 10, one has 9. One's in the hub zone, the other isn't. Just move one person. Now you have the most individuals, and that becomes your principal office. Your principal office has to be in a hub zone. A hub zone is a historically underutilized business zone. Housing and Urban Development publishes data based on economics, unemployment, poverty rates, et cetera. SBA has an awesome map, actually. You go in there, you put in your address, and it says you're in a hub zone, or you're not in a hub zone. So that's step 1. Is your principal office in a historically underutilized business zone? And you'd be shocked. Like, there's 2 blocks in the middle of Washington, D.C. that are considered hub zone. So that's step number 1. And by the way, if you have job site employees, like let's say you're doing work at Aberdeen or White Sands or something, you can exclude those guys from the calculation. So it's all your other employees. Where are most of them located? Principal office. That becomes your principal office. You can qualify for step 1. Step 2 is 35% of your employees. Now you throw all your employees in, right? Even the guys that were on the job site. 35% of your employees have to live in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone, any hub zone in the country. And an employee is anybody that works 40 hours a month, not a week, a month. So again, not gaming the system, but playing by the rules. 40 hours a month, an intern living in a college town that is usually a hub zone can qualify. So you can run your numbers to hit to the 35% mark. And a lot of folks don't realize, that you can't have multiple set-asides. So the government can't do an 8A hub zone, women-owned service disabled set-aside. However, they get multiple credit. So if they do an 8A set-aside, but you happen to be hub zone, women-owned service disabled, like the unicorn, that contracting officer finds you really attractive because they get multiple credit. They get that $1 million contract in 4 different buckets to hit their goals, the 23% goal. So we always encourage folks, if you think you can qualify for more than one designation, apply, because it makes you more attractive to the contracting officers who are working to meet their goals because they have statutory requirements to meet. Yes, question.
51% owned business reside within a Native community, the one principal. partner is located off the reservation because they can do their work remotely, and third employee is also off reservation, not in a hub zone, how can they make it so that the 51% owner that resides in the principal office is on native land qualifies for the hub zone program?
So that's a little difficult because in that case, there's 3 employees, so you're a third, a third, a third. You're not going to hit the 35%. So there's one point that you make that's really important. All tribal land, federally recognized tribal land, and areas surrounding adjacent and congruent, I think they call it, is considered by law hub zone. So the challenge in your scenario, though, is you're going to hit 1/3 or 33%. You're not going to hit 35%. You will have to move somebody to, as far as the employee number is concerned, you would have to move somebody to be above the 35% threshold.
Or hire a part-time person?
Yes, you could do that, or an intern, et cetera.
Or a
Absolutely.
temporary?
Absolutely, or an intern. Because again, an employee is someone that works 40 hours a month. Any other questions? No? Okay. I don't know how we got all the way over there. I guess I must have been holding down this. Oh. You're jumping around. I'm like, wow, how did that happen? I like that. Okay, you're keeping me on track. Okay, so we talked about the size standards, right? Any questions around that? Every requirement that comes out. So even though, let's say you're 8A, your primary NAICS code, you're small, every contract that comes out has a NAICS code assigned to it. So you can technically, again, if your revenues are $35 million, you're technically small for IT services, so you can bid on those. But you're not small for professional services. That's 21 million. So technically, you can be small for some NAICS codes and not for others. And for the certification, you have to be small for your principal or primary NAICS code. I think that's that. One of the things I do want to talk about, where is the basics of the program? Okay. So for those guys that are currently doing federal government, how many of you bid just on stuff that comes out of SAM, the Systems for Award Management? So 1. Okay. And how often has that been successful? Super successful? Not successful? Okay. So look, so when we first get into federal contracting, and by the way, before I went to government, my dad had started a federal contracting program back in like the mid-'80s. I did that for like 20 years. Oftentimes when we enter federal contracting, one of the things that we look at is the System for Award Management. Number 1, you got to register in there, right? So you got to go in, you got to register. It's going to ask you a whole bunch of questions. It'll ask you revenue questions, employee questions. It'll determine if you're small. And by the way, you can pick more than one NAICS code. You can pick a principal NAICS code, which is where you do most of your work. Now, we've had clients that are like, well, I'm going to put, and I got to always say this carefully, shipbuilding, right? Because it's 1,500 employee size standard. It's like you can't just put shipbuilding because you picked it out of the air. Ultimately, the SBA, or if you get protested, they're going to do an analysis to see what your preponderance of work is and say this is the appropriate NAICS code for you. But when you fill out SAM and get registered to do work with the federal government, it'll determine if you're small. Once it determines if you're small, it'll open up, and folks don't know this, it'll open up another file, and you'll continue to go in there. You want to make sure you upload and document the additional questions, like your past performance, like your capabilities, because when you're small and the federal government is trying to meet their goals, when the contracting officer goes to do research, they're going a lot of times to SAM and just doing research to see who does what they need in that local jurisdiction. So if you're not updating, and if you're not going in there and actually filling the extra pages out with your past performance and capabilities, and then if you're not regularly updating that, you're getting left out in the market research phase. But to my question that I asked, a lot of folks look at SAM and say, okay, well, opportunities come out on SAM. So every time I'm just going to put in some keywords, I'll get a notification, I'll see they're buying widgets, and I'll respond. Well, that's a good way of doing it, but a lot of times that response date is 30 or 40 or 45 days, sometimes 60. It's getting shorter and shorter. But your competition has probably been tracking that forever and already has their team set up, already has their partners set up, has probably already talked to the government buying office, and has probably put 70 or 80% of their proposal together. So you're at a huge disadvantage if you're just waiting for SAM opportunities to come up. So what's the alternative? Well, one of the alternatives is you're a big business, you're always in the halls of these agencies, you're talking to contracting officials, you're talking to the program officials, you're getting the latest intel, and you're starting to build out your teams because you know what's coming out. Well, we can't do that as small businesses because oftentimes we're just trying to get our foot in the door. So what's the other alternative? The other alternative is SAM. Now look, there's fancy, $5,000, $10,000, $1,200 systems like Bloomberg Government, FedMine, a bunch of others that'll do this analysis for you. But a lot of times you can do it yourself on SAM. What's the government buying and how are they buying it? So if I'm selling widgets, right, I want to know who's buying the most widgets. SAM will do that. You can put in an X code, you can put a keyword in, it'll tell you who's buying the most widgets in the federal government. That's step number one, right? So let's say you find out that Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland is buying $10 billion worth of widgets. And you're like, wow, I got widgets, I'll go sell there, right? But if that's step number one, if there's only one contract for $10 billion, that's probably not going to go small business. So step number two, is there a plurality of small business? In other words, are there hundreds or tens of thousands of contracts for widgets? Because then I can be competitive in that marketplace. They're buying a lot of widgets from a lot of different small businesses. Step two is, or step three, is, okay, are they setting it aside, right? Is it all going large business or is it going small? And if it's going small, is it going 8A or women-owned or service-disabled? So I'm one of those, or maybe I can even partner with one of those. So that's another step. And then it's how are they buying it? Because more and more in the federal government, they don't have the one-off contracts for a widget. A lot of times they'll go off the GSA schedule. Or now, and we can talk about this a little bit this afternoon, they have government-wide acquisition vehicles, like a big $1 billion widget master contract that all agencies can pull from. So are they buying off of that? Are they doing individual contracts? Are they going off the GSA schedule? That enlightens me on my strategy on how to approach selling widgets to Aberdeen Proving Ground. And so as a part of this analysis, what you'll end up with is who's my top 5 targets, right? Because in the federal government, it can be a maze. Like, you got the VA with all their regional offices, you got the Department of Defense, who's, the biggest buyer of goods and services, 70% or 74% of the federal spend. You got every agency, right? So this will determine at least like maybe the top 5 or top 10 targets. Once you determine that, then you look at, okay, when are these contracts expiring, right? And is the incumbent getting too large to bid on small businesses, or are they graduating from the 8A program? Because if they're graduating from the 8A program, they can't get the recompete. So that's like low-hanging fruit. So I'm going to start figuring out when Aberdeen has industry days, matchmaking. Are they going to be at the Reservation Economics Summit or the National 8A Conference? I want to get in front of them and let them know that I'm buying widgets or I'm selling widgets. So this strategy sort of helps small businesses with using the limited resources that they have most efficiently, right? Who's buying what I'm selling? How are they buying it? And by the way, it also helps you determine who your competition is and who your potential partners are. So even if they're buying off the schedule and not individual contracts, that doesn't mean you should give up. Then it's like, okay, well, who's selling? Maybe I can partner with them. Or if they're buying off a GWAC, so more and more government-wide acquisition contracts. Government is using, Oasis, Alliant, SBI, I forget the name of it now. There are a bunch of acronyms. And I have a list of them on this afternoon's slides. So if they're doing that, number one, doesn't mean that you should just give up. There's two things that you should look at. One is, who's my potential partner? Two is, when is there an open season to get on that vehicle? Because generally every 5 years there's an open season. So I can potentially look to see when I can get on those vehicles. Now the bar on getting on those vehicles is sometimes high. So as a nascent firm, you might not be able to get on the vehicle. But guess what? You can probably find a mentor, create a joint venture, and we'll talk about that this afternoon. Create a joint venture, inherit the past performance of your mentor in that joint venture, and then bid on it. So more and more we see the small businesses that are getting in some of these larger vehicles are mentor-protege joint ventures. So that's sort of the SAM strategy. Now, a lot of times people are like, okay, I did my homework. I need to go talk to the contracting officer. That's at least one step, but it's a three-legged stool, right? So the contracting officer is responsible for executing on behalf of the folks that have the money. Who has the money? The program office. So the program office has the funds. The contracting officer executes on acquisition. So the contracting officer knows all the goals, knows how to do it. The program office is like, yeah, we got to spend this money. This is what I want. But I might like this firm. How do we get to this firm? So it's important to figure out, not only do I want to get in front of the contracting officer, I want to figure out who the program office is and how do I get in front of them as well. And then the last piece is the small business specialist. So even in this environment where we're seeing cuts left and right, where we're seeing a significant number of small business specialists disappearing, every activity has a small business specialist. So the third leg of the stool is, who's the small business specialist that covers this buying activity, and how do I get in front of them, right? And you can email them, you can call them. A lot of times they're overworked and maybe don't respond. They're fighting to get requirements set aside every day. So even if they don't respond, if you're sending them your corporate qualifications, your one-pager, you're telling them that this requirement is coming up and you're qualified to do it, they can advocate for you, or at least for a set aside, or even potentially a sole source. So these are the sort of the things to be aware of, and also a way to make sure that you're not wasting your marketing dollars and resources ineffectively, because ultimately the federal government landscape is a maze, especially as a small business looking from the outside in. Any questions so far on sort of strategy, market research, targeting, partnerships? Getting into SAM. Getting into SAM, if you're not registered, is a pain in the butt. As soon as you start doing it, you're going to get like 1 million emails like, we too can help you, just pay us $250. You don't have to pay anybody. But you'll get like random emails from like .mil addresses, and you have to respond to those, because if you don't in 3 days, you get knocked out and you got to go in again and do it all over again. So I'm not, and by the way, the PTACs in the National Center has, now they call them the Apex Centers. National Center has several of those. They are there to assist you for free, and the local SBA district offices can support you as well. There are consultants that can help you, and if you're willing to pay for it, sure, if you have the resources, but you can do it yourself, and there's assistance available to get access and get that done, because that really is step number one. Any questions, comments, issues? I keep thinking I hear a knock at the door, but it's like a ghost. Any questions, comments? No? Okay.
Any online?
No? How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
That's it?
No, you have 14.
14. Okay.
9, maybe 9.
9.
Okay. You end at 12:15. It's 12:06.
Okay. Your math is like my math.
6.
Okay, so then I would encourage you guys to look at this stuff, right? Because the small business search, number one, remember how I told you when you're in SAM, it opens up a different file for you. That's the small business search. It actually isn't the system that's owned by the GSA and SAM. It actually transfers you to the SBA system, which is a small business search. If you're looking for partners locally, you can go in there, or even if you're looking at your competition. You can go in there, you can put their name in, it'll do a search, you can put a keyword in, it'll tell you what their certifications are, it'll tell you when their expiration date is. But what I will tell you is that the federal government gets their own view of that, where they can see your past performance, so it's important to have that filled out. But it's an interesting and unique tool to use for business development. Last one, SBA has a subcontracting network website or search tool. So remember when we talked about the federal government's 23% small business goal. Under that, there's 8A Hub Zone Women-Owned Service Disabled. All of those are 5%, except for Hub Zone, that's 3%. Federal government required to meet those. Every year they pretty much do, except for they're under on the women-owned and they're under on the Hub Zone. So those are two areas that they're looking to identify more small businesses where they can go to. What a lot of folks don't realize is that the large primes, they are required to have small business subcontracting goals. And as requirements get larger and more complex, more contracts, unfortunately, at least from my perspective, are going to the large primes. So a lot of times as a small business, our entrance into federal contracting is actually subcontracting. So the subnet, it's called subnet, it's sort of antiquated. SBA has been threatening to update it for years and years. But subnet lists large prime contractors that are looking for small business subcontracting partners. So at least it is at least an overview of what large primes are not able to meet their subcontracting goals. When I talked about identifying potential partners from SAM or USA Spend, which are combined now, you can also potentially find large business prime partners. And when you are looking at, let's say, Aberdeen, when they have Industry Day, they usually require their large business prime contractors to be present as well, because they want to encourage them to meet their subcontracting goals. So a lot of times, getting your foot in the door is through subcontracting. Last thing, well, not the last thing I'll say because I have a few more minutes, but how many folks, several folks raised their hands with respect to current federal contracts. How many folks have leveraged that? And say if you're doing work at White Sands, have you visited the small business specialist to let them know that you're performing either as a prime or a sub, and that you're doing great work, and that you're eligible, and 5 minutes, you're eligible and capable and able to do any set-aside work that they might want to do? Anybody follow up when they're working with the federal government with the small business specialists? Yeah, kind of, maybe-ish. Yeah, a lot of folks don't realize, look, so they're overwhelmed, they're understaffed, but a lot of folks don't realize that every federal agency has an office of, now they call them small business programs. A lot of them haven't changed their names. Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU, right? And the larger ones have the OSDBU at a high level. So Department of Defense, as an example, they have Office of Small Business Programs, DOD. Then they have OSBP, Air Force, Army, Army Corps of Engineers, Navy. Air Force is a one-man shop now, unfortunately, because of cutbacks. But historically, and even all the other components, then have small business specialists covering the buying activities that you might be interested in. So it's really important to figure out who that is especially if you're doing work. So remember I said if you found out Aberdeen, make sure you go to contracting officer, program office, small business specialist. But most importantly, if you are actually doing work on the base or the facility or the compound or the agency, you should definitely be trying to figure out how to get in front of the small business specialist. Let them know the great work you're doing. Let them know that your client is satisfied. Let them know that you are a small business, 8A, women-owned, service-disabled hub zone, and that you're capable and eligible to do the work. That is like the easy, low-hanging fruit that you should be following up on if you are, even if it's a subcontracting. And a lot of times your primes are like, yeah, we'll take care of the government. We don't want you to talk to the government, right? Even if you're doing sub work, you're not messing up the contract and trying to get to the contracting officer or the program office, even though I think you should. Not mess up the contract, but talk to those folks. But you should, at a minimum, be talking to the small business specialists to let them know that you're on base, on compound, at the agency doing good work. Last thing, just because folks don't understand how this actually happens, how do requirements get set aside? And I'll be quick because I have limited time. There are two ways. Under the Simplified Acquisition Threshold, SAT, which follows SAP. So under SAT, there's Simplified Acquisition Procedures. So that went up to $350,000. Now you might say $350, that's a lot of work. Well, there's Simplified Acquisition Procedures. So it is a good place to get your foot in the door. Everything under the threshold is reserved for small business entirely. Right? So if you're seeing requirements, and agents, we should track this when I was in government. If you're seeing an agency not meet it, or requirements going other than small, I would complain. Complain to who? Complain to the small business specialist. Complain to the SBA's procurement center representatives, and we'll talk about that in a second in the rule of two. So everything under the SAT, number one follows SAP, so there's simplified procedures. Number two is supposed to be 100% reserved for small business. So that's a good place to get your foot in the door. Sometimes they don't go small business. Why? Because if it's a license from Microsoft or, I don't know, any other IT service or cloud service, it's not going to go small business. But generally, everything is reserved 100% for small business. The other time that small business set-asides take precedence is the rule of two. So if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service, then that requirement shall be set aside. Shall, not may, if, can, that's the law, right? And it actually just got codified with this last Congress just several weeks ago. So how does that happen? The contracting officer does market research. Remember when I said make sure your SAM profile is updated and your past performance is updated? Also, Also, when you see a request for quotation or a request for information, an RFI, RFQ, make sure you and your colleagues respond because that's their market research. They're trying to identify if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the product or service. And it's not at the best price. You don't have to be the cheapest. It's at a reasonable market price, right? So they have to follow the rule of two. It says shall. And who oversees that? So that's the SBA. My old office, we had PCRs, Procurement Center Representatives. They cover all buying activities. If you go to the SBA, do a PCR directory, it'll show you who the cop on the beat, the PCR is, that's covering that buying activity. They enforce the rule of two. So if you're seeing requirements that should have gotten set aside, and they're not, I'd go to the SBA website, figure out who covers that buying activity, and engage the Procurement Center representative. If they're not responsive, and when I do that, I'd also CC the small business specialist that covers that buying activity. They're not responsive. Every PCR has a boss. Their boss is the area director. That's also in the directory. I'd start engaging with them. So the underpinning of how the federal government gets to the 23% and the 5553 are these two things. The rule of two and the simplified acquisition threshold. If we're seeing, and because, so when I was running the program, and I know my time is up. When I was running the program, I was like distraught because we had 116 PCRs covering the tens of thousands of buying activities across the United States. They're down to 25, right? They cover everything. Now, the administration and the new SBA claims that they can do that through AI, but a lot of times buying activities will do what we used to call PCR shopping. So they'll figure out who's on vacation and then send the requirement there and be like, well, I didn't hear, and then just move forward. But if you see that requirements aren't getting set aside, like we, small businesses, actually end up being the cops because they just don't have the capacity and the capability. If you see requirements not getting set aside, engage with the PCR, engage with a small business specialist. They would actually appreciate your engagement in that sense. And then, by the way, you tell them, hey, I'm actually qualified for that, and I think it should have gotten set aside. So the next time that comes up for rebid, they know they're small businesses that can provide the product or service. I apologize if I went over time. This afternoon, mentor-protege, joint venture, teaming in the current environment, teaming up and becoming competitive to go after some of these government-wide acquisition vehicles and getting on the schedule, I think, at least from our perspective, is critical. You don't know what the flavor of the day is either. You don't know if it's going to be service-disabled, HUB-zone, women-owned, 8A. So finding partners that you trust and maybe doing joint ventures with them, that's a critical strategy as well, and we'll sort of talk about that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, John. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, Riley, you're going to cut to our online audience, so they'll watch some videos, and we're going to take a short lunch break, and we will come back online.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage, Alaska at the SBDC, Small Business Development Center's Summit, focusing on AI and how AI technology can assist your business. We're here to support our export program, our tourism program, and all the work that we do at the National Center.
We're really hoping to showcase some of the opportunities using generative AI, particularly in rural and remote communities, to try and facilitate economic growth. Just showing people what's possible and then bringing different organizations together.
It's a really cool time to have a small business. We're utilizing AI, but we're just barely scratching the surface. It's exciting to listen to other people talk about the way that they've utilized the tools and think about the way that we could use tools like that in the future.
Right now, broadband and infrastructure is a huge topic. It's also going to create jobs and impact all these other sectors that are so important for the next generation.
Right now, AI is expanding so fast, and it's been such a huge game changer, accessing different alternative funding or grants. I've actually met some people who are just starting out. There's already resources here, so as part of our program, I can point out to the ones they have locally available and actually sit down with someone.
It's important to meet and listen to people just as a part of human connection. I'm here more to make contacts, identify early adopters who are doing the creative, innovative work in Indian country.
Our tourism program is in Anchorage, Alaska at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Let's go inside and check it out. What do you think, Yvonne? Let's go!
We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary. We have the only indigenously owned and operated gallery in the state of Alaska. The Hall of Cultures. We break it down with each different section here by the different cultural regions of Alaska. We try to represent all the different cultures and all the 229 federally recognized tribes and villages. We have 6 different interpretive village sites. In those village sites, we have amazing cultural items. A lot of people are familiar with our snow goggles, but people aren't familiar with our waterproof stitching, the importance of kayaks, different indigenous tools and things like that. So come say hi. You have some new friends over here at the Alaska Native Heritage Center.
Alaska tourism is such a foundational industry. It's so important to our economy.
Small businesses and entrepreneurs, particularly indigenous entrepreneurs, are taking these outside dollars and using it to create businesses that leverage, what Alaska does best, which is the great outdoors, but also culture and history.
The drum, it's pretty important in the Yupik culture. It's kind of like the heartbeat of our dance. It's a very spiritually healing event, brings all of the dance members joy, and we feel like we are connecting with our ancestors every time we start dancing.
We're in Anchorage, Alaska at the sculpture competition for the state of Alaska. There's a lot of activity going on here in the town. We were just at ice bowling, and look at all the activity with these beautiful horses, and we're going to go check out these sculptures.
Tourism is now expanding. It used to be 3 months out of the year, say May to August, and now it's turned into something that starts as early as April and doesn't end till the end of October.
Tourism is one of Alaska's great renewable resources. For people starting out a tourism business, find your niche, find what you're passionate about, what you love to share with other folks, and really focus on that and build that.
We just saw the Alaska State Snow Sculpture Championship, and now we're going to go into the Ulu factory.
Tourism. We are noticing that huge shift for Alaska, especially for port towns.
I've been hired by a number of cruise lines to give talks about Native peoples in Southeast Alaska. I go into how we acquire and pass on our knowledge and how we live together. We influenced, shared, and cared for each other.
I was facilitating an Inuit blanket toss. The event itself was just a celebration after a successful whale hunt. It's a lot of fun getting folks who don't know anything about the culture of Alaska and they get tossed on the blanket. This blanket represents unity, cooperation, trust, commitment to a common process, and harmony in action. Everything needed to survive in the harsh climate of Alaska. That way.
We're at the Fur Rondi and we're getting ready for heat number 3. Stay tuned.
I'm Alaska Native Yupik, and I'm just so happy that we have a voice for rural Alaska and for Indigenous businesses and Indigenous people. It's just so great to be able to help support and promote those businesses and to encourage the next generation of entrepreneurs so that they can start businesses as well.
Really appreciate the work that the National Center does to help not just talking about capacity, but actually giving strategies and tools. When folks come to places like this, it's really about building those networks so that they don't have to feel like they're doing it alone. They can be part of professional groups.
I'm a minority-owned business, so I work there, just learn more about the Native side of everything.
NEI is trying to look at sustainability and long-term growth and building leaders for the future.
There is this expanded growth of business in Indian country.
What the sawmill does is it generates revenue for the tribe, provides jobs, as well as getting our people, the Washoe people, back onto the lands to do the conservation work and help with the land management around the area, putting that Washoe presence back on the land. We are trying to give people jobs and keep the people employed, have a better quality of life for our members,
There were over 20,560 Native Americans who were removed from their lands, their families. For 90 years, the federal government assimilated our relatives into mainstream society. The campus, around 100 acres, it was returned to the Washoe Nation, whose indigenous territories it was to start with. The primary purpose of the Cultural Center is a safe place for our elders. We want to be able to reclaim our culture.
What we are doing are taking advantage of opportunities. Federal grants, they're only going to last so long. We can use those as a start to get the training we need, get the people together. My goal is to be able to make those things sustainable and grow even larger.
It's great that the National Center is working with tribes and tribal governments and tribal individuals to really build economic development opportunities. I see a lot of success for tribes in the future.
Being on board with WDC and kind of working towards the future and letting them continue to grow and expand our businesses.
To be able to share our story and give a little bit of our history, especially regarding our economic development.
I can use our cultural center and museum as a platform to show not just educators but elected officials. Then my hope is that there can be future laws, legislation, better social programs. We want every Native thriving in Nevada.
Beyond Boundaries to me means without limitations.
Doing the things that you are truly passionate about, moving past the social stigma. You're always going to expand into different things and not be held down to what everyone thinks of you.
We're not contained into these little places that maybe other systems have tried to put us in. We're part of the larger fabric, not only of the history of our own communities, but of the future of it too.
Director with the National Center, and it is my pleasure to introduce a relative from the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, Mr. Guthrie Ducheneau, CEO of Oahe Data, and he is going to be presenting the next topic of strengthening indigenous food systems. So let's give him a round of applause.
Does this one work too? Okay. There we go. That works for me. My topic is impact, from information to impact. Ag Systems is the guy after me, or the person after me. Okay. Thank you to those in attendance and the millions around the world on the online. My name is Guthrie Ducheneau. I'm the CEO for Oahe Data, which is a native-owned firm headquartered on the Cheyenne River Indian Reservation in South Dakota. I am born and raised there, a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, and a recovering entrepreneur and non-profiteer. I started a computer company in 1994 and was, for a short time, the only Native American reseller for both Gateway Computer and Dell Computer in the entire country, and was on my way to working toward getting designated as some of the small and disadvantaged business things back then. I wish there would have been, wish I would have known about places like the National Center, and I wish there would have been CDFIs out in our area back then, because I had the opportunity to do some really good work and make a huge impact in my life had I known about the types of support systems that were out there. I couldn't get banks to lend to me because I was located on a reservation. Their ignorance impacted my life. My lack of information impacted my life. Oahe Data was co-founded with me, with my partner, Jeff Lumpkin from Seattle. Jeff is a former executive at Microsoft, worked in the finance department there and the Power BI customer advocacy team. He designed one of the products that we'll be showing you later, Veritas Maps, which is a pretty slick Power BI visualization tool that lets us show a lot of the publicly available data that we have modified to fit our system visually on a lot of mapping type softwares, scatter plots, and other types of graphs. He was born and raised in the Seattle area, has lived all over the world, and has a degree in, from Cornell University and a master's from Virginia, University of Virginia. On to my topic. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the National Center and to the Sault Ste. Marie band up here for inviting and hosting us at this event. The reason I brought up sorry, I'm a little nervous. The reason I brought up my participation in entrepreneurship is that I thought this was going to be more of an, I've never been to one of these before, so I thought it was going to be more to do with tribal programs type things. Should have been clued by the part where it says enterprise development. And so the fact that it's small business is exciting for me. And I had to modify my presentation a little bit. For me, when we look at the data that we deal with, the difference between the most successful and the least successful communities and organizations in areas that we live, I don't believe it's access to resources, like some people would say. I think it's more fundamental than that. I think it's access to information about those resources. And I'm a living example of that. That's why I brought up the company that I had started and tried to keep going for 4 years. After we did finally get a CDFI in Cheyenne River, they used me as the example of what not to do. And I willingly would go there and tell everybody the trials and tribulations of trying to start a small business on the res, being ignorant of things like finance, such that I could not get the government contracts that were sent to me, spec'd out specifically for either Gateway or Dell, sent to my fax machine back in the day of fax machines. I couldn't get banks to lend me the money that I needed to buy the computers so I could resell them to the federal government. And so having access to that information would have made a huge difference in my life back then. I don't know if I would be here today selling the idea of data. I think I probably could have been a lot further along in a lot of other areas in my life had that been the case. Robert earlier talked about if you want to try to get a loan from a bank, they're going to do a credit check on you. How many people offhand know what their credit score is? Okay, about half maybe. Had they not started offering it as a result of having debit cards and credit cards, I wouldn't know. That's not something I used to check a lot when I was younger, and now it's just kind of thrown at me every month. They say, hey, your credit score is updated. Most of the time going up these days for me because I'm doing better with that part of my life. But to the topic of information to impact. So like I mentioned, access to information I think is the most important thing to success. What you do with that information has a lot to do with that success, but just having access to it is an important thing. And the information that we have in our communities oftentimes is unrefined. And so when we want to work on some of the priorities, oh, I'm sorry, forgot where I was for a second. When we want to pick a priority in any of our communities, especially when we're talking about economic development, entrepreneurship, small and large businesses, these kind of are the ones that jump out for me. We need a place to live. We need to be able to have parents that work. We need to place a safe place for their children to go before school age so that they can go out and participate in the local economies. We need to be able to access the outside world. I live out in the middle of nowhere. Our reservation is roughly the size of Connecticut. We're very sparsely populated, but our tribe invested $30 million in broadband to the doorstep, fiber optic cable to the doorstep in 2012. So I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I'm 50 miles from the nearest town, and I'm able to participate in the digital economy because of the connectivity that I have because of a tribal broadband investment. And then I worked at a hospital in Eagle Butte, an Indian Health Service hospital back on Cheyenne River. And it was a relatively new building when I started working there. And what we found is when we increased the capacity and the size of the hospital, it increased the capacity and the size of the demand for healthcare at home. So 2 years prior to opening the new facility, we had 15,000 unique visits in 1 year. And those aren't unique individuals, it's that I could show up today with a broken leg and tomorrow with a head cold. Each of those would be counted as a visit. For a population the size that we have on our reservation, that's about 2 per visits per year, which actually isn't bad at all on average. When we increased the size of the hospital, built in that capacity, the number of visits doubled. We had over 30,000 unique visits just because we had more capacity to offer. And it was information and the impact of that information. The tribe had access to this information, was able to use that as justification for getting a bigger hospital and expanding the clinic. And let's see. A lot of the information that we use for business, like the stuff that the gentleman from the small business information was talking about earlier, a lot of that stuff is sequestered in federal databases. And those data sets are almost never aligned with data sets from other federal departments. They're incredibly disorganized and hard to read and hard to understand. And my brother recently worked for the was the administrator for the Farm Service Agency for the Biden administration. And when he would ask for a report to be done on all loan participants for their farm loan programs, He said it would take 6 weeks to get that done. And they're using this antiquated system that's 35, 40 years old. The information that comes out of it is not standardized across even the USDA's departments, let alone other departments in the federal government. And so what we've done at Oahe Data is we understand that those numbers are out there, that they're in all of these different portals. Every one of them has a different shape, and a lot of them can't tell you where the information came from because they don't have the fields that are necessary to do that kind of thing. It's a spreadsheet out there or a CSV. Oftentimes what a lot of people think is data is a PDF. And when you want to try to make that data in that document actionable and usable, it's really difficult. You got to get into a format where you can either turn it into a number or a measure. And you see the information sitting there in those federal portals. It doesn't do a heck of a lot to have that information in our communities if we don't know what to do with it. And for instance, if we want to, on the topic of childcare, if we want to find out not only which counties have the youngest populations, which would need the most childcare, but also the percent of income in those counties for childcare. Those types of information are out there, but they're in two different pots. If you don't have the ability of putting those two pieces of information together, then it's not useful for you when you're trying to identify what your priorities are moving forward as a organization or as a community. So what Oahe Data does is we are a data intelligence company. We're not trying to be a solution looking for problems. We don't presume to know the answer to the problems that you have in your communities, but we know where we can help you to find evidence to mitigate those problems in your communities. We have taken our data, structured it in such a way that it is easy for computers and databases and even artificial intelligence in some aspects to go through and to give you actionable information that is sourced back to the individual row of these publicly available data sets. And the way that I like to think about it is information in and of itself is generally unrefined or kind of raw. Once you turn it into data, which is organizing it and structuring it, then it becomes actionable. And when you turn it into and use it for proof, then it becomes evidence. So evidence is provable. Most communities have a lot of information. I like to tell people that there's just as much information in those lesser successful communities as there are in the most successful communities. Oftentimes the problem is it's just not refined. Imagine driving by a mining site and seeing one of those great big dump trucks that's got a whole back end full of ore back there that it's hauling to a refinery. They dump it into that refinery, it comes out of the other end looking something along the lines of this big, just a little AirPods case. All of the ore in that big dump truck is essentially useless and in its current state, and it's really not worth much until it's been refined. Once you get it down into something that is the size and shape of this, then you can use it as currency. Gold really didn't have an intrinsic value to it up until the electronic age. Once we found out it was a really good conductor of electricity and started using it in computers. Before, it was just this really pretty shiny metal that could bend and shape into things like currency and jewelry. So it had value based on what it looked like and how easy it was to use. It really found its value when we started using it in computers. And now it's the foundation for the digital age. It's the thing way down at base levels that goes along with that silicon that gets information from one place to another within our machines. Most communities, like I said, have a lot of data, but what they don't have is that data in an organized, usable format. And so what we do at Oahe Data is we try to prioritize organizing that data, making sure that it is in a consistent shape so that we can compare it to the other data sets. We verify where that data comes from, and we add a provenance or a provability and evidence portion of our data. Each of those individual measures is provable back to the row, like I mentioned before. And then we work on trying to interpret that data along with our clients such that they can use it to make the impact in their communities or in their own lives that they're trying to do. Impact starts after you organize, not before. This is just kind of another description of what we do with the data. You can see up on the top there, it's the CDC, census, NOAA data. We've got NOAA data back to the 1800s, late 1800s, so atmospheric and the weather data essentially back to then. We've got some USDA crop data back to the 20s. Our census data is about 15 years worth of longitudinal data for the community survey, American Community Survey, which is the annual census information that's out there. We've got over 1 billion observations that are refined, organized, and in our structure, in our databases, with about 12,000 individual measures, and everything can talk to everything else because of the way we've structured it. You see the bricks at the bottom of the refinery there. We take the data, put it into the format that we've created, and then at the end of that little ingot or that brick is almost like a Lego brick that we can just snap onto the rest of our data so that we can do our analysis, our queries, and everything through all of those data sets in combination. The data doesn't care what your priorities are. The priorities are yours. The data is what we use to help address those priorities. And what the data is, essentially the types of data that we need in our priorities is we know where something is, so a place. We know that you looked at it and when you looked at it, so a time, and we know how much of it there was, so a measure. And then after that, we know whether it's like a word or a number. That's alphanumeric or numeric. Those are the two types of data that happen in spreadsheets. And those are the two types of things that you're going to be searching against and asking questions of when you're trying to address in words what your needs are and how you can best show a way of overcoming those needs if you can get people to work with you. If you're a company, that's getting them to buy your product. If you're a tribal organization, that's getting the types of funding and sources of revenue that we need to address the problems that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. A couple of examples of how we're trying to use this information right now. We're working with an organization in the Northwest that's a chamber of commerce that represents a lot of tribal regions, a lot of tribal nations up there in the Northwest. And we were looking for something specific to talk with them about because the chamber represents any kind of businesses. Well, one of the things for workforce development that they addressed was childcare. So we dove into the childcare numbers that were up there a little bit, and you can see here that the households with young kids are nearly 2 times more per capita in those tribes in the Northwest than they are against the national average. We have very young populations in our areas. The average income is significantly lower than other places. So you think even if I am a young couple and I do want to go to work and try to raise my average median income, based on just the numbers alone, there's a possibility that there's going to be more kids in my house than in other houses, just because that's what the numbers say. And Medicaid is the primary source of health care funding and payment in those communities. And nationwide, you can see that $172 billion a year is lost in this country because of inadequate child care services and resources. This is kind of one of the ways that we're trying to show the data that we have. It's hard to read on this, but like up here on the top, it shows the reservations or the tribes here on the left, total population. The next one is, I've got it blown up on my next slide here, percent of households with kids under 18. There's unemployment numbers in there, family poverty rates, that kind of stuff. And what we specialize in is trying to put the results of the data into a format that is understandable for whether you're the type of data nerd that likes to see numbers and numbers and tables, somebody that represents the stuff visually that would like to see where they are in the universe, not just what they are and what the number says, or in a different format, like, for instance, here's the numbers here. You can see that this is actually the Yakima Nation right there. That says 30,209 is the total population. The percent of households with kids under 18 is 48.9. And then when we go to the next slide, you can see that the total population is represented there. So the exact same information in two different formats, one for visual learners, one for numbers people. And then the last one is when we put it into the intelligence brief at the end, you can see again, same information, 48.9% with children under 18, total population, and then we can say what the data is, show you the numbers, and then tell you what the data means. Another organization that we're working with is an economic development organization for one of the tribes in the Southwest. And at a meeting that we had with the CEO of that company, he gave us a list of priorities to look at for him, the things that they're wanting to do for their tribal corporation. First and foremost is they're looking at building a new health center there. And so we dove into a lot of the demographic information. We looked at a lot of the population-based stuff. We looked at things like traffic. You can see that 41,000 vehicles a day go by where they're located. We went through as many of those types of things that we could, and then we presented to that organization all of the information that they needed so that they could better plan to do these things moving forward. This is what one of our data intelligence briefs looks like. The reason I put this in here is I wanted to kind of point out the provenance part of things. Up at the top, you can see the data source key. The bundles are what we're putting together with our database program. We're structuring these things into what we call a FP stand bundle. And so each of the things that are labeled with bundle there are things that come directly from the data that we put together. The primary data is citable government sources, so those types of sources that we haven't been able to download and reshape, but we still use on a day-to-day basis. There's certain types of information that the only way you can get it from the government source or the state-sponsored source is to basically do the queries locally on their website, and they don't let you just scrape all that information. You could type it all in if you wanted to, but they have these things that stop what they call robots from going and scraping the information and retrieving it. But they're still one of the more reputable sources out there. Even with their unorganized, non-relative, and unrelated sources, they're still one of the better ones out there. We've taken information directly from the partner and talked a lot about the press release that they did about the new health center, about some of their other funding priorities, things that they put right on their webpage. We were able to take that. And then the last is stuff that comes from news sources, kind of the least reliable because of the fact that news reporting can sometimes take on certain license and exaggerate and or underreport things. It does sound like somebody's knocking over there. This is the region where that particular client was looking to put the healthcare facility. And so you can see, whoops, up here on top are the different types of healthcare centers that are local to them. And then what they wanted, it was concentric 10-mile circles out to 80 miles was the service footprint of the new healthcare facility. And we were able to show what competing interests were out there. So the ones that are purple are tribal health, 638 contract ones. The orange ones are IHS clinics, and the red one there and there in Santa Fe, and then there's one in Albuquerque, are the Indian Health Service hospitals, so the full service hospitals. And since the person that we were working with happened to be in the telecommunications field prior to this, we included on the bottom there, you can't see it, but the percent in those communities that have adopted broadband, just as a way of showing some of the flexibility of the data that we have. And so we don't want, Oahe Data does not want people to be dependent on us. We want to be partners in the process of making the impact in your communities with the information that you have available to you. And so we don't want to be what my dad used to call the 10%ers. And every time there's a pot of money in Indian country, a bunch of people show up. They're kind of like the vultures that are circling over a carcass out in the middle of nowhere. And they're all looking for that 10%. They'll come in, they'll tell you, they sell you the world, say all these things. Their job is to stay employed with you as a contractor as long as humanly possible until all the money's gone. That's not what we want to do. We want to make our community stronger by helping them to identify that information, organize it into data, turn it into evidence, so that it is something provable that we can throw up against either potential not employees, potential customers if you're a business, or those sources sources of funding and revenue that we require and depend on in Indian country, like for instance federal, state governments, philanthropic interests, those types of things. We need to make sure that the information available to us is something that we can defend our propositions to those organizations with. And so another one of the products that we're working on is this portal where we have all of our data bundles. You can see this one is the American Indian, gosh dang it to heck, American Indian Alaska Native bundle and the ACS. And you can type in a normal question in the thing. It doesn't have to be an official, like technical question. You can just basically say, hey, what's the income for single mothers in Yakima? And it'll just spit out an answer for you. And I can show you here. There's the next slide is, this one says what 5 counties in Oklahoma have the lowest median household income. And it does a SQL statement. SQL is a database language. So it's a little bit of computer programming type stuff. We have artificial intelligence helps us to write that statement, then hands it off to a program that we've developed. And that program will then throw that question up against the data and return the result back to a portal that's on the web. The way that we've structured everything with our data format and our data schema is such that the artificial intelligence can help with the question side of it, but it never sees the actual data. That's all handled with a program that can be basically on this laptop here. If I disconnect it from the web, we don't need access to the public internet for that kind of stuff, so we can make this stuff super secure. And especially for tribes, we can help them to maintain some data sovereignty through that process. One of the reasons why we have the mapping up there, Jeff is an expert in mapping. I've always been a fan of maps. If you were to look right behind my TV in my living room, there's a map of the world up there on the wall. I've just always been kind of enamored with them. And so what we can do is we can show you where your data resides and the measure of that data right on the physical maps. This is a map of South Dakota with various and sundry economic impact results, measures that have come from various federal, state, and local funding opportunities. This is Veritas Maps. It cut off my logo up on the top up there when I put it into the slideshow. There are 68 different domains in this data set. So AHRQ, which is the Association for Health, I always get this one wrong, healthcare, dang it. Anyway, there's CDC information in there. There's Department of Interior information. There's USDA information in here. I had planned to do a live demonstration of this, so I apologize for not being as fluent and fluid as I could be in this process. But what I wanted to show you with this map is that this is the population of Native Americans, Alaskan Natives in the United States, and you can see that they're concentrated in places like Oklahoma and the Dakotas and the Southwest and the Northwest and Alaska, of course, for the Alaskan Natives. and not very populated out in here, but you can kind of see where each of the reservations are in those areas. The next slide shows you the percent of population under 17. So tying it back to that child care metric that was in that data set, the number of kids under 18, the data actually shows 17 in the data sets. But again, you can see that we're a super young population. There's where I live right there, the Southwest here, places like Appalachia even. What you see is there's a lot of American Indians, there's a lot of Latinos, and a lot of blacks that make up the younger part of the population in the nation. This next one was a little bit telling for me. I was clicking through the various health ailments here. So there's coronary heart disease, COPD, diabetes, asthma, depression, all those kinds of things. When you click on cancer, the reason it popped out for me is right here is where I live again, and there's not very much cancer in that area. And that sounds very encouraging until you realize it's because the age that people die there, they're not old enough to get cancer in a lot of instances. And it's amazing to be able to see that kind of data. It's just sad when you actually do. It's actually one of the things that brought Jeff and I together. We both kind of independently came to the conclusion that there are 4 main groups of people that show up in the data all the time in this country. It's people like from Indian country, people up in this area like inner city Detroit, some of the bigger cities, people down in the Rio Grande area there, El Paso, and then people in the Deep South. And what they are is Native Americans, Latino Americans, African Americans, and then in Appalachia, it's the poor white populations that are there. And when you scrape away who they are, and you look at what they are and where they are, the demographics say they're very similar. And we see that as an opportunity. If we can figure a way that we can help solve problems, for instance, in Appalachia that are addressing demographic issues, then that issue, if it's tied to demographics alone, we can take that out in a modular fashion and plug it into the Rio Grande Valley, plug it into Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and have a better chance at dealing with demographic issues if the cause of those issues is the same, which oftentimes it is, as well as the results of those types of demographic issues. A lot of what we do in Indian country, as much as I don't like it, is dependent on us receiving revenue from certain types of entities. So grant making stuff, philanthropic interests, that kind of thing. And what we do when we turn the data into dollars is we have to be able to defend it. That's where the evidence comes in. What you can show with the data, the way we structure it, is there's specificity there. So these are Bureau of Labor statistics, the vintage of it, so when it was, this was made 2023, comparing it against the national average and then the actual site, so that we can show with provenance back to that individual row again of the data. And federal reviewers especially are there when you have done a grant application at the beginning, but they say, here's what our need is, here's how much money is attached to it. Here are the things that will get you points when you do your application. And some of those points are whether or not you're from a disadvantaged area. Some of them are how much of the data you can cite that is reliable, that kind of thing. And they will throw out your application if you don't have a high enough score in those things. And so what we're wanting to do is to help the organizations that are seeking those types of funding score better on those applications, such that they can help address those issues that the NOFO, or the Notice of Funding Opportunity, was designed to help mitigate. Our goal is that your data stays your data, and that you work with us. We can work with you to figure out ways of taking your data and applying it to the publicly available data that we've organized, so that you can find more information out about your communities, about your clientele, about your lives. And the goal is ownership from your perspective, not from ours. And we want when the work is done with the types of things that we're working on, we want that data to stay where it came from, and we want it to be sovereign on your terms, not on anybody else's. Wanted to show a few examples of the way that we package things together. We are primarily a data intelligence company, so we take unorganized information and turn it into structural intelligence. And one of the ways we do that is to put it into appealing and not only digestible, but palatable visualizations. We want people not just to eat these things for sustenance, we want it to taste good too. And so we're getting pretty good at turning these into, you can see the miasma of different federal sources there. Here's our process of putting it into an organized form so that we can then put it to work for infrastructure, for housing, for workforce. We've got a few examples of it. There's another one with all of the CDC, census, all that kind of stuff. Same type of thing. We're going to organize and verify. We're going to interpret so that it's actionable. If we want to take it into a classroom, we can make it be more fun for people that are less concerned with the numbers and more concerned with how cool it looks. But it captures all the exact same information. One of the products, we've got a couple of products here I'll tell you about. One of them is this grant intelligence engine. So what we have the ability of doing is taking a notice of funding opportunity, putting it into our system, having it analyze that system, identify what the needs that are trying to be addressed are, identifying what those scoring rubrics would be, and then throwing that against our data, giving back to the grant authors some suggested types of prose, so the types of language that they could put in there. We don't want to be a grant authoring company. We want to provide the data layer to grant authors such that they can be more successful with their funding opportunity applications. An impact verification service. So since our data is longitudinal and goes back a long way, if we were to look at a type of investment in a community 10 years ago, we would be able to see the real world impact that it made, whether it's a healthcare investment, a workforce investment, an economic development investment, something like that. We can show you the historical data that says, did you really make an impact in your community like you thought you did? And then the last one I wanted to show was just we're working with a gentleman on the East Coast who has a particular interest in trying to help the Catholic Church. He's a solid member of the Catholic Church community there. And what we were showing him is that if you look right here is let me go back one. These are census tracts in Brooklyn, or the Bronx. And you can see that that one there is, out of 100 of them, rates at an 88.7 as far as high need. And the reason I brought it up is because of the language. This report was done on bilingualism. And if you look, there's 68.1% Spanish, 66.3% other languages than English in that community. And right next to it, and these are census block levels, so smaller than a census tract, and it literally is blocks. So the very next block over, you can see that first one's right here, the next one's this orange one right there. Again, 68.5% and 6.1% Spanish and other than English languages. And so you're thinking in the Catholic Church, if I want to impact those two particular neighborhoods, get a bilingual person, somebody that speaks Spanish, throw them into that neighborhood, you're going to do well because there's a built-in translation bonus. And then you go to the very next one over that is 83% need, and you look, it's still pretty high speaking Spanish, 65.5, but the other languages are 17.1 in that community. So that same bilingual person that you would deploy to one of the first two blocks is going to be less effective in that third one because they don't speak Albanian and South Asian, which is what the population makes up there, or the population is made up of there, as opposed to the other two. That's all I have as far as the slides there. I had to throw a few of these slides on the back end. I was hoping to live demo these. If there are any questions, comments, I would more than welcome them.
Any questions? John, you have a question?
Thank you. Great presentation and great work. One of the things that we work with in the tribal community is when they apply to the 8A program, they have to demonstrate that the tribe is economically disadvantaged. And so oftentimes putting the census data together with employment data and poverty rates, access to education, access to health care, it becomes overly cumbersome, and then telling the story becomes incredibly difficult. And that's what oftentimes creates a challenge with getting those applications approved. Is that something that you guys, it sounds like you could put that together pretty easily, given the data sets that you have?
We in fact we have already put that together. So our information is, and certain types of information like the AHRQ, the Association for Healthcare Research Quality is what it is called, goes down to the census block level, so really, really small like this. What we've done is we've built those shape files, or those geographic boundaries around Indian country that overlap with those. And so we're able to get down to the county level, and then because of that, the reservation level for each of the federally recognized Indian tribes. We've got 1,215 native nations represented in our data from that. And and I can show you afterwards, one of the deals is exclusively for that, has all that information in there already, and longitudinal back to the last 12 years.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I noted that some of the information was made that it could work for young people. Have the young people engaged with the data, and how has that worked for you?
Through the company, we don't really see that level of interaction. We're working with companies, businesses, organizations, that kind of thing. But just as a human, I see how much more involved with information technology kids are. And way back to 2010, when I took my daughter to Disney World, I bought one of the first iPads. And I'm a computer nerd. I've been a professional computer nerd since 1994. She took that iPad and started installing stuff on it, and it scared me. And that was 15 years ago. But like my grandson is 5 years old, the way that he just intuitively can interact with these systems is ridiculous. And you don't realize it, but they're consumers of data. And on the topic of data and that attention economy, it's the thing that triggers that dopamine signal for us. At the Reservation Economics Summit this year in Las Vegas, and then following up the Indigenous Data Sovereignty Conference that was in Tucson, the topic of data centers comes up a lot. And what I always tell people is that we solved the data center problem in Indian country a long time ago. We're actually sitting in one of them. This casino was one of the first data centers in the region. There is so much information that goes in and out of these things in the form of gaming. We've also solved the attention economy. So when you go down and sit in front of one of those machines, like I did just for a little while last night, you look up and it's 20 minutes later and you don't even realize it. Hopefully you don't realize it because you're winning. But the same triggers that we're flipping through TikTok and Instagram and the things that the young man was talking about this morning as a tool to get more businesses, the reason why those are tools for business is because on the other end of that screen, there's somebody staring at it. And those companies aren't selling you a product. Amazon, Facebook, Instagram, those companies aren't selling you a product. They're selling a company your attention so that they can put an ad in front of you. And so young people especially, they live and breathe on that thing intuitively. And a phone is a necessary part of their lives anymore. It wasn't for me when I was growing up, but it for sure is now. I don't know if I answered your question, I'm sorry. Okay.
Any other questions? I can only imagine what this can do for small business development and tribes itself.
Another one of the products that I wanted to show you that I can't, or that I wasn't able to, is we have give me a description of your company, some basic numbers, all that kind of stuff. Jeff and I have developed this process where it will take that information and extrapolate about anywhere from 500 to 1,000 words out into about 50,000 words that has a project brief, an example budget, standard operating procedures, communication plan, all of that kind of stuff, and all actionable back against our data, so that if any time it needs to pull publicly available data for provenance into it, it can pull it from there, and then uses standard acceptable practices for bringing the numbers into it, so how much an FTE would cost in a certain industry kind of thing. We'd love to show you more of that when we get time.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Guthrie, I almost called you Wayne a couple times.
Oh, that happens all the time. we all kind of answer to everybody else's names. I've got 4 brothers, and the other 4 of us brothers. 2 of the others are in public life and way more well known than I am, and they know all of these people way before I do. So I'll answer to a lot of things. Thank you again, everybody. That there.
Okay. You can either sit or stand, either one. I have it. There's a quick updated PowerPoint. Oh, you do? Yeah. Okay. I can take it.
It's 06/11/2026, and then everything else. Yeah.
Here's the clicker.
Okay.
Just real quick, a reminder, we have the basket up front if you want to put your business card in for the Reservation Economic Summit ticket. Thank you.
We're gonna have to, is this on? I have to swap out PowerPoints because I made some last minute updates. And that's what happens when you let a lawyer have as much access to a document. We love to make edits and red lines, so apologies for that. But while I'm here, Oceana God, my name's Carly Griffith Hotvet. I'm the Executive Director of the Indigenous Food and Agriculture Initiative. We're a think tank housed at the University of Arkansas College of Law, but we focus on the intersection of tribal governance, agriculture, food systems, and federal policy. And the goal that we have is really to promote indigenous foodways and agriculture within Indian country by supporting cultural activities, policy and legal research, youth development, and economic development, all in the context of tribal sovereignty, putting tribes first. And so with that, today we're going to talk to you all about opportunities for agricultural entrepreneurship in Indian country, but also what opportunities exist for tribal government to be influential in those systems and frameworks. Because we can't have one without the other, especially if we want to maximize the opportunities that are available to us as Native people. Okay. I don't know what that is. All right, let me get a show of hands. How many of you are tribal employees? Okay, tribal leadership? Business operators or owners? Good deal. That's a pretty good mix. Okay, so we'll have some good things to talk about today. Are we ready? Perfect. All right, I'm going to give an overview about tribal sovereignty in food and agriculture and how that works within those systems. And then we'll talk about how do we secure food sovereignty. What are the roles and opportunities for tribal governance, for tribal enterprise, and then also for tribal entrepreneurs. And then I'll hook you guys up with some resources that are available in case you want additional information. That's me. We already did that. I'm a citizen of the Cherokee Nation. I live in Tulsa on the Muskogee Reservation, about 6 miles from the border of my tribe. And it's really interesting for me because eastern Oklahoma, if you look at the Census of Agriculture data from the most recent census collection, eastern Oklahoma per BIA region has the second highest population of tribal farmers and ranchers. And when you look at on a state-by-state basis, Oklahoma is number 1. Overall, Navajo Nation has the highest number, but they're split up by 4 states. So Oklahoma has a lot. But what are we doing? What are we, maximizing those opportunities? Are our tribal governments aware of who all those producers and farmers and ranchers are? What kind of support and activities are those tribal governments engaging in order to promote and support agricultural economies within the reservation areas? We cannot be truly sovereign unless we can feed our own people. Tribal sovereignty requires food sovereignty. And the path to get there is highly dependent on what the goals and priorities are and cultural activities are of your tribe. Does that mean we want to make sure that all of our people are fed? Does it mean that we want to create frameworks where we're encouraging and supporting tribal entrepreneurs in Indian country so that they can feed our community. Doesn't mean that we are leveraging and negotiating and making taking full advantage of treaty and trust obligations within those expectations in order to make sure that those federal resources are coming where they need to and doing the work that we need them to do. To give a little background history, a lot of us, especially during the removal and reservation era, we became separated from our foodways and our food sources. Whether it was, no longer being able to access certain waterways or fisheries, no longer being able to travel to seasonal food sources, or being constrained in the type of farming operations that we were engaging in at the time. My tribe is traditionally agrarian in addition to subsistence harvest. But as our land bases got smaller and smaller, and as we were removed from the foothills of Appalachia into Indian territory, we also encountered a very different climate. And so that affected our traditional knowledge as far as how we knew to grow things, because we had to adopt and adapt new practices and new methodologies, and engage with new plant species and figure out how we were going to feed our people. That frequently resulted in that forced food dependence, right? Our neocultural tradition of fry bread came from commodity foods. Is that something we want to continue? Has that been something that's been a healthy choice for our people? What does it mean if we're going to return to cultural foodways or be cognizant and adopt and adapt to new opportunities that are better aligned with our cultural, traditional, and health needs? Allotment policy is a great example of how the federal government made decisions under the guise of benefiting Indian country, but really with the intent to open up additional lands. The whole idea of allotment was predicated on this thought process that, well, we're going to teach the Indians and help them become individual yeoman farmers, this like Western idea of farming and ranching. And that means everybody is going to have their, own acreage of parcels, and then they're going to grow enough food to feed their family, but also more to be able to take to market. And the Indian agents are going to provide the training and resources to make that happen. And really, what happened that we know is there was a lot of grift in that system. Many tribes, when allotments went out, you had family units whose allotments were assigned to different counties, or in locations where they were not amenable to farming and ranching. Steep slopes, poor soil, regularly flooding river, riparian zone areas. We also saw a lot of grift associated with finding a way to separate Native people from their natural resource assets, land base, oil, mineral rights, and interest. Killers of the Flower Moon is a perfect example of that type of concept. And the thing that really gets me is the Dawes Act is the federal legislation that really perpetrated a lot of these allotment policies. But in the research that went along with that, Senator Dawes made a comment on the floor of the Senate that the chief of the Cherokee Nation, and this was during a time when the feds were appointing chiefs, the chiefs weren't elected by the people. The chief of the Cherokee Nation took us around and showed us everything, and there were schools and hospitals and housing for everybody, and everybody was well fed. And this is a summarization, but that cannot continue because Cherokee people are not encouraged to reach the maximum of their own potential and seek wealth and prosperity. And I was like, this guy is measuring from what he sees as the most important thing being the ceiling, rather than looking at the floor for where all of us are cared for. All of us are living in community, all of us are being collaborative as a predicate to justify separating us from our land base. So frustrating, but it's an example of how our cultural practices and traditions and perspectives can be very different from what a non-native policy that's driven by folks that are not a part of or in tune with the community, what that can look like. And we see that perpetrated a lot within our food and agriculture systems. And that cultural connection to food really continues to be critical. We suffer from higher rates of metabolic disease, diabetes, heart disease, other types of insulin resistance and metabolic challenges and issues like that. Food truly is medicine. And it is a big deal. It's super important to make sure that we have access to healthy food, that it's affordable, that we are able to not only grow and produce, but also process, package, distribute, and label. Every single point along the supply chain is really critical. And a lot of tribes are doing a lot of production agriculture, but what's the next step? Are we maximizing those opportunities? There's a lot of agricultural activity in Indian country as well, but a lot of it is from non-natives who lease trust land, restricted land, and then all of that money that they make on that land goes off reservation into their businesses and non-reservation, non-tribal community economies. So how do we secure food sovereignty? What do? Tribal governments have a role to play, tribal enterprises have a role to play, and tribal entrepreneurs have a role to play. They're all distinct. We're going to start with tribal governments. Tribal governments have, in my mind, one of the best opportunities to be influential in reclaiming our foodways, creating food sovereignty, and supporting tribal sovereignty. So we go through and we can identify our goals. How are we feeding our own people? Are we doing that? Should we be doing that? How are we supporting the efforts of our people to feed the community? And then we can look at, do we want to be generating revenue? Do we want to occupy regulatory space? We see a lot of encroachment from external jurisdictions that try to come in and regulate Indian country, whether it's states, counties, sometimes the federal government, to say you need to do this or do that. And if we don't have laws in the books or have policies in place that we're actively engaging in and enforcing, it allows that regulatory encroachment to come in, right? Also, how are we maximizing the federal obligation for service delivery? Many tribes have treaty language that includes references to food and agriculture. But we do not see those referenced very frequently when those tribes are negotiating their self-governance compacts, or when they are engaging in consultation with federal government agencies and departments to advocate for their needs and justify those needs. What does that look like? What does that mean? How are we making sure that, okay, federal government, you promised this, this, and this, we're going to continue to expect you to deliver on that promise. Otherwise, just give us the land back and we'll just handle it from there, right? Can we and should we create a closed loop on reservation in tribal community food system? How can it be more resilient? How can it be impervious to external influence? We all experienced that during COVID. We all saw shortages. We all saw challenges with being able to get access to the food we needed, to the types of food that we preferred, and foods that were frequently culturally important for us. Tribes tend to be a little more rural, a little more remote a lot of the time, and that means we frequently end up as the last stop on a lot of delivery and supply chains. And so even if a truck gets there, it may not have the complete variety of foods or agricultural products that we need in that community. That happened quite a bit. And so during the pandemic, we saw the pandemic didn't break anything in our food system, but it did pull the blanket back and show us exactly where everything was broken. And that was kind of an eye-opening time where, nobody's coming to save us. We become dependent and reliant on this external food system that is susceptible to breakages. What can we do to become more influential and exert more influence over our food systems? And there was a recognition of we need to be producing our own food. We need to be processing our own food, packaging it, labeling it, distributing it. One of the examples that I'll give is when the federal government was shut down and it got to the point where folks that were on SNAP were not going to get their monthly benefit issued. We saw that tribes that had food systems investments set up, whether they were direct opportunities to do cash distribution on an EBT card or to put out food boxes for people, tribes that had those food systems set up already were able to much more rapidly deploy those resources. They were also able to connect with tribal producers or local producers in the area, say, we want to buy what you have so that we can immediately distribute that. Having that capacity in place makes a huge difference to be able to be responsive to your community in a time of need, and also allow your tribal dollars to circulate within the community instead of buying from a Cisco or a Benny Keith's or some other food service provider. And then also, how are we protecting our cultural foodways? I like coming to the Great Lakes because the work that tribes have done in the area specific to protecting Manoomin and the lakes that produce that It's really heartening to see that there's a prioritization, there's systemic structures in place that respect cultural practices and traditions in a way that references the critical need for this food source, protect it in a good way, and also collaboratively advocate for those needs. And so I like that as an example because it shows this food is important to us. What are we doing to protect and sustain it? But also keeps in mind that agriculture in Indian country isn't just digging a hole and putting a seed in the ground. It's also being in relationship with our environment. It's also taking a look to say, how can we be a good steward? How can we be a good brother or sister to these plant and animal species and relatives that are important for us, and support them and manage that landscape in a way where those naturally occurring food sources are coming back. And tribal governments have a lot of authority and influence when it comes to the lands that they have jurisdiction over when it comes to that. And then in addition, so you identify these goals. What's important for us? What's aligned with our cultural traditions? What are the needs of our people? Where do we have gaps? What can we do? How can we prioritize that? You can also advocate. I had mentioned that before as far as like engaging in federal consultation, going to DC to advocate for a farm bill, and other types of provisions through DOI or BIA opportunities. Quick little farm bill update. The Senate's saying they want to get one done. I don't know how they're going to get 60 votes to get past cloture, but it's one of the challenges that we see. The last farm bill we had was in 2018. We were supposed to have a new one in 2023. Here we are, it's 2026. Portions of it were passed through the big beautiful bill, but not the portions that necessarily were the most important or impactful for us in Indian country, right? And so we're seeing that come through, but until we get a new farm bill, that means that current programs are operating, but it's almost on an annual appropriations basis. And that means that pot of money for the programs that are available dries up a lot more quickly than an appropriation that's intended to last a longer period of time like that. So what do we do? How do we invest? A tribal government can invest in those tribal food and ag supply chains. And one of the conundrums, not necessarily conundrum, but the question is, what's the tribe's role in being influential in food systems and supply chain management? Should tribes be operating their own tribal enterprises in order to say, we're going to occupy this space, we're going to do this type of work, it's going to generate revenue, it's going to create jobs, it's going to go back in the funding that we raise is going to go back into the general fund, and then we also are going to have a product to sell? Or is the appropriate role for tribal government to not get into competition with its own people as far as tribal entrepreneurs or businesses are concerned, but create ways or frameworks to support the efforts of those folks? One of the examples that I like to give is during the pandemic, when a lot of the ARPA and CARES Act funding went out, many tribes took that opportunity to invest in meat processing facilities. The idea was to be able to process enough meat in order to be able to feed the community as needed. A lot of those tribes had their own cattle operations or bison operations that they were able to use those processing facilities to process their own meat. But there's also excess capacity within those facilities, so they could open that up to local producers or tribal producers to say, please come here, these facilities are federally inspected or not, and process your food here, or your cattle or your bison here for market rate or lower than market rate, or sometimes even whatever you bring here we will buy and process it for you so that we can sell and package that under an aggregate contract. And so there has to be that discussion about what's the appropriate role for tribal governments to enter into here. And sometimes it's a shared purpose, but we'll get into that a little bit later about some specifics. How do you make those value-added investments, and how do you deploy resources that are made available to you? There are programs with USDA that support conservation-based activities, and we see some frameworks where tribes are able to be a conduit to make it easier for tribal producers to be able to access those dollars. But we also see challenging situations where tribes may not share and share alike with some of those resources that are made available to them, and instead prioritize tribally held trust land that the tribe is operating versus leased land or allotted or assigned land that individual tribal producers are working on. And so there's a balance there as far as do we have the ability to administer this in a way that makes the most sense? Are we able to appropriately deliver on federal dollars that are allocated? What's the best way to do that? And the bonus for the situation that I just mentioned was that situation was set up to where tribal producers would not have to theoretically individually apply to be able to access the specific program. Instead, the tribe applied for the reservation-wide land base. The funding went to the tribe, and then the tribe was to distribute it out from that point. And we see that a lot. You know, there's a lot of programs available for federal support, but if I'm a small farmer or rancher, I'm a family, operator, do I have time to figure out all the paperwork that I need to get pulled together in order to be able to apply and access this fund? Does it make sense for me to do it if it's only going to be a few $100s, but it's going to be a lot of time and effort for me to figure out this program? Maybe, maybe not. It just really depends. So there's some frameworks and opportunities that tribal government can step into to say, we're going to reduce the barriers and challenges to access this by leveraging our role as an advocate before the federal government. And then how are you helping? As a tribal government, there's opportunities to say we want to increase access to capital, to lending, to CDFIs. We operate our own CDFI. We want to make sure that we're including agricultural lending as a component of that. There are some tribal CDFIs that have been very hesitant to get into ag lending because your funding cycles look a lot different, right? You may have taken your goods to market 1 or 2 times a year versus a more regular cycle if you're doing that type of production. And so understanding those concepts and what the landscape looks like for ag lending may be different. What market opportunities are there? Are you on a farmer's market? Where are you buying your food from as a tribe? Are you getting it locally? What options exist to maybe help you build up that source of food that you're looking for or specific products? And then also, how are you making land or other types of natural resources available and accessible to your people? We hear that a lot. I want to get started. I want to, have a few cow-calf operation, and I don't need a whole lot of acres, but I can't come in and bid on lease land because I don't need that big of a parcel. How does that work? How can I get started? What support is there? Or my tribe doesn't do land leases. We don't have a big land base, but I'm really interested in getting going. What's a small scale opportunity that I can take a step forward in? Is there something that a tribe could support those efforts with? And then that training, education, outreach, that technical assistance that we see. So you have to create the policy to meet those goals, and we're going to get into that. Does it make sense for you to have a tribal department of ag? Do you want to have a tribal conservation district? Do you have a lot of folks that want to produce their own food under their own labels, but you don't have law in the book on how to make sure that they are certified in doing it safely? You can have that cottage food law. Navajo Nation does a junk food tax. The revenue that they collect on junk food goes back into programs to support healthy activities, things like playgrounds, basketball courts, diabetes treatment management trainings, other types of healthy community activities are funded through that. We also see tribes that have passed laws that say we will not buy not healthy food, and we aren't going to distribute any unhealthy food within our tribal government dollars. And so it's really fun to go to festivals and parades where people are passing out squash instead of throwing candy. Yeah. I went to one and this kid was like, "What is this?" His grandma liked it. She was into it. And then we talked about sourcing. Are there any incentives? Do you have we've heard of taro, taro contracting and Indian preference there, but what about for food sourcing? Is there tribal preference on where you're buying your food from? Or do you want to have a percentage goal to work towards? We want 10% of our food to be locally sourced, 20%, 30%. A lot of states are moving towards those types of efforts. Montana, for example, they want to do 30% by 2030. It's a very ambitious goal, but a lot of our foods, because our national food system has really trended towards consolidation and larger scale corporate agricultural operations occupying that market space, it makes it easier to buy larger volumes and quantities of food, but it's also a food system that can be disrupted, and it's also a food system that's less nutritionally dense. We get pretty fruit, but we don't necessarily get healthy or tasty fruit, right? And so when you locally source, you're able to also increase your nutritional opportunities there, which in turn offsets your healthcare costs, right? Dr. Valerie Jernigan at OSU Health Science Center in Tulsa does research in indigenous nutrition. 16 weeks of food boxes to not just the patients who are receiving treatment for metabolic diseases, but their whole household. 16 weeks after that, they showed a resulting drop of 0.13 A1C levels, which is significant, and extrapolated that data to infer that for each patient that was being treated for diabetes that was able to participate in that program, the tribal healthcare system saw a $40,000 to $60,000 per person savings, just because we're giving people healthy food. That's it. And it's a lot cheaper to buy locally sourced healthy food than it is to cover metformin or other types of healthcare interventions there. And then also, what self-governance opportunities exist? Do you want to pursue the Hearth Act for ag leasing? Agricultural resource management plans are a huge deal. That has the teeth of tribal sovereignty behind it. You may have heard of forestry management plan or an integrated resource management plan. Those are just like best use plans, right? ARMPs, the statute specifically says that if a tribe does an ARMP, includes their cultural priorities, lists out their agricultural resources, and says this is how we want to treat things. If there is a BIA regulation that is in conflict with that plan controls. So if BIA is doing stuff with your land base that you're not into, maybe your tribe needs an ARMP. We also have the Model Tribal Food and Ag Code. My organization developed this and administers it. It is fully customizable to each tribe's need. But some of the things that are important here that we look at is this general provisions and jurisdictional finding helps you create a Department of Agriculture. There are a lot of things the Department of Ag can do, from enterprise management, regulations and permitting, being a conduit of federal programs, being an advocate for tribal farmers and ranchers to be able to get information out to folks that need it in order to run their businesses more effectively. But it also takes into account what kind of influence can we have at the tribal level to support folks developing their agricultural businesses. My tribe has a treaty provision that says any agricultural good produced on the Cherokee Nation reservation and sold not just on the reservation but anywhere in Indian Territory, which is pretty much all of eastern Oklahoma, is not subject to federal or state tax. But if I register my business under state law, I expose myself to state regulation and state taxation. So Cherokee Nation has an LLC code and a corporate code wherein I as a Cherokee citizen can incorporate my LLC or a corporation or a nonprofit under Cherokee law, and if I'm only doing business within the Cherokee reservation, I'm only subject to Cherokee law. There's cost savings there, right? It reduces regulatory barriers. It eliminates certain compliance standards that you have to be involved in. You only have to follow your tribe's rules if you're incorporated under tribal law. Now, the second you cross the reservation or you're selling off-res, you're doing interstate commerce, then you have to think about it a little bit more. But that's when you call us. We're those nerdy back office lawyer and policy wonks that do that research.
Does that also work for intertribal trade?
Does it work for intertribal trade? So it depends. If you step off reservation, so for me in eastern Oklahoma, for Indian Territory, when I leave the Cherokee Reservation and I want to sell a product, say on Choctaw land, which is just south, I would be subject to Choctaw sales tax, but not state, not federal. And that's pursuant to that treaty provision. Now, if you don't have a treaty provision like that, there is exposure for state taxation for that transaction. Yeah. The lawyer answer, it depends. It really does, right? That's the thing about federal law in Indian country. It's the only thing that's consistent about it is that it's inconsistent. It depends on who, where, what, when, why, because we are not all treated the same. We have different treaty provisions, different laws apply to us at different times. It really does end up being incredibly unique in certain circumstances and situations. And then, the public law 280 considerations, but they shouldn't apply to anything agricultural or sales related, but a lot of times public law 280 states are very interested in flexing their jurisdiction in areas that they actually aren't authorized to. Okay. We also have this tribal governance guide. This is a sample of it. It's available on our website, but it's really how-to manual as far as, tribal governments that are thinking about getting in the driver's seat and securing their food systems. And this is an example of what a tribal Department of Agriculture could do. Enterprise, extension, food nutrition, land management, compliance and regulation, youth programs. There's a ton of different things. Not every tribe that has a Department of Agriculture is going to have everything housed under it. A lot of times we see food and nutrition programs continue to be housed with social services, which is fine. It's just good to know about because if you have product that is in demand for the populations that those food and nutrition programs are being served, like bison, like wild rice, and your tribe is producing that, it makes sense to say, how can we build a conduit where we are supporting each other, where this program is buying from the Department of Agriculture or an enterprise that the Department of Agriculture supports. How do we integrate that? Just an example, market access for extension work. How are we helping folks get their product to market? Opening up sales. Do we host a farmer's market? Is that something that's available or an option for us? What about trade days? Those kind of things. And then, for the youth programs, it's always critically important, camps or activities or trainings or workshops to learn about tribal agricultural activities and food systems, internships, supporting 4-H or FFA programs, and then contests. But there's a ton of things that a Department of Ag can do. Not everything has to live under it, but these are some good examples of what the options are. All right, what about tribal enterprise? And when I say tribal enterprise, I'm talking about an enterprise that's owned by a tribe. That definition can, be flexible, but in this instance, that's what we're talking about. What can that enterprise do? Capitalize on resources. Do we have unused or underused resources available to us that we could do something profitable or practical with? Land, natural resources. What about surrounding economic activity? Is there a need in the community that's not being met that a tribe could step in with an enterprise and fill that? What about infrastructure? What about labor? What's your tribal workforce look like? The example I like to give for that is the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla. There's a lot of wheat farming that goes on in that area. The mill that a lot of those farmers used burned down, and the one that was left had very limited capacity. So the tribe recognized that there was an opportunity to become involved and occupy that vacant space. So they structured a very robust and really interesting financing deal in order to bring a new flour mill online. It's going to create about 20 jobs in the community, but is also going to be the primary processor for the wheat that's coming out of that area. It's attractive because previously those farmers were having to transport and haul their grain a much more significant distance because there wasn't something local in the community. So that's an example of taking a look at what economic activity is going on around the area and what opportunity does a tribe have to intervene and invest in that space. Sustainable operation is also an example. We talked about that meat processing facility. The way my tribe works is the tribe owns the building and the infrastructure, but they farm out the operation to our Cherokee Nation LLC. And so the operation of it is under the business arm, but the infrastructure is under the tribal arm. That works out really well because a lot of times tribes are better able to access federal funding to support those infrastructure projects and activities. But when you want to run something like a business so that it is generating value, the LLC can be in charge of that. But the goal there is to process Cherokee Nation's own herd, but also process enough beef and pork products that we're able to offer at a better than market competitive rate. Anytime I buy from the 1839 meat company in Tahlequah, I'm usually saving anywhere between $1 to $2 per pound on ground beef. They're able to be much more effective and efficient about it. Part of that model is a slow capital idea. The fact that we're not going to charge as much as we can in order to hit our break even ASAP and create profit. Our goal is to have, a longer break-even period where our tribal investment is more heavy up front in order to make sure that we are able to feed our community in a way that we are able to pay back any sort of liabilities that we have associated with that facility, but not in a way where we are exploiting people and are not creating accessibility for the populations that we're serving. So there's a real balance that can be stricken there, and that's definitely a priority discussion, right? If Cherokee Nation LLC was responsible for financing the building, the infrastructure, that wouldn't be a successful model for them. But since the tribe holds the infrastructure and the building and the operations are under the LLC model, that makes it a lot more flexible. So working together from a tribal governance structure and a business enterprise structure can make a lot of sense in those scenarios. How are we collaborating? How are we partnering with similarly situated tribes or tribal enterprises to maximize our buying power, maximize our selling power? What are we doing to work together to source different goods? One of the examples that I like to see is there's some tribes out west who are almost adjacent, and they recognize that there was a big need for some farming inputs. And when you buy in bulk, it's cheaper. So when you collectively say, you need this much, I need this much, let's buy it all at once, and then we'll store it on our appropriate locations. But when you're able to maximize your buying power, you can get cheaper input costs. And that's beneficial for your enterprises as well. And then sourcing. If you are processing or you need to get different raw product, can you do that locally? Is there something that your tribal government can do from a policy standpoint to encourage that production or that availability of that raw product that your tribal enterprise can then source? Beef is an example. But also so Muskogee Creek Nation, they also run a meat processing facility, and they source quite a bit. And they got to the point where they're doing boxed beef as well. But they are doing trainings and outreach to encourage their local tribal cattle ranchers to meet the standards that they're looking for so that they can buy from them, so that they can package those aggregate contracts that the need is greater than what they're able to source from their own herd, and then package it, label it, and sell it under the Muskogee Nation label. Is there a value added opportunity for an American Indian Foods label, for this is a product of this tribe label? Yeah, people like to buy that stuff, especially non-native folks in rich areas like Petoskey, right? Zibi-Mijwang Farms, Little Traverse Bay Band of Ottawa Indians, for a while they were selling high quality produce. 5 minutes? Cool. All right, we'll get this knocked out. So what's good for tribal entrepreneurs? Production, revenue generation. You have the ability to be nimble. If you're smaller, you have a lot more flexibility to be responsive to different needs. However, it's also more of a challenge to be able to get the equipment that you need, to be able to access that scaling up as your business is growing. That's a great way to collaborate with a tribal government to say, hey, we all are doing this. It would be helpful if you were to build a produce processing facility or increase your cold storage that we could have access to so that we could rent some of that space and distribute our product out as needed. There are great collaborative partnerships, and as a tribal entrepreneur, asking for what you need can be very, very influential in your tribe setting policy. Communicate and advocate. Be a good steward. A lot of our tribal farmers and ranchers and entrepreneurs have direct on the ground involvement with the land and the natural resources. Being a good steward is critical, right? We see a lot of non-native folks that lease tribal lands and they don't make the investments, don't restore the soil health, don't take care of the water because that's not their land, right? It's like driving a rented car. And then organize your business under tribal law, but do your succession planning. Get an estate plan put together, get a will, figure out who's going to get your stuff when you go and who's going to be able to continue to operate your business. We see that a lot. People don't plan for it. They think it's too complicated, especially if there's restricted or allotted land at issue or trust land or long-term leases. How does it work? There are resources available to help. Indian Land Tenure Foundation is a great resource for that as well. What are the resources? Model Tribal Food and Ag Code, we talked about that, tribalfoodcode.com. Tribal Governance Guide to Food and Agriculture, that's also on our website, and indigenousfoodandag.com. The Tribal Food Sovereignty Innovation Lab, National Congress of American Indians, has announced this resource and has opened it up. It's a collaborative collection of different resources available to support tribal food and agriculture sovereignty. Our EATS Academy, again on our website, guidance about how to organize an agricultural business, a decision tree about which business organization is the best fit for me, resources about starting record keeping, all the things that you need to do as a startup entrepreneur in food and agriculture spaces. And then the USDA Tribal Resource Guide. This hasn't been updated since 2022. There's a lot of additional programs in it, but it's a really good foundation to get started to learn about what options are available. What about money, right? Native American Agriculture Fund. Tribes are eligible to apply, as well as tribal nonprofits. They don't directly fund individuals. However, they do fund organizations that are pass-through re-granting for tribal entrepreneurs and individuals. Their application opens up usually in March and closes in May, so we're outside of the cycle for this year, but keep an eye on it for next year. USDA grants.gov, it's been kind of hit or miss, just like with other federal programs right now, but also the Farm Service Agency and the FPAC mission area, Farm Production and Conservation, frequently have individual funding support for farmers and ranchers. Occupton is a native-run CDFI that is explicitly focused on agri-lending in Indian country. Growing Justice is another grant fund focused on good food procurement and supporting those efforts. And then First Nations Development Institute at firstnations.org puts out grant funding opportunities as well. And then these are some great supporting organizations: MyOrg, Indigenous Food and Ag Initiative, Intertribal Ag Council, Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance. I know they're really active in this area. Feed 7 Generations, and then Native Agriculture Financial Services as well. So I know I'm out of time, but I'll stick around a little bit afterwards if there's any questions. But all of our resources are here, and I would like to say wado, dododaga ha'i, thank you, and until we meet again.
Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you. All right, so we're gonna get ready to go into our next break for about 15 minutes, but before we do that, we'll do 2 drawings. Okay. Let's see. You must be present. What was the other? You can't give it away, and it has to be for 2027. So Cynthia Yellow? Yay, okay. Awesome. I'll be emailing you separately about the ticket information. And then Claudia. Oh, awesome. All right, so those are our 2 winners, and then we'll do the next 2 at the end of the day. But 2:15, we will bring John Shiraka back up. Thank you, guys.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage.
Tourism here in Hawaii started a really long time ago. Our kings and queens of old Hawaii, our ali'i, started it when they had treaties with 20 different countries, and they would host dignitaries from all around the world.
Tourism in Hawaii is our largest economic sector. We have a significant portion of Kanaka Maoli, of Native Hawaiians, who participate in some way, shape, or form. Some of the data, I think, is 1 in 4 people here in Hawaii at any given time is a tourist.
One of the challenges is that the whole tourism industry has been controlled by people, not us. It's been way too long where people would see coming to Hawaii as a playground. And it's important to remember that playground is someone's home.
What's happening now is that a lot of our Native Hawaiian people, they're really starting to realize that they can really benefit off of tourism in more ways than just working for other people. They're creating these wonderful businesses, and we're about to venture on this new way of doing tourism kind of on our terms.
Let's go check out some of the local businesses here in Oahu.
Our fruits come from local vendors. Our papayas and some of our mangoes, it comes from our family trees.
I bet you meet all kinds of people from all over the world.
Every day I meet somebody from a different place. That's one of the best things, the connections and friendships that we make.
They were saying that, we don't need to eat anymore today. It was making them so full. He's saying we know these fruits, but these are the best ones that we had.
We're visiting with Yuki again. It's so great to see you. We were here a few years ago. Thank you for having us back.
Oh yeah, thank you for coming back again.
What is this here I'm gonna taste?
This is mead, wine made out of honey.
Cheers. That is delicious.
I'm gonna taste some honey right here. I want to start out with this ghost pepper infused honey. Whoa. I like this one.
We offer a tour. The visitors get to see and learn how bees are kept. They get to wear the bee suit and at the end harvest a little piece of a honeycomb to bring back.
It's been interesting to see that ability to educate our visitors, that it's not just about coming and playing, but it's coming and learning about the environment, learning about the culture, so that people who come not only get to learn about the place, but they get to learn about us.
Gamavu. My name is Ashley Hemmers. I'm an enrolled member of the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe, and I am here at the Powwow in Paradise. I'm so excited to be here with the Native Edge Institute. Yesterday we had a full summit with Native Hawaiian organizations, business leaders, and entrepreneurs to talk about how we can boost the local economy through the tourism industry. And I'm really excited to share our cultures together on this beautiful weekend at this Powwow in Paradise.
Wanting to learn more about the Native Hawaiian or Kanaka Maoli culture, I would attend events that were open to visitors and guests. After a while, they came up and asked me, "Where are you from?" And when I identified myself as Native American, they got really excited, and I came to realize that they're as interested in us as we are in them, and we started sharing our culture with the people of Hawaii.
We got the call to come and be asked to serve as the head staff. We were so excited because we have so much belief and customs in our culture that to share that, but as well learn of the Hawaiians as well. Very similar, to all of our cultures as Indigenous people.
Our time here in Honolulu is wrapping up. Earlier we met Captain Rob and we were so fortunate. He invited us to take a catamaran evening ride. Let's go inside and check it out, you guys.
We have a vessel out here which is a double-hulled Polynesian canoe, and we do education at sea every day. We are a social enterprise, so by people coming to Hawaii and buying tickets, puts all the kids on and other groups on for free. It's just exciting to be able to help out and give back through a social enterprise to the community.
There are tons of cultural tourism activities here in Hawaii. Tourists are looking forward to doing those types of things, and they're seeking out these opportunities. What we really, really love about that is that they go back to where they're from and they teach people about it. The narrative is getting to be a lot different now, where we as Native Hawaiians are being able to control it and really returning the power to the Native Hawaiian people.
Any of the Native American business owners who are looking to develop or enhance their businesses, we can provide them with that support.
I think Indian country is looking for that economic driver to take them to the next level.
Came here to the NEI to be able to meet, different business owners, different entrepreneurs, networking.
They do a lot of helping with marketing and consulting and one-on-one. It's what I've really been looking for.
I'm hoping to work with more Native business owners. I want to network with them, connect with them, grow their business, and break into new markets.
How can we incorporate the cultural teachings of Navajo? Now we're trying to figure out how to make it sustainable.
So we started off on the reservation because we wanted to start a reservation business. If you look back here, we have a generator, we have tanks in here, so we're self-sufficient. We can go anywhere.
We provide wood to families that we consider to be most vulnerable, who may be elderly, who may be disabled, who may be economically stressed.
I've been able to establish a nonprofit that caters to elder care. We give back to our Lachi'i community. We work with the 7 chapters in our community.
We met with the Forest Service and we told them, we have an LLC now. And she said, well, now we can pay you to do the work. And that's when we learned about all the contracts.
How do we call it? Our dream, my dream, is to have people working. The bigger you are, the more wood you can provide for the people. But in the end, it's still the smiles from the elders that receive the wood, and that's the cool part when you get to talk to them.
It deepens your relationship with your community.
Do not be afraid of failure, because you're going to hit walls, you're going to hit hurdles to obtain the information that you want in order to grow your business.
We just wanted to show people the experience that they could have hiking through the Navajo sandstones, being able to see the shaft of lights that are only seen in the Antelope Canyons.
We want to tell our story. We want our guests to hear our stories from the actual land users of the area.
The benefits of tourism include economic development, cultural awareness, and cultural preservation.
The only way you can, accomplish things is showing up and doing it.
Getting out of your comfort zone and then making those small steps to make that dream into a reality.
Like my dad said, there's a wall, you bump into it, there's always a way around it.
I'm here today to learn about opportunities and grow my business. Most of our clients are tribal governments, tribal enterprises, Native nonprofits, and also tribal members. We help invest their money to grow wealth, but also protect it.
Organizations such as the Northwest Native Chamber and the National Center will really kind of walk hand in hand with you to ensure the success of your business.
Making sure you have that plan in place to grow your business and actually having that purpose.
I represent a number of indigenous artisans and local artists. Ultimately, I think what got you to take the plunge into being an entrepreneur is your why, and knowing your why is really important.
Native community members that are growing their businesses and turning around and coming back and serving their community is causing the next generation to say, maybe I could do that too.
my way out of socioeconomic poverty was my art. I was always taught by my great-granny, you don't just represent yourself, you represent your people, you represent your family, you represent your house, you represent your nation. That was my way of bringing my culture and my responsibility into my business.
I'm actually the first Native business owner with a brick and mortar on 5th Avenue in Seattle ever. Everything I make myself. Right now I'm wearing my Keep Dancing t-shirt. I wanted to honor the dancers in my tribe for being a very big part of revitalizing our culture over the years.
We are at the Hebold Cultural Center and Natural History Preserve. It teaches people about the history and culture of the Toledo tribes, the values and the natural resources that are such an important and integral part of the culture and the way of life.
I have a fish buying and selling business. I buy from tribal fishermen. We've helped up the prices in our community for fishermen.
I was always working for other people. Finally, this last year, I was able to do it for myself. Me and my brothers, we came out here and everybody looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "We're going to become fishermen." I said, "We will build the boats. We'll partner up." This literally showed up with all sheets of metal and a dream and a vision.
Our role is to make sure that we're maintaining balance. Salmon aren't around as much anymore, and they're the food for the Kolkola H, so that means the Kolkola H aren't around, and that means they're not here to hunt the seals, who are doing even more damage to the salmon because there's more seals than there should be. This story reminds us that it's our responsibility to keep that balance, but something that we can use as an example to people outside of our community.
Networking is so important as an individual and as a business. You can create wealth, create job opportunities, grow your community, and more importantly, serve the needs of your community.
My name is Nicole Watson. I'm one of the business specialists here with the National Center. And we're going to bring John Shiraka back on, and he's going to be doing part 2, and that's the overview of small business federal contracting, set-aside programs, updates, new rules, and regulations.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for being here. I know it's late in the day. We're all getting tired. We all had lunch. What'd you say? We have another 2 hours? An hour and 45 minutes now? So we'll power through. Really what I wanted to try to talk about, based on what we chatted about this morning, and sort of some of the conversations I've had. One is sort of what's happening in the marketplace. There are obviously challenges with respect to the focus on the different set-aside programs. So are we focused on 8A? Is the government promoting service disabled? Is the government promoting any of the other set-aside programs? How to position yourself in the current environment? How to remain sort of flexible in order to give the government buyer what they're looking for. I think, at least from my perspective, what we see a lot, and is there an agenda here? There we go. What we see a lot is that not only is the government contractors sort of facing challenges or sort of an uncertain marketplace with the federal acquisition rewrites, with small business program set-asides, but at the same time, contracting officers that are contracting these requirements are living sort of in a challenging environment because the rules and regulations are sort of shifting under their feet. The requirements around how the set-asides work or what needs to be promoted is shifting under their feet. And then there are also, countless audits, reviews, more specifically focused on the small business set-aside programs. So the sort of the crux of this afternoon, or at least the 45 minutes that I have, I want to talk a little bit about sort of teaming, mentor-protege, joint venture, how that started, why it's important, how to think about it. But real quick, sort of as an overview of how we got to where we are. Look, under the Biden administration, there was a lot of focus on the small business set-aside program, but arguably a significant focus on the 8A program. So where the statutory requirement for the 8A program was 5% by law, through executive order, the Biden administration said, you know what, during our administration, we're going to achieve 15%. Now that sounds huge, from 5 to 15, but the federal government was already hitting 10 or 11. So really it was the last 4%, and the last 4% wasn't supposed to happen. It was supposed to be implemented over 4 years. Wasn't supposed to happen until the last year. So we really were going to see the biggest impact that last year. When the Trump administration came in, they took measures to sort of not only clamp down on that, but to sort of address what they considered DEI programs. Now, from my perspective, having ran these programs, I don't look at any of the set-aside programs as DEI, but sort of in the big push against DEI, a lot of these programs sort of fell into that. So immediately we saw an executive order rescinding the 15%, focused on eliminating DEI programs across federal government. Sort of the 8A program fell a little bit into that. We saw implementation of an executive order that said, as a federal contractor, you can't have DEI programs yourself, and even if you have a private sector arm, it'll be challenging if you continue to have your DEI programs on your private sector arm if you want to do work with the federal government. In addition to that, we saw the FAR rewrite. Those were implemented in chapters. A number of those were, depending on what agency, were implemented as deviations to the Federal Acquisition Regulation. There's going to be a comprehensive release of the revolutionary FAR overhaul, they call it. And then there will be a public comment period and an implementation. But what we've seen, even though we haven't seen the final version of FAR 19 is the regulations that administer the small business program. We've seen a draft of it. In the draft, there are concerns as a small business advocate. In the draft, there are concerns around a couple of things. One, eliminating a lot of the language. We talked a lot about the small business specialists and the small business programs and the PCRs and participation and set-asides. They've eliminated, although the regs, it's a little complicated and I don't want to get too far in the weeds. The regulations don't go away, but the focus in the federal acquisition regulations around the small business professionals is being eliminated or reduced, I'd say. And then when it comes to this 8A program, competition is being focused on as opposed to sole source. And then when it comes to set-asides, the default presumably is going to be vehicles. So federal supply schedules, GWACs, government-wide acquisition vehicles, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts, in order to create sort of efficiencies, presumably, in the federal marketplace. So from my perspective, look, anytime there is significant change, I think there's probably also good opportunity because it shifts the land under sort of the incumbents who are used to the traditional way of doing business, have become entrenched, look for rebids and winning the rebids and have the relationships and connections. And so in the environment of sort of a shakeup, I think there's opportunity in that as well. So how do we look at that opportunity? I think to a large extent, again, small business, I should say contracting officers are in a difficult position, right? They statutorily have the goals. At the same time, you know, one of the things I didn't mention, by the way, for those that are in the 8A program, you guys know this, there's been significant audits of the program, right? So, you know, there was an audit in January of last year. The SBA, Small Business Administration, did their own audit. There wasn't there was about 1,000 firms removed from the program as a result of that, but most of the removal was actually firms that didn't respond. And a lot of them didn't respond because they were in their 9th year and they didn't want to go through the hassle of responding because it was a significant effort to respond to the audit. So we did lose about 1,000 participants in the program. In addition to that, though, after the audit, we had a lot of additional 8A firms being subject to removal from the program. Not necessarily as a result of the audit, but it is a result of their annual review or a reanalysis of their annual review. So what became clear to us, and a lot of non-clients actually reached out, the SBA is going through previous year annual reviews and identifying compliance with the requirements. What does that mean? So you guys know we talked this morning that there's disadvantaged economic status requirements, right? Net worth, total assets, annual gross income. Well, you submit the documentation to the SBA every year. The business opportunity specialist reviews it, and every year you get a letter that says you remain compliant with the program. Well, apparently the business opportunity specialists weren't necessarily doing all the analysis that they should have been doing to identify especially net worth or total asset calculations. So based on a re-review, I guess that's the right term, based on a re-review, a lot of firms are sort of getting suspended or removed from the program because they exceeded either gross income or total assets or excessive withdrawals. And that's sort of the issues that a lot of firms have been facing. So in addition to the 1,000 that were removed, there's probably another 300, 350 to 400 additional removals. And at the same time, you see an environment where we haven't had any approvals since August of 2025. So if you look at the number of firms approved into the 8A program in 24, we had about 586 approved. In 25, we had 76 approved, and 45 of those happened before the change of administration. So you really only had 21 approved from January to August. So in the environment where, look, there's mixed messages to contracting officers. Certainly one of the programs, and I don't have this slide, but certainly one of the programs that have done well in the environment is the Veterans Program and the Service Disabled programs. And so year to date, and this has never happened before, year to date Service Disabled set-asides are exceeding 8A set-asides, right? Never happened before. So there's an opportunity there. And so given this shifting landscape and the difficulty, quite frankly, not just for contracting firms, but contracting officers, I think it's important to look at strategy and how you leverage the programs that are available to become more competitive in the federal marketplace. So one of the things that I mentioned earlier was let's look at the mentor-protege program. I think there's at least one firm here that is in the mentor-protege program. And I'll give you a quick background of how it was created and why it's so important. So it was actually originally created just for the 8A program. It was a mentor-protege relationship that was promoted to assist nascent 8A firms to find a mentor that has capacity to help it through its 9-year business development program, right? So the mentor generally was other than small. So, I mean, I always say like a Boeing or a Lockheed or an AECOM or a SAIC, but generally other than small. And the mentor committed to providing assistance in certain areas, right? So if we look at, oh, you keep making, thank you. Man, you gotta go on the road with me. So the mentor provided assistance in 5 different areas, right? Be it business development, contracting, accounting, project implementation, those types of things. And someone would say, well, why would a mentor want to do that? Why, right? I mean, why? The Department of Defense has an entirely separate program where they actually pay the mentor to do that. SBA manages the federal government's mentor-protege program, and the mentor doesn't get paid. So someone would say, well, why? The reason is because under the mentor-protege program, once you get an MPA approved, you can create a joint venture. Joint venture is a separate legal entity. The protege owns 51% of that legal entity. The mentor can own 49%. Now, you don't have to give away all the 49, but that's generally how it's established. The protege has to own the majority, and just like in the set-aside programs, the protege has to own and control. So to a large extent, the mentor is sort of giving the keys to the protege, because the mentor has to own and control. So day-to-day activities, unanimous consent provisions, etc. The legal entity that's the JV, that's created as a result of the MPA, inherits the designations of the protege. So what does that mean? If the protege is a service-disabled, 8A, hub zone, woman-owned firm, the JV inherits all those things, and its size, right? Because you have a mentor-protege agreement. Remember how I had talked about the affiliations, about joint ventures and partnerships, and you can be found affiliated? Well, when you have a mentor-protege agreement, you're exempt from all those things. That's why the mentor can provide all the assistance they want. They can provide financial capacity. They can even invest up to 40% of your equity, and they're exempt from any finding of affiliation. And so the JV inherits the designation of the protege, so it becomes 8A, let's say, or service disabled. And it can bid and get sole source in any of those programs. It also inherits not only the past performance of the protege, but it inherits the past performance of the mentor as well. So now you have an 8A, service-disabled, veteran-owned, hub zone, woman-owned company that has all those certifications, but has the past performance of Boeing or SAIC or whoever your mentor might be, right? So that makes you incredibly competitive, especially given sort of what we're seeing today, especially given consolidation of requirements, especially given requirements getting more complex, bigger, higher dollar thresholds. So that makes the mentor-protege joint ventures very competitive in the marketplace, and that's why we see a lot of them winning those IDIQs and the GWACs, et cetera. And if you're identifying that you need to be on one of those and you're not, and the open ramp is coming up, this is a strategy that you want to probably look at with respect to being competitive in the federal marketplace. Now, how does the relationship work? Now, the other thing I should say is the mentor, you know, before, they're other than small. They can't even bid on these set-aside contracts, right? They can't go after an 8A sole source. Given the JV rules, not only can they bid on it as your a minority owner of the joint venture, but they can actually do up to 60% of the work. So technically, in the set-aside program, the prime, the small business has to do at least 50% of the work, right? In this scenario, under this scheme, your mentor, Lockheed, can do 60% of an 8A sole source. So that's why they're incentivized to go ahead and be the mentor to a protege. Now, a lot of times we speak to clients who are like, hey, I want my mentor to be, I don't know, Lockheed or Boeing or Deloitte or AECOM. Two issues there. As a protege, you only get 2 mentors in your entire lifetime. So in the entire lifetime of your business, you only get 2 mentors. And you want to be selective. We have seen, one of the other things that I do oftentimes is expert witness. So in court cases where something goes to court, they need an expert witness. There's a lot of times when a mentor and protege get into a fight where either the mentor goes rogue and takes over the joint venture, or protege goes rogue and takes over the joint venture. So understanding and having the right culture and trusting that your partner is incredibly important. And oftentimes a Boeing, a Lockheed, those guys will only be a mentor to a protege that they've had years and years of experience with. And when the small business gets 2 in their lifetime, the mentor gets 1 but up to 3 at any given point. So they can rotate them in and out, right? But they're also very selective because Boeing, with all of its subsidiaries, can only have 3 proteges at any given point. So a lot of times what I tell our clients is like, look, listen, even if you have the relationship with an AECOM, with a Boeing, with one of those guys, maybe that's one of your MPAs. The other should be someone that went through what you're going through, managed it, grew it out of the small business program, and is entirely successful. Why? Because they've been able to figure out, you know, the landscape for being a small business government contractor. They probably have small business contracts once they become other than small that they need to find a home for. So guess what? The joint venture can house those homes, those contracts. They've grown a business, they've dealt with payroll. If you go to a large business, there's nothing wrong with this, and some of them are my friends, you'll be assigned an SBLO, Small Business Liaison Officer. Those guys never grew a business or managed a business or worried about payroll, but they have opportunities, obviously, that they may bring to the table. So it's really, from my perspective at least, a mentor, a good mentor, is someone who's been through the program. And then, as far as the protege, since you only get 2, and it's a 6-year program, 3 plus 3, right? 3 years, and then it gets renewed for a second 3. As far as finding an adequate mentor, we always say do a needs analysis. But for X, Y, and Z, let me put up one more. But for X, Y, and Z, yeah, these are the 5 areas. But for X, Y, and Z, I would be competitive in the federal marketplace. Like, what am I missing? Financial assistance, I don't have bonding capacity. Management and technical assistance. Do I need BD or do I need general administrative support? What are the things that, and you don't have to have all 5 of them, right? But what are the things that I'm missing that is hindering me from being capable of pursuing federal opportunities and being successful? You want the mentor to bring that to the table. And when you fill out the mentor protege application, actually when we talk about the SBA, you know, the certifications aren't really moving. The service disabled one trickles through. The mentor protege program applications are actually moving. Yes, they're now no longer, you know, 2 months, they're more like 6 to 7 months, but they're moving. But when you fill out the application itself is pretty simple. There's an online portal, there's a form or a template that you fill out. You know, sometimes your mentor, especially if it's a CERCO or an AECOM, is going to want to mess with the form. I encourage you to try not to mess with the form, because then it has to go through legal review at the SBA, and that slows things down. The more you can stay with a template, the better. But the important part in the form is the chart. So if you get into an MPA program and you tell the SBA, all I want to do is go after set-aside contracts because my mentor wants to get set-aside contracts, you're not going to get approved, right? You have to identify, again, it doesn't have to be all 5, but you have to identify how the protege is going to benefit, how benefits are going to flow from mentor to protege under the program. Because every year you have to submit a report to the SBA, and in year 3, they're supposed to look at it and say, oh yeah, you know, there is benefits flowing, so we're going to go ahead and extend it for another 3 years. And a lot of times the small businesses will do 6 and then another 6, but you can do them at the same time depending on your needs. So I would do a needs analysis. What do I need? And then in the chart, we would highlight exactly what's going to flow from the mentor to the protege. Now, there's 2 schools of thought to this, right? When we advise mentors, we're like, you know what, make it kind of fuzzy, because you have to report on it every year, and you want to tell the SBA that you're actually delivering. So make it fuzzy, feel good, so that at the end of the year you can say you delivered something. When we're working with a protege, we're like, listen, you only get 2 of these, so you got to create a structure where you really get what you need and you benefit from this program. Now, in reality and in all honesty, there's a middle ground, right? Because it should be fuzzy enough so you can tell the SBA a good story every year, but it should be specific enough for the protege that they actually get developmental assistance during the 6 years of the program, because that's the key part of it. So once you have that done, the other part of it that's important is in the introduction to the mentor-protege narrative or application, you have to demonstrate that you guys are in similar business areas, So, your mentor can't be a shipbuilder and you're like IT services. You have to be in the same areas, and you have to demonstrate that the mentor has capacity and capability to support you. So again, to demonstrate that they're not just going after set-aside contracts. Generally, that's sort of the mentor-protege relationship and structure, and sort of the requirements and restrictions around the fact that you only get 2, use it as a development tool. Now, it was only in the 8A program until the 2010 Small Business Jobs Act, where they put it into all the socio categories. And then in 2013, Congress came back and said, you know what, let's just make it available to all small businesses, not just the socio categories. So it actually took to 2016 before we were able to launch it. One of the challenges that SBA has identified and Congress is focused on, just for awareness, is that a lot, now I always argue against this and I push back, but an SBA or the Hill will say, well, wait a second, all the small business opportunities are going to mentor-protege joint ventures because they're highly competitive and they keep winning these opportunities. My pushback is, well, agencies have created such monsters with these requirements that are consolidated and are complex. The only entities that can win these contracts, because the bar is so high, is a mentor-protege joint venture. So don't punish those guys, either bring the bar low or just continue to allow MPJVs to bid on these. But there has been some talk, and there were some proposed rules that got pulled back that wanted to limit mentor-protege joint venture participation in federal contracting. Because of the challenges, those got pushed back. But that's just for awareness. So from my perspective, I think, now a lot of folks will say, well, how do I identify a mentor? And even when I was running these programs at the SBA, they're like, well, you should have a program for matchmaking. The government doesn't want to do that, right? Because the government doesn't want to be liable for saying, these guys are legitimate mentors, or they can provide the assistance, because then they are vouching for a mentor that they don't know and they can be held liable. So they don't do that. And there's few firms, from my perspective, that do it at all, but even do it well. Because at the end of the day, it's a relationship. It's almost like a marriage, right? It's a relationship that your culture has to match, your business values have to match, your teams have to be able to work together if you're implementing improvements in the protege. So it really develops to a large extent as a result of previous teamings. Like one of our clients reached out to us, I think it was just last week. They're like, well, we've been working with this other firm. They've been the prime on a number of instances. We actually are going to be a prime in one instance. They're going to be our subcontractor. Can we go ahead and do an MPA? The answer is yes. The one caveat is that any of the stuff that happened before the MPA isn't exempt from affiliation. So remember how, like, if you get protested and there's a size determination, SBA is going to look at, do you have a prime sub relationship? Is most of your revenue coming from this firm? Could you potentially be affiliated with this firm? Once you have your MPA, you're exempt from all of that. It doesn't matter. If you have a relationship before that, whatever that relationship was before is not exempted. But the relationship of a mentor and a protege is oftentimes developed as a result of the prime sub relationship, getting to know each other, getting to work with each other, and identifying opportunities to bid on together. Let me stop there real quick before I sort of get into the nuts and bolts of creating the joint venture and why that's important. Any questions so far?
The online audience can hear you.
Yeah, you talked a lot about, I guess, like the flow downs from joining a joint venture together, right? So
Yep.
what you can get from each other.
Yep.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to double check. So each entity is still responsible for like their flow down regulatory requirements separate of the JV, right? So for example, CMMC, if they're doing defense contracting.
So that's a really good question. So generally speaking, so that is actually a really good question. So the requirements on a contract, if you need to be CMMC certified or even security clearances, right? What SBA has said and the way that the regulations have were originally developed was that those flow from the partners to the joint venture, just like the past performance. So if each of the members have clearance, then so does the JV. If each of the members have CMMC, then so does the JV. Department of Defense took a different perspective on that. Yeah, the Department of Defense said, whoa, you know, on clearance, we need the JV to have clearance. SBA fought back. This went to court. The courts decided that if the JV doesn't have clearance, and if one of the members is doing the predominant cleared work, then that's okay. They both don't have to have clearance, as long as the other one isn't doing the predominant cleared work. But, so there was a lot of back and forth, and there's actually a memo that DOD agreed with SBA on how to look at these, and I'm happy to share that if you have your contact info, because DOD is the toughest one with respect to what flows to the joint venture and if they agree or not. And DOD and SBA butt heads all the time on this issue.
I'm curious because I'm very much a technical person. I do technical implementations and proven actions that help protect that CMMC data.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make sense to me at all, because both entities are still, from a technical standpoint, responsible for securing that CUI data. So
Well, so here's the thing. Okay, so no, it's okay. Don't worry about the mic. But that's a really good question, and the technical aspect. So here's the thing that maybe I should have mentioned, and I will with the JVs. The JV, for all intents and purposes, under the SBA program, is a unpopulated JV. So it's just a shell in name. It's unpopulated. The work actually happens in each of the member partners of the joint venture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it'd be more procedural.
Correct. And quite frankly, and we can jump into the JV section. Any other questions, comments? No? Okay, so with respect to so you have your mentor protege, you create your joint venture, and you can't create your joint venture because remember, you don't benefit from an exemption from affiliation until the MPA is approved. You can get it registered, you can get your joint venture created, you can get it registered. I would not sign my joint venture operating agreement until I have an approved MPA, which exempts me from affiliation. Once you create your joint venture, again, the operating agreement to a large degree needs to consider all the requirements around the set-aside programs. So protege in the driver's seat, protege owns at least 51%. Yes, mentor can get 60% of the work, but protege owns 51%. Little or no unanimous consent only in extraordinary circumstances. However, after a couple of cases that weren't that long ago now, probably about 5 years ago, that was loosened up a little bit. So a lot of times mentors are like, I don't want to just hand over the keys. You know, can there be some dollar thresholds? Like any project over, I don't know, $100 million before you bid on it, maybe we should have a conversation or get approved. So the rules were loosened up a little in the JV perspective to allow some input and decision making by the protege within some thresholds, right? So it's not as strict, if you will, as is the ownership level of an 8A, for example. However, the joint venture, so in the previous world, remember when we talked about the 8A world and the joint mentor-protege joint venture program, in that world, your joint venture used to have to be approved by the SBA. And once you created your joint venture and you wanted to go after an 8A set-aside, you would send the joint venture agreement and a whole bunch of other documentation to your business opportunity specialist in your district director or district office, and you would get an approval of that joint venture. That doesn't happen anymore, right? So it's really critical to make sure you follow the rules in creating the joint venture agreement. And the joint venture rules continuously change. So if you have a template that you're using, and you don't have someone review it, it doesn't even have to be, well, have someone that you trust review it. It can be your lawyer, it can be a GovCon advisor, someone that you trust, because if you miss any one of the requirements on the joint venture agreement, and the joint venture rules, if there's a protest, you're going to miss out on that opportunity. And so as we talked this morning, you know, given the federal dynamics of bidding on projects, a lot of times your pipeline is 12, 18, 24, 36 months long. You create a mentor protege, you create a joint venture, you create a pipeline for it, you go after an opportunity, you win it, someone protests because MPJVs keep winning everything. In the protest, you have to send your operating agreement. All of a sudden, SBA looks at it and says, oh, this requirement isn't in the JVOA. You're non-compliant, so we're just going to go to the next one. So after all this work, you end up losing on this opportunity. And I'll give you one example. So there is a requirement that says that regardless of the relationship between the mentor and the protege, both members of the JV will continue to perform the contract. So even if you dissolve the mentor-protege relationship, if you dissolve your relationships with respect to your partnerships, both members are committed to implementation of this contract. That was in the agreement, that was in the JVOA, except it said both members are committed to the implementation of 8A contracts. Well, the protege was also HubZone. So they went after a HubZone contract and they got the HubZone award. And once it got protested, the size people of the SBA said, well, this is 8A contracts. This is a HubZone contract. It should have said just contracts plural or HubZone and 8A contracts, but you're missing HubZone. So just that one technicality found them non-compliant with the joint venture regulations, and it got booted out and went to the next ranked person. So it's just important that, you know, it's structured in a way that passes muster. Even though the SBA doesn't approve it in advance, it gets potentially protested because JVs keep winning these. And then on protest, you can lose out. Any questions about the joint ventures, the joint venture structure? The joint venture is good for 2 years. So remember the MPA is good for 6 years potentially, 3 + 3. The joint venture is good for 2 years from the date of first award of the contract. So let's say you created your MPA, you created your joint venture, you went out and bid and bid and bid and bid, you didn't get anything. Your first federal contract award to the joint venture starts the time, your 2-year clock, right? So not when you established it, not when you bid, when you got that first federal prime contract award. Now, when the 2 years is up, that doesn't mean that all your outstanding bids have to be rejected. That just means you can no longer bid under that joint venture. You can accept opportunities that come in. So that's number one. However, when you have the mentor-protege agreement, you're exempt from affiliation. You can create joint venture number 2, go through that one, create joint venture number 3, go through that one. And SBA has said that at some point we might find one JV too many, like if you go over 6, 7, but they've never found affiliation. So I've seen MPAs with 5, 6 joint ventures and still no finding of affiliation. So you can create multiple JVs under a mentor-protege relationship. Now here's the other thing. Remember, the MPA creates an exemption from affiliation so that you can actually joint venture with a large business. Because if you didn't have that exemption, that joint venture would immediately be found affiliated and you'd immediately be other than small, so you couldn't bid on set-asides or get set-aside sole source. You can do a small-to-small joint venture without an MPA. As long as you're small, remember this morning we talked about every requirement has a NAICS code assigned to it. As long as both members of the joint venture are small for the NAICS code assigned to that requirement, then create a joint venture and bid on that requirement. And they are generally exempt from affiliation. What do I mean by that? Almost never, I have never seen small-to-small joint venture create an issue of affiliation between the two members of the joint venture. Now, in that circumstance, if you did JV number 2 and then JV number 3 with the same small business, and then more and more of your revenue was coming from that relationship, then I've seen the SBA say, well, wait a second, you guys do everything together as a joint venture. Most of your revenues only come from this joint venture. So for all intents and purposes, you guys are affiliated. We're going to combine your revenues to determine if you're small. Now, why would you do a small-to-small joint venture? Because in this current environment, you need the flexibility for your clients, right? Today, you go to your client, to the government buyer, and they're like, listen, you know what? I got to go service disabled. That's what they're telling me. So if you create a joint venture where the service disabled firm is the managing member, the 51% owner, remember the designations flow from the 51% owner. So if you have an SD, let's say you're a tribal 8A. Nobody's doing tribal 8A sole source anymore. So you say, I'm going to team up with a service disabled firm. The service disabled firm owns the 51%. Guess what? The joint venture is a service disabled small business as long as both members are small for the NAICS code. So now you go to your client and you're like, listen, we've always worked for you. He's like, I can't do 8A, I can only do SDVO. That's what my boss is telling me. You're like, guess what? I have a joint venture. We can do it. And you're the tribal 8A, right? Because they were doing 8A sole source. And guess what? As a tribal 8A, you can do 60% of the work, not just 49. You can do 60% of the work. And what I would do in that instance, and again, there's a potential for affiliation, but most likely not. What I would do in that instance, I would do a vice versa JV as well. I'd do one where the SDVO was the 51% owner, and I'd turn around and I'd do with the same two partners, one where the tribal 8A is the 51% owner. So now I go to my client, they're like, I need an SDVO. You're like, yep, I got that. They're like, no, you know what, this is a big requirement. I need a tribal 8A. You're like, yep, I got that too. So you're creating flexibility and opportunity and solutions for your client because of the craziness and the uncertainty in the federal marketplace. Yes, sir.
Hey, what's the advantage of forming a joint venture to get those when if you are already one as a 8A, the other one's already an SDVO? Why don't you just do it through your regular, capture the business through your regular company and split it as a joint venture?
Another prime sub, in other words? Like,
yeah.
So the difference is the non-managing member, right, can do up to 60% of the work. So in this instance, the SDVO is 51%, but the tribe can do 60% of the work. But then the other thing is that the JV inherits the past performance of both members. So if you didn't have certain capabilities and capacities, the JV would inherit those. And then the last thing I'd say is that prime sub is tough because the sub is inherently or almost exclusively sort of at the behest of the prime contractor, right? You have like no rights. The prime has all the relationships, et cetera. In a JV, even though it's limited, you're a 49% owner of that joint venture. So you have legal rights, you have rights of operations and procedure. It protects a lot of your rights. So that's sort of the reasons to sort of establish the joint venture in a lot of these instances, if that makes sense. Any other questions or comments? 2 minutes, that's it? Wow, that went fast. Yeah. Okay, one last thing, just, and we talked about this, and there's slides in there. I'm not going to get to them because I only have 2 minutes. Be aware of your government buyer and government-wide contract vehicles, right? So I've mentioned them. I've mentioned the complexities and all this. Actually, let me just bring this up real quick because I think it's important. These are all the categories for category management or large vehicles, right? And these are all the vehicles. So just be aware. So we've had clients where they've been the incumbent for years and years, and every base year, 4 option years, and every time they keep getting the recompete and winning. And then all of a sudden they're like, wait a second, what happened? Where'd my requirement go? And the contracting officer's like, well, you remember category management? I'm required to put more dollars under category management, and now it's under, I don't know, Alliant or one of these vehicles. It's like, you never asked. So be aware, if you're doing federal contract work and you have a relationship with your program officer, your contracting officer, they are by executive order required to put more dollars under management every year. So they try and find requirements, pull them out, and put them under a government-wide vehicle. So if you're not having these discussions, it might disappear on you. And there's restrictions, right? So presumably, again, if there was enough sort of police or cops on the beat, they can't take a requirement out of the 8A program and drop it somewhere where the incumbent or the 8A can't bid. But it happens every day because there just isn't enough awareness and there isn't enough people complaining. So just be aware and do your homework with potentially more dollars moving here and what your strategy is. And then again, if you say, well, it looks like all the money is going to, I don't know, the VETS 4 requirement, figure out how to get on that vehicle. Like, do I need to create a mentor-protege joint venture to be competitive to get on that vehicle? It might be a year down the line, it might be 2 years down the line, but I'm going to create a team. My time's up. I thought you were saying yes. You like that part, yes. So create a team. So create a team so you can be competitive on these requirements if they're disappearing for you. Thank you guys, I appreciate your patience and your attention.
Thank you, John. Wow, when we say it's time to stop, you just like stop. You're like, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Wow, can you believe this day has really flown by already? It's on a 2-pager. So up next, we will have the expanding market opportunities, and we'll have 2 speakers. And we will have Eric Stevens joining us online, but up first, we will have Tanya McNeil Weary, founder and managing director of IBS Global Consulting, Inc. So join us, please. Is that too high? Do you think it might cover you? You're going to be at the stage.
Okay. Testing, testing. We are at the home stretch. I think we have a couple more speakers. I know it's been a long day, but I'm so thankful to be here and to speak to you today. And I thank the organizers for putting together such an informational event, informative event, and for inviting me to be a part of it. So thank you so much. So once again, I'm Tanya McNeil Weary, founder of IBS Global Consulting. I founded the company in 2009 for the purpose of really helping small companies overcome the fear and the anxiety when it comes to doing business across borders. And so want to really help them through that process because it's not an easy journey. It's not an easy journey being an entrepreneur and then thinking about being an entrepreneur working across borders and across time zones and cultural differences is a lot to consider. And so IBS Global Consulting, we help companies through that journey, primarily small to mid-sized companies. So today we're going to be talking about from local to global and identifying when and why it's time to look beyond domestic markets. Let me see if I know how to work this. Okay. So if you are representing a small business, private enterprise, I would like to know how many of you are doing business outside of the United States? 1. And if you're not currently doing business outside of the States, have you even thought about it, or do you have any interest in maybe pursuing or exploring doing business outside of the US? Good, okay. So we're going to talk about today why going global is not just for large corporations. That's one of the the biggest misconceptions with a lot of small companies is thinking that I have to be this large corporation to pursue global markets. And that's not really the case. Actually, it's easier for smaller businesses to expand globally with the rise in e-commerce platforms, the evolution of technology. That has really removed a lot of barriers for smaller companies to enter into the global market space. So you have now companies that are global from day one because of e-commerce, right? We're going to talk about how export readiness is a process. It's not a moment. So things are constantly evolving. So this is something where you have to, reassess. Is this for me? Am I ready to go global? And sometimes you'll find that you're not, and that's okay. So identifying what gaps exist and what you need to do to get to that next step. So we're going to have 3 questions that every business must answer when you consider global markets. So the 3 questions. Have you maximized what the domestic market can give you? So you have done all you can do in your domestic market. You're not growing any further. Do you have something the world wants? So thinking about your product or service, is this something that can be exported to other markets that have a need that can be filled by your product or service? Are you operationally and financially ready to sustain the journey? This is really critical here. A lot of times entrepreneurs, they start that journey of expanding only to maybe run out of money. Maybe they don't have the proper team set up for the global expansion. So these are the questions that you certainly want to ask yourself first. Okay. So the first one, have you maximized what the domestic market can give you? So these are some signals of domestic saturation. So this is when your domestic market has become saturated. So now you're thinking about, where can I go with my products or services to expand and grow? Stagnant revenue growth. So despite everything that you're doing, you're just not increasing your revenue. Revenues are not growing. They're just stagnant. That's one signal. Increasing local competition. This is very critical. When you notice that your margins are being narrowed because of the increase in competitors coming into the market, maybe that's a sign to start looking outside of your domestic market. Higher customer acquisition costs with lower conversion rates. So it's costing you more money to reach those potential customers, but your conversion rates are a lot less. Extreme price sensitivity. So if you up your price, say by as little as $5, customers are going somewhere else for alternatives, right? So that's a sign that that's a domestic market saturation. If you have unsold inventory that's piling up, that's not being sold, you have literally sold to every customer that you can sell to in your domestic market. Now maybe it's time to start looking outside. So the key signal is finding new customers has become increasingly difficult due to a surge in competing companies and substitute products crowding the market. So that is a key signal that maybe it's time to start looking outside of my domestic market. So question number 2, do you have something that the world wants? So that's very important for you to ask yourself as you think about expanding to new markets around the world. What problem can you solve with your product or service outside of your domestic market, right? And also taking into consideration that the need that you're filling here in your home market may be a different need in a different country. So do you have something that the world wants? So let's talk about authenticity and origin. So these are goods that carry cultural value that the markets in Europe, specifically Asia Pacific and the Gulf, actively seek. So What do you bring that's valuable, that's culturally relevant, that you can sell abroad? Scalability. Your product must be reproducible at volume, and it must be different enough that it can stand apart from local competition. So can you produce at scale? So when you look at expanding internationally, think about now you have to produce more. So can you do that at scale? IP protection is very critical. Before you think about expanding your product or your company to a new market, you want to definitely consider IP considerations. So a lot of companies just think about, especially small companies, oh, I just have this little thing, nobody wants to copy this. That's not true. You want to protect your IP, and IP is not just patents. So it's not just you have a design that you want to protect. This also extends to NDA, so non-disclosure agreements. This extends to copyrights. This extends to trademarks. Mostly overlooked. You want to protect your brand image when you're going abroad. So maybe trademarking your brand name, your logo. So those things you want to certainly take advantage of. Traditional knowledge and cultural design and brand identity must be documented and protected before you cross any border. Buyer adaptability. Can you adapt your product or service for the new market that you're selling to? Can your offer be adjusted to meet the foreign buyer expectations? Keeping in mind that their expectations may be quite different from your customers at home. So can you meet those expectations? Can you adapt the product or the service to meet those expectations? Do I have any questions so far? I want this to be as interactive as possible. So if you have any questions, I'll throw a question out to you. If you are not doing business outside of your home country, if you're not doing business outside of the U.S., but you're thinking about it, I think I saw one hand. Can you share what's the one thing holding you back?
Oh, here's the mic, sorry.
Wanting to have a greater saturation in the U.S. first.
Yeah, so you want to dominate your home market first. So that's what you're saying. And that's absolutely understandable. So first you want to dominate your home market, but when you notice those signs that we just talked about, and now that market has become saturated and you're finding it difficult to find new customers, that's when it's time to start looking abroad. So absolutely, you want to dominate at home first, and then look to see where else can you expand your products and services.
I have a question. So if you've gone out of the country, let's say, because you're right across the border here locally into Canada, and you've marketed to a certain area that maybe is no longer, a part of, you've saturated it, like you say. Is it good to get to know who those players are, like John was speaking about earlier, the contracting officers? And have you ever had the experience or know of businesses where they may not have been in that particular industry, but because they have great management skills to operate and function a contract in their management, that then they found other work in other domains and other NAICS codes?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think I understand. So if they're doing business, say in Canada?
Or Canada, I guess Canada or the United States. I was just giving that as an example since we're so close to the border.
And you're asking about understanding that market first?
If, you've outgrown that market, but you've shown that you have other capabilities to manage a project, have you ever had a client tell you that they've pivoted to another area because they've outgrown that NAICS code, or they've because they have the management skills to operate and oversee a contract, that they were asked to maybe bid on another project that was similar or not in their industry?
Okay, I think I understand. So that's the first step. So when you realize that your domestic market is saturated, some companies, before even going abroad, before looking outside to a new market, what they would do is see what additional service line, I think is what you're asking, or product line can they add to the existing business where they can broaden their customer reach. Is that what you're asking? So yes, absolutely. So for a lot of companies, that's where they will start. They will expand their market reach at home. That's through adding additional products and services that can service the same clientele or the same consumer base that they're already working with, but adding additional, whether it's features or a new product or a new service line. So that usually comes first. But then after that, they're really looking to see where else can I go with my product or service, and they look abroad. A lot of it, too, for smaller businesses is actually forming a strategic partnership with a company that's overseas, right? So that limits your risk. It helps move that learning curve a lot faster, because you will need to understand the local market. Who are the consumers? What are their needs, and how does my product fit? Who are the competitors? So when you work with a partner in country, it just really helps to shorten that learning curve, and you can learn a lot from your partner. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, because I was like thinking about construction as an example. So let's say you're a general contractor, you already have a lot of subs that are going to do the brick, the motor, the roof, the sticks and brick, the walls, AC, whatever. And because you've done so well in all these other areas, and as a GC, that now you're looking to expand maybe civil engineering, because now you've learned it's very similar industry, but yet it's specified. So then now you're growing into another, what we call NAICS code, what government, locally,
Yes.
North American Classification Industry Code. So your service is now growing because your capabilities are growing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So let's talk about the third question. Are you operationally and financially ready to sustain the journey? This is important as well. First is financial stability. So can you handle delays, overruns, these things that may happen when you're selling overseas? Do you have the financial capability to deal with that without your domestic operations suffering financially? Operational capacity, so that means your systems, supply chain, and production capability that can scale to meet international orders. So think about that when you are selling, whether you are selling direct to consumer through exporting or you're selling online. Are you able to meet that additional demand and that capability? Can you scale your product or service? Can you produce at scale? Leadership bandwidth. This is where, for a lot of small businesses, they struggle. Do you have the management capacity to oversee international activity without pulling focus from your domestic operations? So if you have to take a team from your U.S. operation to, say, set up over in Canada, we'll say that's the closest, but doing so is going to affect your delivery to your domestic client base or consumer base, or it's going to have some impact on the domestic operation. Maybe that's a signal or sign that you're not quite ready because you don't have that management capacity. Cultural adaptability, that's the willingness and ability to adjust products. Communication, so not just the product itself, but how do you communicate what you're offering to your customers? That may need to be adjusted depending on the context we're talking about in certain markets, if we're talking about the Middle East and in markets like that. And processes to meet the expectations of foreign markets. So when you think about expanding your business globally, think about how you're building for generations. So this becomes bigger than just you and your business, but you're building for generations to come. And this is why international expansion is an economic development strategy. It's not just a business growth strategy. So let's talk about the multiplier effect. I'm in the process of doing extensive research on the multiplier effect, and this is really how what one business in particular for my research is about women entrepreneurs, and how women entrepreneurs who have access to global markets, how that multiplies to the family, to the communities that they serve. So that's the multiplier effect. So when Native-owned businesses export successfully, revenue returns to the community, jobs are created, young people see viable economic future. They see a viable economic future, and the tribe builds visibility on a global scale. So this is really critical when you look at building for generations, right? Because if the young entrepreneurs coming after you can see this is being done, they can believe it can be done for them as well. Historical context matters. So communities have been systemically excluded from economic development pathways. International trade is one arena where self-determination, unique assets can be leveraged on native terms. So again, we're talking about underserved communities, not historically having access to markets, having access to finance, having access to these pathways that can help grow and sustain their businesses. Now you can lead that way. Tribal sovereignty creates a distinctive legal and operational context that, properly structured, can be a significant asset in international negotiations, trade agreements, and partnership development, which is very critical. So really leverage those unique assets that you already have. So youth succession and the long view. So we talked a little bit about this. So international presence, this signals to the younger generation that their community's economic future is not constrained by geography. So again, think about what that does to a young entrepreneur that's just getting their journey started, and they see that there's multiple pathways for them to grow and expand beyond their local market because they see that it's being done. You can also create internship pipelines and cross-cultural leadership development opportunities for this future generation of entrepreneurs. So opening up your doors and giving them the opportunity to see how a global company is being ran, see what goes into international trading and exporting through internship opportunities. And you give young people a reason to bring their skills home. This is very critical. Succession planning, I think one of our speakers had talked about that. That's very important. So who's going to take over that business, right? So think about that. A lot of small businesses, especially, they don't think about succession planning. We're going to pass this, this business down to my kids or my grandkids. So really think about that. And the long view, so sustainable international market entry that's built on authentic products, trusted relationships, and cultural integrity. This will outlast any single business cycle. So as you, I'm sorry? Oh, just times. Oh, 2 minutes. Oh, okay. So let me go fast. So let's move on. So 5 practical next steps, because this is what I want to leave you with. So run your readiness audit. I do have a handout. It has a QR code on it. You can scan that code. It'll have this, this self-readiness audit that you can ask yourself these questions, answer them honestly to really determine if you are in fact ready for global expansion. Start with one market. So identify one country, one buyer, one segment, and start there. So go deep before going wide. So that's another mistake that a lot of small businesses make. They try to expand everywhere all at once. Start with one market, use that as your learning curve, and you learn and you see what you can replicate in other markets, but start there. 3, you want to tap into available resources. We've heard a lot about SBA. So the SBA, they have an export program that you can tap into as well. We have the International Trade Administration. I think someone talked about trade specialists. And you have the network here that brought you here together today. And tribal economic development offices are also underutilized entry points if you're looking at expanding your business. You want to protect your assets first, so thinking about your IP, whether that is a design or processes that you want to protect, or whether that's just your brand name with a trademark or your logo design. And you want to find people. So international expansion is really about relationship building. This is not something you can do on your own. I built my company 17 years ago. We have partners in 30 countries around the world because we cannot be experts in all markets and all cultures and all things international business. But we partner with people who have that direct expertise. They have that on the ground knowledge, that on the ground experience. And so we leverage our partners to work with our clients in making sure that they are ready for successful market entry. And I believe that is it. So the question is not whether Native-owned businesses belong in international markets. The question is how to enter on your own terms with your values intact and with a strategy that's built to last. So I'll stop there. My contact information is here. That's my email address, that's my mobile number, WhatsApp. So feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time. I know there's another speaker coming up right after me. No questions?
And I think Kaya is going to introduce the next speaker. Do you want the mic? Can you hear us? Because we can see you.
Hi, Eric. Can you hear us?
Yep, we hear you now.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Sorry. Next we have Eric Stevens with XM Bank. So Eric, if you could just, I'm gonna allow you to introduce yourself. I know you can't see the room, but they can see you, so you're up on the screen. If you could just introduce yourself, and then I'll pull out your PowerPoint.
Okay, absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Stevens. I'm with XM Bank. I'm a business. credit agency, and all the countries pretty much of the United in the world have export credit agencies, and the goal of these agencies is to help their actual people export from their particular country outside their country by providing export credit insurance and other revenues when it comes to actually working with from a financial standpoint. Now, we're headquartered here in Washington, D.C., is where I'm joining you from today, and
Eric?
who are looking to export, a lot of times they have people they might be related to or relatives outside the country. So it makes it a little bit easier to have some overseas connections a lot of times. Next slide. Why do only 1% of companies export? It's quite simple. It's a four-letter word. You see it right there, risk. Will I get paid and how will I get paid? And if somebody doesn't pay me, what am I going to do if they're outside the United States? The next slide. I think we went back one. Next slide. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. It's just not loading.
Okay. You want me to share my screen?
Yeah. Let's
Does that help?
Okay.
Okay, and I'm beginning to share my screen now. And mine is in share, right?
While we work on that, just real quick, all the presentations will be shared either tomorrow or the next coming week, along with the recording, so that way you guys can have access to all the information that we discussed and what the presenters discussed. Anything there?
I'm gonna try this section of it. Let me know if it comes up as comparing the slides. How about now?
Yes.
All right. So we'll pick up from we'll go ahead and pick up from where we left off in regards to why only 1% of the companies export. Now, we talked a little earlier about being competitive and making sure we actually make it a little bit easier when it comes to stopping the risk and helping theirs. Now, how do we do that? Now, we improve competitiveness by providing export credit insurance for your receivables. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Also, we'll talk about working capital and how you can utilize working capital to grow your businesses. Now, we also support larger businesses when it comes to capital equipment with longer terms for international buyers. Now, let's talk about our products. For our pre-export financing, we have working capital with guarantees, and we have a program called Make More in America, where we're looking to reshore actual companies that actually manufacture outside the United States and bring them back in-house within the United States. I know a lot of you may have attended a program that Commercial Service throws every June, or it had this past May. It's called Select USA. Well, basically, a lot of the states, when all the United States states come to this particular conference, where actually they bring people from outside the United States, buyers, to talk about what they can do in those particular states. A lot of times, that's when a lot of deals are made, when states actually look at manufacturing and offer deals for foreign companies to actually manufacture here in the United States. Now, when we talk about post-export financing, we're talking about export credit insurance, our loan guarantees, and we also do direct loans to foreign companies looking to buy American-made products. Now, let's talk about our working capital. Now, it helps you pay for materials, export credit, equipment, supplies, and helps fulfill those orders. Now, we provide a 90% guarantee to those lenders, which gives them the incentive to actually lend the money for those particular options. Now, we also offer more attractive rates when it's conventional financing, because Exim doesn't actually loan the money. What we have is delegated lenders, and our delegated lenders are the one who actually do the loan, and we back them up with the guaranteed financing they need. Now, how does working capital work? Now, you export and you want to grow your sales. So how do I do that? You need to export financial receivables and inventory to get there. You don't have enough resources or revenue to actually make that happen. You apply for a working capital loan, but your lender says, well, we don't really work with working capital loans for exports. You work with one of our delegated lenders who are well versed in the process of lending from an export perspective, and you're able to obtain the loan. Now, one of the things we've done with our working capital loan within the last 4 months, usually had to have a 90%, basically 50+% American content, which means it has to be manufactured in America, or it has to basically be added content needs to be added in the United States. We've dropped this to only 10%. So what this basically means is you can use a lot of raw materials from outside the United States, and at that point, you can actually work with work making sure you can actually get our working capital loan, since we've lowered that content to only 10%. So that's a great avenue to increase the number of loans we're able to do through the working capital guarantee program. Now, export credit insurance is probably the most famous product XM has. It also is probably the easiest product to get when it comes to export credit insurance. Now, it does two things for you. It protects you against non-payment, which basically means if somebody doesn't pay you, you're able to file a claim with having a policy, and XM will reimburse you up to 95%, depending on the type of policy you might have. Now, it's also a sales tool. Now, why is that important? It's important because it allows you to sell on terms. That means you can sell anywhere from 60, 90, 180 days to a particular client outside the United States, which means they can pay you on credit, which means they're more apt to be able to make that purchase because they don't have to come up with a large sum of money up front.
Hey Eric, your microphone turned off. Eric. Eric.
Is it back on?
Yes. No. Eric, your microphone isn't working again. Eric. Eric.
Sit in the chat. Sorry.
All right, well, I'm gonna call Eric, but we're just gonna go ahead and move on to our next session. I will give him a call, but Charmaine.
There we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Charmaine Charlie, and I'm the Administrative Specialist at the National Center. I just want to thank you guys very much for spending the day with us. We really appreciate your time. And Back on stage, we have Yvette Fielder and Nicole Watson. They'll be presenting on capability statements and elevator pitches. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? All right. Yay! Let's give a round of applause for Charmaine. Woo. Thank you, Charmaine. Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Nicole Watson. I am the business specialist here with the National Center. And this afternoon, to end our day, well, actually not really end our day, but Yvette will end our day, I'm going to give a little presentation on how to build a capability statement. I understand that some of you may already have gone through this or have done this, so I do apologize, but a review is always good for everybody.
We have my presentation.
Yeah, and then we have Yvette too. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Riley. See, I told you by the end of the day, this is going to be like a family session here.
No.
No, well, that's mine. Nicole has one.
The
capability statements.
All right. Okay, so how to build a capability statement. And if you guys have any questions, shall we hold on till the end, or? Yeah, we'll hold the questions until the end. So what is the purpose of a capability statement? A capability statement is a strategic tool that is used to position your business for success by showcasing your skills, your strengths, your expertise, and your value for your company or your organization or your business. It is also referred to as a business resume, just as if you were going to apply for a job. A resume is always good to have. It can, again, just showing your strengths and what you can do and your past performances and so on. It is required by many government registration processes. It is a proof of qualification and past performances, as I mentioned. And it also sets you apart from your competitors. There are many contractors, there are many businesses out there trying to get awards and so on. So, it kind of puts you out there and puts you on the forefront. It's a great marketing tool that is used to secure, again, government and corporate contracts. Am I going to? All right, there we go. So there are 5 core elements of a capability statement, and those are core competencies, which include your services and solutions you bring to the market, and differentiators, what sets you apart from other companies in your field. Past performance, I think that is always very important. They always want to know what you've done and what you are doing. Relevant problems you have solved and the outcomes you achieved for the customers. Corporate data, relevant certifications. It's always great to list that, as well as your codes and your numbers, such as your UEI numbers, your NAICS codes, your DUNS numbers, and so on. Contact information. Now, in the event that they do want to work with you, that contact information is going to be very important that it's listed so that then they can contact you if needed. Here is a template of a capability statement and what, kind of the areas that it should include. Generally, we want it to be concise, straight to the point, engaging, and inviting. Again, you're going up other competitors, so you want to ensure that your capability statement stands out. It should be 1 to 2 pages maximum, include a header section. Also, colors and graphics are going to be very important. That's kind of what's going to invite your reader to it. Also, including company logo is important, ensuring that it is scannable and easily accessible, such as in PDF format, Word, or Publisher. Also, remember that government buyers and contractors review a lot of capability statements a day. So therefore, you want to ensure that yours is very out there and very engaging, and it includes all the main points. when and how to use a capability statement. A capability statement can be used during matchmaking events. For example, this past March we had our Reservation Economic Summit in Las Vegas, and during that event we had a matchmaking event in the first few days of the summit. This matchmaking event, they are very short and sweet. You only get like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes with the buyer. In those instances, you want to ensure that your capability statement is ready to go and that it includes all the essential main points that it has. So in that very short time, you can get your main points across, and hopefully, the buyer is able to perceive it very well. You will also use it during for source or SOT or RFI responses, prime contractor outreach, follow-up after networking, and online presence, or during teaming and joint adventure, and during trade shows. It can also be used as a foundation for oral presentations to government agencies. Some common mistakes to avoid. Again, we want to make sure that everything is very concise, straight to the point. So avoiding vague or unclear wording, too many NAICS codes or DUNS codes. It would be ideal to keep it to 2 to 3 or 5. Not including your past performances, that would be very not a good thing, I guess, because again, they want to know what you've done, what your past performances include, and so on. Outdated information, whether it's your company or organized information or your contact information. Again, if that's not listed correctly, then there's going to be no way they can contact you. Not listing a differentiator as well, that's also very important. And heavy text with little visuals. Again, we want to ensure that it's very inviting, engaging, colorful. We don't want it to be too boring, although we also don't want to add too much visuals. We want to ensure that we get our main points included. Now, other than common mistakes, if you need assistance creating a capabilities statement, there are many resources out there online. You can look up online. You can also reach out to the National Center, and we would be happy to assist you guys as well. And that's all I have for you guys.
Thank you, Nicole. What's that? Yeah, we can do some Q&A afterward. Plus, there's a little activity. Also, I wanted to add on, I've talked to different buyers and contracting officers, and they have actually said the simple ones is some of the ones that they like too, and with just regular paper, because then they can write notes on it. When it's the shiny, glossy, and you've spent a lot of money on that paper to have it printed, they can't write on it. It's difficult. So sometimes they like the business cards, use the front and the back, and capability statements that they can write on. So just a little tip. So thank you, Nicole. Nicole and I oversee the Tribal Economic Accelerator Program, like I explained this morning. And so part of what our program does is we want to work with the area tribes, all the tribes in the United States that has outdated or they don't have procurement policies in place. And so we have found that many tribes have outdated procurement policies that date back to the 70s and 80s, 90s. And the language is very outdated. Times have changed since then. And so to really look at those procurement policies and have them updated so that it's really relevant for today's procurement, and working with the technology that's available out there is really important. So we also have a contractor that we work closely with. His name is Ian Record, and he has presented before on these specific topics about that and updating those the policies within the tribal communities. So do reach out to Nicole and I, and we can work with the tribal community, work with the Tarot office, and whoever is involved in updating those policies so that they're more relevant for today's folks who want to get into contracting with their local community to help prevent economic leakage. Because we have found, and maybe Guthrie can attest to this, that when, you know, somebody makes some money and it's great to have the healthy workforce within your community, but when, as soon as they get their paycheck and they all take off to Rapid City from Cheyenne River, from Eagle Butte, all the money goes outside of the community. And so trying to keep the local dollars flowing and working with the small businesses from their own communities. One, it's a great indicator of the growth within the community, and you're keeping the money within the community flowing fluently, and you're just a role model to other communities when you're doing those kinds of activities. And I get it that, you know, you have to go to Walmart or get groceries and there isn't access within some communities, but that's part of the program. And then, of course, working with small businesses on such topics such as capability narratives and elevator pitches. So, elevator pitches, welcome everybody to our presentations. And it's one of the most important communication tools. We kind of started off this morning doing that, and how you introduce yourself, and you want to do that in a concise and quick format so that they get to know who you are, what you do, and how you can solve their problem. Is it the bottom one? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, what's that? Oh, that's okay. It's just this one. All right. An elevator pitch is a short introduction that quickly explains who you are, what you do, and why it matters. The name comes from the idea that you should be able to deliver it during a brief elevator ride. And typically that is 30 to 60 seconds, and getting what you do into 30 to 60 seconds is not an easy task. Even introducing yourself, sometimes in Indian country, when you're introducing all your clans and everything, could be longer than 30 to 60 seconds, but that's the goal, is to try to get that down. And of course, every audience might be a little different, so you want to make sure that you kind of really listen to what the person is saying and what they have, so that how you can modify your elevator pitch to meet their needs. Why elevator pitches matter. First impressions, of course, that's especially true in business. It goes to say that's the same with everything in our daily life, and there's so much technology now, so that now a lot of kids are using a lot of internet and, you know, Facebook and Instagram and all of that, you know, the first impression. And often when I look back on some of our demographics and some of our numbers and our data, I'll see that maybe they viewed something for 4 seconds. And that's not a long time to get to know what a company does, but that's how quickly people are swiping through different things online. So that's why it's really important to get your elevator pitch down in such a quick format. So many opportunities begin with that simple conversation. You never know who that you're going to meet, potential customer, a partner, investor, or an employer. Having a prepared elevator pitch helps you communicate confidently and professionally, and a strong pitch can open doors, build credibility, and make it easier for people to understand the value that you bring. Key elements of an elevator pitch. Every effective elevator pitch includes a few key elements, and that starts with introducing yourself and your role. Next, identify the problem or need that you address. Then explain your solution or the value that you provide. And for example, I put on here is, I help brick and mortar stores generate new revenue by selling their products online through digital advertising. So that was really fast, and to get that down, and we're going to practice here in a minute. So remember I said I want this to be a really interactive day, that you guys can practice with each other in a minute here. Oops, did I go too fast? Okay. I think I might have went one more. No, okay. Know your audience. One of the biggest mistakes that people make is using the same pitch for every single audience. Different audiences care about different things. So for example, an investor may want to hear about growth and revenue, while a customer wants to know how you can solve their problem. Use simple language and avoid unnecessary jargon. Focus on benefits rather than features, and always consider what matters most to the person that you're speaking with. Pick on John a little bit. You know, the government entities out there, they use a lot of government jargon, so that's like speaking another language and learning how to speak another language when you get into government contracting. So John does a great job, though, when he's talking about his presentations and explaining what all of those different things mean. Because when you're first into business, small business, and you want to get into federal contracting, it's really difficult sometimes because they use so many acronyms. A simple structure can help you make pitch more effective. Start with a strong opening statement that grabs their attention. Next, explain what makes you or your organization unique. Then share a key accomplishment, impact statement, or success story that demonstrates credibility. And finally, end with a confident closing statement that invites further discussion, because it's not meant to get you a contract in the elevator for 30 to 60 seconds, but to generate the interest in like, oh, like I like this person, I want to get to know them a little bit better because they sound very confident about their core capabilities and what they do. And so when you hand them their business card, then that might strike more interest and further conversations and how you can partner and work together in the future. Tips for delivering your pitch. Even the best pitch can fall flat on if it's delivered well. Speak clearly and avoid rushing. Maintain eye contact and use positive body language. Practice enough that your pitch feels natural, but don't memorize the words. And you want to sound conversational and not like a robot. Common mistakes to avoid. Some of the pitfalls: first, don't try to include every single detail about your business. Too much information can overwhelm your audience. Avoid technical language or industry jargon unless you're using that with the audience that it understands. And be careful not to sound over-rehearsed. And perhaps most importantly, make sure that you're communicating the value of your business, and people need to understand what your product does, the service and expertise, and why it matters to them. So, examples of strong elevator pitch ideas. There are many ways to build an effective elevator pitch, and you might focus on a challenge that your customer has or is facing a problem and how you can solve that. You could share a quick success story that demonstrates impact, or you might highlight how your work benefits communities, customers, and clients, or you could explain what makes your approach different from others in your industry. And the key is to finding the angle that best communicates your value. Oops. So practicing your elevator pitch, it's good to stand in front of a mirror, maybe to record yourself on your phone. I like to turn my phone around and take pictures when we're out on all these trips and everything, or in front of your kids. And so recently I'm doing an extra little side gig, and I had my son filming me one day. I was practicing something, and I looked at him. And he had his eyes closed, and I was like, we finished up, and I go, what were you doing? Why were your eyes closed? And he's like, I just can't like watch you do this. It was really funny. So I was like, leave it to your kids though, or your grandkids, because they will tell you the truth. And so to practice and have that down packed is really important. So what I want to do is break into twos, and we're gonna take about 5 to 10 minutes, nothing long here. And I want each of you to provide your elevator pitch to the person next to you. and then vice versa, the other person will practice their elevator pitch to you, and then let's talk about some constructive feedback. And at the end of this, whoever's brave enough to stand up and give us your elevator pitch, I welcome that. So we're just going to take about the next 5 to 10 minutes, okay? So our online audience, I guess you get a little quick break.
Tourism here in Hawaii started
30 to 60 seconds.
Okay. Soon as John gets finished here, I'm going to go down and see who's brave enough to give your elevator speech. But I've called John up because he's comfortable being on stage. You do this all the time, John.
Talking about our
You've been to
company.
Res how many times?
Yep.
How many
But
times?
oh, gosh, I don't know, 15?
15
At least.
times. He's been to Res 15 times. How many times have you participated in the trade show or a trade show?
Oh,
Out
at
and about.
least 7 to 10 of those times at Res. We had
Okay.
our booth.
Okay, so boom, boom, boom. We're in the elevator. I'm hitting the button. What button do I'm getting off on 3?
I'm getting off on 3 too.
Okay.
Hi, my name is John.
Hi, John.
Nice to meet you. What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
None of your business.
You look like you're an important person. Nice to meet you.
I'm a contracting officer.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
With the federal government?
With the federal government.
Can I tell you a little bit about our firm?
Oh, what do you do?
We provide advisory services for government contractors, for small businesses looking to do work with the federal government. You know, it can be incredibly difficult to work with the federal government. We try to make that easy. We make it as easy as possible, even though the federal government regulations are really difficult to understand. The process, the bidding, being able to implement the projects, very difficult. We try to make that as simple as possible for new entrants to enter the federal marketplace. We've done it for almost 8 years now. Before that, I was in the government and I was on the other side of the fence actually reviewing bids and
Oh.
opportunities, as well as managing a lot of the set-aside programs.
Okay. What's your company called?
Oh, I forgot to even mention my company. My company's called Gov Contract Pros. Like I said, we've been in business for 8 years. We have over 12 employees, most of which are government contracting officials and or lawyers who worked in this space.
Okay. Do you work with the Apex Accelerators?
We do. We often support some of the work that they do, and or sometimes we share clients.
Awesome. Do you have a card on you?
I don't have a card with me.
You can pretend, John. All right. Thank you. Let's give John a round of applause. Thank you for being a good sport. But seriously, it's difficult to rattle off your capabilities in your elevator pitch in 30 to 60 seconds. So who is brave enough? And do we have like a little watch that somebody could time somebody? Kaya does? Okay. Come on. One brave soul. What? You can read it. You can read it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to come down with the mic. I'm getting on the elevator again.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ed Hill. I'm the CEO of JDEX Strategic Group. We help organizations simplify compliance, strengthen cybersecurity, and build the foundation needed to grow with confidence. For Native-owned businesses, we are expanding in the government defense contracting. We create secure, scalable environments that align with requirements like CMMC or NIST to help you meet the requirements for the opportunity so you can grow your business. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. How long was that? Oh, very, very good, but very good. Who's next? Anybody? Yeah. Anybody else brave enough? Yes.
We do all the technical work. We do all the technical work to get a certification, and the documentation and training for it. So.
Okay. Not another soul, a brave soul out there. What did you learn about Guthrie?
I learned about his data company, and we actually ended up sharing information. So hopefully we can develop a partnership in the future.
Oh, great. What was your first name?
My first name is Claudia.
Claudia. I'm going to ask you the same question. What did you learn about Claudia?
That sometimes temporary ideas can turn into permanent things. It started the company as a temporary side gig sounding type thing, and now years and years later, they're a nationwide transportation and logistics company.
Awesome. Round of applause. You guys were listening, because that's really important, right? Because it's a two-way street. Communications about receiving and giving. So you have to be able to listen and, make sure that you give your information. quickly and confidently to your audience. Just a real quick recap. So again, when delivering your pitch, remember that it's not just about talking, it's about connecting. Tell your story in a concise way and use real examples whenever possible. Pay attention when people ask questions. Their questions often reveal their needs and interests. And listen carefully, identify the problem that they're trying to solve, and explain how your product, service, or expertise can help. The most effective practice or pitches become conversations. And the closing and next steps. A great elevator pitch creates curiosity and connection. Confidence comes from preparation and practice. And your pitch should evolve as your business grows and as you gain new experience. Obviously, if you have new capabilities, then you want to add that to your elevator pitch. And again, if you're listening, like you just met a buyer or a contracting officer, that's a great opportunity. And you have to be the salesperson too, especially when you're a small business. And you don't have the means to hire a big network of folks to work with you. You have to wear many hats like John does in his company, like all of you do in your companies. So you have to not only have to know your product and all the information about it, but you have to be the person that can do the sales. You have to be the bird dog, and you have to go out there and get it and bring it back. And so those are some of the key elements of the elevator pitches. And again, I'm Yvette Fielder and Nicole Watson, and we're a part of the team at the National Center, and even at a nonprofit, we wear many hats. And so thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate you hanging in here. We are going to do one more drawing. Don't we owe them another drawing for 2 more Reservation Economic Summit tickets? And so these are worth, at the low end, almost $1,000. At the high end, by the time it gets closer, up to about $1,800. I see a hand in the audience, so I'm going to go over there real quick and see. You need your business card? Oh, okay.
My quick question is, are we going to get a list of the persons who attended, or should we just try and exchange cards?
We don't typically give out the list. We do that to the agencies or the other partners, federal or local partners. But yes, there is going to be time for networking and roundtable discussions. So please hand out your business cards, and a great way to practice your elevator pitch. And then we're going to do this drawing.
Also, just to add, Charmaine has surveys back here. It would be really great if you guys could complete a survey for us, and you can turn it into any one of us at the end. Thank you.
Yes, please complete the surveys.
All right. You want to?